Okay, so I have to figure out how to move the camera. Right. So we're good, right?
Well, you're going to have to log into that other system to get the camera to work.
Okay, I'm gonna go get the guy.
Okay.
And for some reason, the speakers are coming through my computer. Here, I can turn that on.
Right. So you're going to have to mute your speaker, mute your.
Did it work?
No, I can still hear you in the. So down at the bottom on the right,
Yeah.
you see the speaker down by the time. So down at the bottom on the right.
Let me go get the other guy. I don't know what the heck's going on. Hold on.
Hold on.
Be right back.
Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah. Eventually, yes. But first I want to turn off sound. Are you there?
I'm still here.
Sound is up.
I'm still here.
We don't want that.
I can still hear you through the speakers in the system. I can still hear you through the speakers in the system.
I start getting all
Yeah. Want to make red?
Well, yeah, so one of them was.
Welcome and thank you all for being here, and thanks so much for your service on our Mule Deer Citizen Advisory Council. Food, snacks, drinks. There's more where that came from, so if something's gone or something, let me know, we can get you some more. Restrooms are right outside and in this hallway here to the right as you're heading down there. And I think anything else for logistics right now, that's probably about it. Just ask me if you need something and can't find it, I'll figure it out. So let's kick right off and open this up with our FWP's director, Dustin Temple, to welcome you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, all. I think I met most of you, wandered around the room here, but I'm going to take just a few minutes of your time. I worked in the department for 20 years, a bunch of different jobs, and I find that it seems like every time I change job, my utility is less and less and less. So I'll get the hell out of your way as soon as possible. First of all, I just want to thank you all again for agreeing to do this. You know, we engaged this process or a similar one before we rewrote the Elk Plan last year. And, you know, the way that ended up, super proud of staff, the work they did on it, super proud of the public for their engagement with it. And, you know, where we ended up is in a place where I think everybody liked some of it, no one liked all of it. So we're probably about where we needed to be. So just a couple of quick things on this effort. So today is going to be a little process heavy, and it's a lot about how this is going to go in terms of the engagement with you all. And then a lot about what is in terms of mule deer management. We're not here to defend what is, because your mileage varies depending on where you look and who you talk to as far as management prescriptions and practices in place today on whether people like them or don't like them. We're not here to say that we've got it all figured out. We just need you guys to rubber stamp what we've done. Quite the opposite. What we're here to do is inform you as to what is in terms of mule deer management in Montana today, and then hear from you all where you think we need to go as we look to write the mule deer plan. You know, one of the things that came out of the elk working group that started the elk plan was a set of principles that the department leaned on hard as it wrote the plan before it sent it back out to the public again. We're looking for a similar product from you out of this engagement. There's a couple of things that are important to the department and the administration that you should understand as we go into this conversation. The first is we want to respect the fact that wildlife belongs to the public. We also want to acknowledge that a whole bunch of wildlife, particularly the species we're here to talk about today, occurs on private land. And we want to respect private landowners. There's a whole bunch of people that care a whole bunch about mule deer in Montana. You're hopefully a good cross section of those folks around the state. So that's why we're here. We've got a whole bunch of really capable staff in the room to provide you with whatever information you wish, whatever questions you want to ask. If they don't know, I promise you, they know who does know the answer to that. So again, that's all I have to say this morning. Again, I appreciate your time. Ken, I don't know if you have something you want to add to this going forward. If not, I will get the hell out of the way.
I'll just add a little bit more, just more introductions. So I'm Ken McDonald. I'm Chief of the Wildlife Division here at Fish Laughing Park. So it's our division that is going to take what you guys put together, your direction for us, and then use that as the foundation for building a mule deer plan. Similar to what Director Temple said is that's the approach we did with the elk plan, and it seems like it worked pretty good. It provides some guiding overarching principles. So the plan for you guys, and I think is we're going to have a kind of I call it Deer 101, just kind of a summary of a lot of the effort and a lot of the work that's currently happening in mule deer from the department standpoint. And then work with you all to start developing these guiding principles. So get an idea of people's thoughts on where we should be going. So that's what we're going to do today. Like Dustin said, is going to be pretty information centric, and then we'll get to work with you all the next couple days, really putting into those guiding principles. So real quick, Deb didn't introduce herself, but Deb Wambach, who you all probably know intimately now, is kind of leading up the effort right now. We're in the process of hiring a deer elk coordinator and replace Lindsay Parsons. Lindsay's the one that worked on the elk plan. She took a field biologist job here, centered out of Helena. So we're replacing that. So we'll probably see some new staff before your second meeting. And then Brian Wakeling, who you'll hear from later today, he's the game management bureau chief. So it's his bureau is the one that oversees deer management, elk management, including deer, and will kind of be the group behind the actual development of the plan. And then obviously we're going to bring on our research folks, our information education folks, any number of people that have involvement in deer. So there's a lot of resources here to help as well. So that's pretty much what I had. Again, we got, I forgot. And from the University of Montana, we have Sarah Wells. Sarah's going to kind of facilitate the development of the guiding principles. And then her helper Hannah back there, you'll be the one cracking the whip on everything. So these two will be, after we kind of get through the information download, they're the ones that will be leading the effort. No biases, so hopefully you get a good feel for your inputs are really getting incorporated. So that's all I have. Again, there's lots of staff here to help that we can introduce as the day goes, or you'll get introduced to. And then anything you guys need, let us know, and we are here to help you, whether it's with logistics or information or whatever you need. So appreciate y'all being here and the time you're taking, and look forward to a good few days here.
Before I go, is there anything I can answer for anybody? Questions, concerns, comments? I will make sure that all of you get my contact information. So as we go through the process, if you want to talk about it, give me a shout, send me a text, send me an email. Happy to do that. But is there any questions, anything I can answer before I leave and let y'all do your work? All right. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so again, yes, I'm Sarah Sells. I'm really excited to be here with you. I am the assistant unit leader at the Montana Cooperative Wildlife Research Unit in Missoula. So that means I'm on the wildlife biology faculty, and this is not what I normally do. So normally I am mentoring grad students and mentoring postdocs like Hannah. She's working with me. I also do some graduate courses and lots of wildlife research, and then technical assistance. So that's why I'm here in this capacity, is to be an outside, totally independent party with Hannah as your facilitators. We're not FWP, and so we're here to just kind of help you through this process. And you're not actually going to see as much of us today. That starts tomorrow. But we want to start off with some introductions first with our panelists. So we can start up here. Go ahead and tell us who you are, where you're from, and why you're interested in.
I'm Mitch Griebel. I live in Glasgow. I've been there for 35 years, I suppose. I moved here from North Dakota. I'm a retired electric cooperative personnel. So I hunted mule deer. I've hunted since I moved over. It's one of the reasons I moved to Montana. So I'm sorry I'm not a native. That's okay. I am now. I'd like to see my grandson be able to enjoy what I did, what I have over the last 30 years. So that's why I'm here.
Bill McKinley from Conrad, Montana. Farm, ranch, had a agricultural business and a restaurant up in Shelby. And just, I've always liked pursuing and watching and looking at mule deer.
I'm Art Hayes. I'm from Bernie, Montana. If you don't know where Bernie is, we're between Sheridan, Wyoming and Ashland, Montana on the Tongue River. Family has a ranch down there. We've been there a long time. And if you don't know, you'll probably find out that I've collected shed antlers all my life and done pretty good at that.
I'm Jeremy DeRera. I live in Billings now, born and raised in Kalispell. I am a chiropractor. I'm a chiropractic and physical therapy clinic in Billings. Kind of the reason I'm here is that my son gets the same opportunities that I've had growing up in Montana, so.
Mike Mershon, also out of Billings area. I've been here since I was, I don't know, 6 years old or so, contractor there in town. And, yep, I just grew up in a fairly traditional manner where my grandfather taught me to hunt, and I've watched it come down through generations, and I've now got nieces and nephews coming up behind me. And, I just want to share this experience that we all know and are passionate about with them. And I want to make sure they have that moving forward.
I'm Joel Albright, born and raised in Kalispell, work at Flathead Electric Cooperative up there. So, let's see, I've headed up the mule deer chapter in Kalispell for the last 5 years. And, that's kind of what got me started in mule deer. But, yeah, I'd like to see I know everybody's seen across the state, but we've seen the last 20 years, a big decline in mule deer numbers up in Region 1. So like other people have said, I'd like to see if we can correct that for future generations again.
Similar story, Ian Wargo, born and raised Kalispell, Montana. I ride a desk for a living for a civil engineering company, but passion is outdoors and hunting, fishing, etc. Like Bo said, there's been some pretty significant changes in Northwest Montana, and just bring awareness to the rest of the state on what's going on up there. I think we got a lot of opportunity to right the ship up in that neck of the woods and create better opportunity for the next generation and whatnot. So I'm just excited to get engaged.
Corey Danner there from Big Sandy Loma area, 4th generation, just farmer and rancher. Just kind of grew up same trapping and outside, right? So farming and everything, hunting's outside. Been laying around here the whole time, so seeing the cycle changes and just differences in weather patterns and stuff too. So just same thing, kind of been making just fancy that preserve going forward. So.
Good morning, Joel Webster. I live in Missoula. I work in the hunting and fishing and conservation industry, but this is something that's personally interesting to me. I'm the kind of person that'd rather hunt mule deer than elk, and I've been chasing them for 30 years. So I follow management pretty closely on this stuff, and I put into this because I care.
I'm Rick Douglas. I haven't worked in a long time. I'm a retired professor. And I've worked on mule deer in the past and caribou and other things, but mostly I work on mice. Before you learn something. Anyway, I've hunted mule deer in Montana since 1970 and hunted mule deer in Utah as well from 65 on. And so it's a big deal to me. And I'm really interested in making sure whatever we do is based on science.
Where are you from, Rick?
Which time?
Currently.
Currently, I'm from Butte, America.
Okay.
That's where I taught. for 30 years, 40 years.
Gwen Cooper, I'm a PhD student in Bozeman, getting my doctorate in biochemistry. I'm from the Bitterroot Valley originally, and it's crazy seeing pictures and stories from my grandpa and my dad who grew up there hunting mule deer and how much it's changed in that part of the state. And I like to echo that I really want things based on science, and I'm just excited to be here.
My name's Tom Herzog. I'm from Broadus. Grew up on a ranch in Miles City, Custer County. Little over 100-year-old ranch now. I'm actually a pastor now, and I live in the town of Broadus, but still have the ranch. The family ranch is still over there. Love to hunt, love to fish, and in a small community like ours, we have connections with everybody. And maybe also as a pastor, but you know the outfitters, you know the ranchers, and so I'm looking forward to what we can accomplish for the good of the whole.
I'm Eric Elvis. I'm a fourth generation rancher and farmer from Highland in a town called Hinsdale. If you don't know where that's at, it's halfway between Glasgow and Malta. Grew up there, been there my whole life. An interesting side note, my great granddad killed his first mule deer buck on the branch, which happened to be the first mule deer buck he saw in 1921. And we still have that set of antlers in the family. So I've got a long tradition and a lot of history when it comes to mule deer northeast Montana. So hopefully we can make some changes here that are positive and get our mule deer turned around and head back in the right direction.
Rob Arnold, Gallatin Gateway. Like Eric, fourth generation Montanan, educated at Montana State, functioned as a private land game manager and an outfitter for my entire career, and was able to work and apply my trade in just about every state in the West. Got a real broad-based education on what other agencies do, what other people, how they manage game, and was fortunate enough to apply it to my own businesses, and have sold out trying to retire, and am here for all the same reasons you all are. So look forward to serving with you.
Great, that was everyone right from the panel. So we'll go ahead and start back here, Hannah. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Hannah Seitz. I'm working with Sarah. Yeah, I'm just very interested in helping people make decisions based on their values and using the best available science to inform those. So I'm excited to be here and learn from all of you, and yeah, looking forward to the next couple of days. We already heard from Ken. So.
Ken. Hi, everybody. I'm Justin Goody. I'm research administrator at FWP. So I'll be with you throughout this meeting and your next meeting, just kind of as a liaison, make sure you have the information you want or need for where you're heading to provide direction to the department.
Ben Lamb, I've worked in Montana in wildlife and natural resource issues since 2007. I'm currently with a small organization called the Montana Conservation Society, just here to listen and learn.
I'm Nick DeCesar. I'm a research biologist with FWP in Missoula. And later today, I'll be sharing some updates on some mule deer research we've been doing and some ideas for going forward with research.
I'm Brent Launer, Fish, Wildlife and Parks. I'm a biologist with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, area wildlife biologist. So Nick's on the research end, I'm more on the management end, based out of the Fairfield, Augusta area. I'll be talking later about more of the management focus that we've been doing the last 20 plus years.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Godar. I'm a population ecologist biometrician, so I do a lot of the number crunching. I'm based out of Helena here, and I'll be talking a little bit about how we've done mule deer population estimates in the past today.
I'm Kevin Petrusny. I'm with Fish, Wildlife and Parks in the research unit. I am a biometrician, so statistician. As my wife describes it, I count dead things.
Hi, I'm Mike Lewis. I work for Fish, Wildlife and Park as well. I'm the Human Dimensions Program Supervisor within the research unit.
I'll be talking today about some of the research we've done with hunters in Montana regarding mule deer management.
Good morning. My name is Quentin Kujala. I'm fortunate to be Chief of Conservation Policy for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. And I want to thank you again for signing up for the time that all of you have taken one way or another to this point, and all of you stand to take yet again from this point forward. It's a super neat topic. It's a super relevant topic. I hear a lot of passion. I hear everybody talking about moving forward. A lot of depth of experience, and it's a really cool mix for me of familiar faces and new faces. So thank you all for, again, time and effort and expertise that you built up and volunteered to share it here through this process. Looking really forward to it. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Brian Wakeling. I am the game chief. I've only been with Montana Fish, Wildlife and Parks for 4 years now. But previous to that, I worked as the game chief for Nevada, and before that, I worked for the game chief as Arizona. So I've got a little bit of experience working with Arizona and Nevada and Montana mule deer in a variety of different scenarios.
Great. All right, I think we got everyone. So yeah, thanks again for all of your time and dedication to this. Really wouldn't be able to do any of this without you, of course. So what are we doing? So let's just talk for a few minutes about the process here. So as you've seen from the charter, you're here as the Mule Deer Citizens Advisory Council to determine and strive for consensus on guiding principles, which are going to help identify the collective expectations for plan development and public engagement. We'll identify important issues in mule deer management and provide statewide guidance for management. So that's what we're going to be working on for the next few days. Once we do that, the department will take all this and use these principles to develop the plan, and including specific proposals and geographically specific management strategies that you might be able to envision across the state to address the guiding principles that you identify over the next few days. So we will not be actually writing or approving the plan. Some important details. Environmental analyses and assessment of the plan and drafting specific management actions in the plan will be the responsibility of FWP. So we'll be coming back to this idea again and again of we're here to really identify these guiding principles that will set up these collective expectations for what the plan should entail. So today we have a busy agenda with lots of great talks. So we'll start right after this with Mike Lewis talking about social science in relation to mule deer management. And then Kevin and Alex will talk about harvest and population surveys and trends. And then depending on where we are, we'll break for lunch if it's close to 11:45, although we're pretty well ahead of schedule, which is great. So we might go ahead and on with the next one from Brent, if he's ready to talk about adaptive harvest management. And then we'll talk about chronic wasting disease. And after that, we'll be diving into mule deer conservation issues and management strategies with Brian, and then talking about habitat and population research. So that's what we think we're going to get through today. We'll dive into next steps if we actually get to that early today, but we'll be having lots of great talks from these folks. You probably saw that tomorrow we have a little bit of a different looking agenda. So lots of work on what we're calling the problem statement and objectives, and we'll have some opportunity for public comment too. And so these times are all kind of subject to change, as today's are too. We'll just kind of roll with it, but we'll be working on this for tomorrow and then diving into objectives again on Wednesday morning. So what are we actually talking about here? A problem statement is something that will really provide a foundation to the management plan FWP writes and the ultimate decision-making process that they're undertaking. And so problem statements are actually really difficult to come up with. Usually we think we have a shared understanding of, all the different issues, in this case of mule deer management, but often really when we actually get to talking about this, we'll really have an understanding that we don't share the same exact perspectives and understanding of what makes this a challenge. So we spent a lot of time to come up with this statement. It's usually in the form of like a one-page kind of document. It will create this shared explicit understanding of mule deer management challenges. It will help us begin to sketch the guiding principles that we'll identify. And it'll also provide some bounds on the problem of mule deer management in terms of the spatial extent, the temporal considerations, and legal considerations too. So we'll talk all about this when we're actually diving into these steps. but just wanted to set up some things to think about as you hear all the presentations today, as we thinking about some of these things that come to mind. Specifically, we'll be trying to identify the trigger here. Why is this mule deer management plan needed and why does it matter? What are the different legal and financial, political types of constraints that you might identify? How often will FWP or the commission be making decisions about mule deer management? And are there decisions that are linked to this one? So if you manage mule deer in this way, does that affect another species, for example? And then we'll be thinking about how broad or complex the plan and the final decision is likely to be. And then we'll be spending the other half of our day and a half, starting tomorrow afternoon, on the objectives or guiding principles. So this helps us identify what we ultimately care about and want to achieve. There are our values, the agency mission, public trust, responsibilities. So as you hear all the talks again today, you can begin to consider things like what you hope FWP will achieve with this plan. What are the different concerns that this plan should address? How can the current situation be improved? So what might success look like? Think about the best and worst possible outcomes for the plan and associated management decisions, because that can help you identify some guiding principles that we should include. Think about what you like or dislike about solutions you can think of. And then think about what this looks like from the perspective of other stakeholders too. So we're trying to put all this together in our guiding principles when we dive into that, but these are good things just to keep in the back of your mind today as you hear these different presentations. So just a few rules of the road. Please, of course, it goes without saying, but make sure we have mutual respect and we listen to each other, especially as we all start having conversations tomorrow. Honor the process. Sometimes this is going to seem like it doesn't make sense that we're spending so much time on a particular element, but I promise you that there's a good reason for how we do this. I said this isn't my normal job, but I have been doing this for 13 years. And so it's one of those fun things to get back into these kinds of groups from time to time and help you identify the problem and the guiding principles of what management for different wildlife species should entail. So we're going to ask you to please stay on course and honor the time limits. And we'll give you, even though we'll probably get off of our schedule fairly quickly, we'll give you, about how much time we should expect to have different breakout groups or breaks or lunch when we get to those different times. Please don't filibuster or start debates or tell stories. Those can kind of derail the process. And so try to keep those to a minimum. If at all. And then please don't worry either that your perspective isn't being heard or that you might disagree with what someone else is saying. We will make sure that what we come up with as a group is something that really captures everyone's perspectives. So everyone's voices will be encapsulated within the documents we provide to FWP at the end of this. So that's all I had. Any questions before we get into the presentations? Okay, anyone from FWP wants to add to any of that? Okay. In that case, Mike, are you ready to present? I think we can go ahead with that since we're so far ahead of schedule. We'll take a break after Mike's talk, I think. Is that all right with everyone? Go ahead and step out, of course, at any time if you need to as well.
I have a whole bunch of stuff for you here. I hope you don't mind me not giving it out until the end. But I had two goals today. I want to make sure you guys had all the data so that you could see all the results for yourselves and make your own interpretations and see what all the numbers are. So I do have 3 different reports, a research summary, and then I've got a resident mule deer hunter survey report that has all the data from residents. And then a matching non-resident survey. Doesn't have as much data because we don't have regional data for the non-residents, but there'll be 3 reports that I'll be able to provide to you. And then I also have a copy of the slideshow that I'm doing today, just in case you're interested in that. Can I run the show here?
Which one of these is yours?
Thank you.
I think it's right. Okay,
All right,
It'd be-
good deal. I can just.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mike Lewis. I've been with the department 25 years, as a researcher, social science, human dimensions, that kind of stuff. I think I've met some of you, and I'm pleased to meet a lot of you. Probably should do some chiropractic work, some like yourself. But anyway, I'm from Montana. I'm an avid hunter and angler. Mule deer is important to me as well, but, so I have a lot of personal interest in this, but again, I am a researcher within the department. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over both the statewide resident and non-resident mule deer hunter survey that we did at the end of last hunting season into early this calendar year. And go over some of the methodology as well as the results. I'm not gonna provide everything here. The reports that I'll provide you have everything. So if you do have some specific questions to information that I don't present today, go ahead and speak up. I don't know, I've got 45 minutes, I'm told, so, yeah. So maybe I'll get into the top. And again, if you want to stop me in the middle of it and ask a question, please don't hesitate to do so. I'm always happy to answer questions to the best of my ability. So this was a pretty big study that we undertook, a little bit about the methodology. This was a scientific survey. We didn't do this online because we find that we get very, very low response rates with online surveys. So we did a mailback survey to both residents and non-residents, probability-based survey sampling. We surveyed a randomly selected population of 5,000 residents. And just so that you can see on the right corner, I'll provide the non-resident stuff. So the slides here kind of focus on residents, but provide non-resident data as well. So again, 5,000 randomly selected residents, 800 randomly selected non-residents. With the goal here of trying to get robust data to be able to provide statewide estimates. For both of these studies, all we'd really need to get is about 350 respondents to have 95% confidence that our sampling error would be no more than plus or minus 5%. So for what you can see here, we did a couple of different mailings of the survey, and we were able to get about a 41% response rate for residents, 44 for non-residents. But more importantly, we have over 2,000 resident respondents and 350 non-resident respondents. This provides us with good data to meet sampling error requirements here. The last bullet I have here is kind of, Montana is interesting. We don't have specific mule deer license. We have a variety of general licenses. And so we have to ask this question, are you a mule deer hunter? So 78% of our respondents for residents, what is 85% of our respondents for non-residents were mule deer hunters, and they were the focus of this study. So the information I'm going to provide to you come from that group of folks who said that they're mule deer hunters in Montana. So any questions about the methodology? So I'm going to go over a number of different slides, just sort of talking about the results. The first slide here is, how important is mule deer hunting to you? Obviously, it's pretty important to myself as well as all of you here in the room today. And as you can see here, it's pretty important to Montanans, both residents and non-residents. If anything, residents who come to the state are pretty avid mule deer hunters as well. But anywhere from 50 to 60% of residents, it's either one of their most important hunting activities or it is their most important hunting activity. But at the same time, there are a lot of casual mule deer hunters in the state as well. You can see that from the results here. But in general, I'd say mule deer hunting is very important to Montanans and non-residents who come to the state to hunt. I do provide notes at the end of each slide. We did do this study in 2011. This is a replication of what we did in 2011. So where we see significant differences in the results, I try to provide that information in the slides as well.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a question. The percentages in the pie chart are different than the percentages on, oh, I'm sorry, you already explained all that. Never mind.
Yeah, so, yeah, but that's a good question. Just to be clear. I'm presenting resident results
In the pie
here.
chart.
And then, in the brown, you'll see the non-resident results, just as to compare and contrast. And hopefully that's pretty clear. Not a bad question. Why do people hunt mule deer in Montana? This is a pretty interesting, and this is where we see some differences from 2011. It's always interesting to me that, you know, when people go out and hunt, whether it's mule deer or elk or upland game birds or antelope or what have you, a lot of these categories and a lot of the order of the categories just sort of come out the same. People like to enjoy the outdoors. Getting venison, getting meat to eat is becoming more and more important. I think post-COVID, we're seeing that as well. And there is an increase to get venison for eating up from 69% for residents to 76% from this most recent study. But doing things with friends, family, all very important. To harvest a trophy mule deer buck, I always would have thought that would have been much higher, but of all the categories that we measured in the survey, that was the lowest ranked one. But at the same time, what we're seeing with residents, an increase in the percentage of residents who say they want to harvest a trophy mule deer buck. In 2011, that was 47%. That's up to 56%. So we're seeing more and increased interest in harvesting trophy mule deer bucks of late. Any questions here?
You know the number on the non-resident on the trophy buck part from 2011? Is it up also?
No, that one was not up, but it is up.
It was, so it was higher than that in 2011. So people want to come here to hunt.
For non-residents, there wasn't a change.
Okay. Yeah. Just curious.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Very good question. Go ahead.
Mike, if I got a chance to take this, so I was one of the respondents, but wasn't there like 5 categories that we could choose on what, you know, whether you're completely satisfied or unsatisfied? Are those reflected in these numbers here? Like to experience solitude, for instance, at 72%, was that because the first choice was that, or was it because you've collected 3 of the samples to make that, if that makes sense?
Not sure if I understand.
Okay, so if you had,
sorry, Rob.
did you only have one choice in these things?
Yeah, this is a commonly used set of questions that we ask in terms of asking people their motivations for doing something. So this was a single set of questions.
Okay.
Probably the question you're talking about, Rob, we'll get to that.
Okay, sorry.
I think we'll be coming around to that. And if you've got any questions of how they tie together, just don't forget that, okay?
You can check all that applies, but he's asking, I think, right, with this one?
How important is hunting meat to you? And they would respond to that on a scale from 1 to 5. How important is hunting trophy mule deer to you? You'd respond to that on a scale from 1, very not important, to 5, very important. Is that kind of?
That was exactly what I was asking.
Oh, okay.
And I was asking, sorry, I couldn't phrase it.
No, I understand.
And I was wondering if you use just the highest number, am I very satisfied to get these answers? Or did you have to go to 1, 2, and 3 to get those answers?
Yeah, good question.
Did that make sense?
These are the percentages here of folks who said that this was either important to them on that scale or very important to them.
So the top 2.
The top 2.
Okay, thanks.
And again, in the reports that I'll be providing to you, you'll see all of that data. You'll see all the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s. So that you can, I think one of our goals within FWP is to be very transparent with our data. And throughout my career, I want to make sure that everybody has all the data so that they can interpret the results however they see fit for their own needs as well. So all the data is there. And we're just doing a summary here. So a couple other categories of responses here. Some of the questions were asked about what are your perceptions of mule deer in Montana? Question sets, again, where a number of items were listed down, and you respond to those items in terms of to what extent do you think the number of mule deer in the state are poor or excellent, so on and so forth. And the two results that I have here are related to opportunities hunting mule deer in the state. 85% of survey respondents rated overall opportunities to hunt mule deer in the state as being better, as being average or better than average, score of 3 out of 5 on that scale. And then using that same scale, 64% of residents rate opportunities to hunt mature mule deer bucks in the state as being average or better than average in the state of Montana. It's interesting to us that that number is up from 50% in 2011. Those results kind of surprised me. But you know, in terms of comparisons of results, we see an increase in response for that bottom category. Satisfaction with current mule deer hunting regulations in the state. And are our regulations difficult to understand? We hear that a lot within FWP. A couple of questions here as well. We find that 76% of survey respondents rated our hunting regulations for mule deer as being generally satisfactory, a score of 3 out of 5 or better. And only 3% of our residents say they believe that the mule deer hunting regulations are difficult to understand. This is a question we've asked a lot with elk because we've had a lot of consternation regarding the complexity of elk hunting regulations, but we don't see as much of that kind of perception amongst hunters regarding mule deer. Yeah, any questions? This question here is a very interesting question. When we ask people, you know, we hear a lot from different constituent groups regarding how to manage mule deer in the state, and a lot of ways that you can ask questions related to opportunity versus more trophy mule deer hunting in the state could be, you know, how important is trophy mule deer hunting to you? How important is that you be able to have opportunity to hunt in mule deer general hunting districts, that kind of stuff. When we ask questions in that format, we get most of our hunters say that they want to have their cake and eat it. You can't have, I probably could say this to my daughters. I have 3 daughters. I'd probably say this to myself. I can't have everything that I want. There are trade-offs. So we worked with a variety of colleagues at some other universities to come up with these forced choice questions, recognizing that there's imperfection with doing forced choice questions as well. But we asked folks in a forced choice manner, hey, when push comes to shove, if you were to be given 2 choices, what would you prefer? And what we find here is 61% of residents prefer more of an opportunity kind of management of mule deer. And nearly 40% of folks say, hey, we're willing to give up opportunity for higher quality or more of an opportunity to harvest larger, more mature mule deer bucks. So one of the takes that we have come away with this data, and by the way, there was no change in the results from 2011 to currently with this survey, is that we think as a department, we're probably or hopefully doing a good job of providing both opportunity and permit districts as well. I believe, what is it, 25% of our mule deer hunting districts are permit that provide essentially this. But we have a lot of general opportunity as well. I do think, you know, a 60-40 breakdown here. It's not saying that there isn't considerable support for this. So
That's almost transverse of the data you had on the last slide where it was 59%.
you want me to go back to that one? real
No, it's just, that was the number, was 59% people wanted to hunt trophy mule deer. So it's just almost opposite of that.
Yeah, but this, again, that's kind of getting into that forced choice.
Right.
When getting push comes to shove, what would you most prefer? And I'm not even, like, for myself, I might fall into this category, but I love the fact that we have this opportunity. I apply it every year to try to get into that opportunity, so. But yeah, good point. Go ahead.
On like the last slide, when you guys choose to kind of include 3, 4, and 5, you know, on a 1 to 5 scale, would my understanding would be like 3 would be more just like in the middle, don't have an opinion either way. Was there a reason not to include just 4 or 5 like previously?
I'm glad you bring that up. When I do scales like this, on a scale from 1 very unacceptable to 5 very acceptable, or a scale from 1 very dissatisfied to 5 very satisfied, a 3 to me is not a no opinion. Again, it's kind of, I'm trying to think of a good analogy without getting into trouble here. What shade of blue do you think this is, from very light blue to very dark blue? A 3 is still a blue. So it's not a no opinion to me. It's not a strong opinion on one side or a strong opinion on the other side.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, kind of, because I was just looking more like if people are happy with the regulations, you know, it drops from the 60% down to 45, you know, if you just include the top 2 like you guys in the first.
Yeah,
Question, so.
and quite often in social science research, that's exactly what I do. I do 1s and 2s versus 4s and 5s. Just for comparative purposes. What we did in 2011 with a lot of the 3, 4s, and 5s was kind of getting into the definition of satisfactory. Satisfactory definition really is something like this: adequate, not perfect, but okay or better. But you know, getting back to the reports, all the data is there. And so I want to remind folks that, you know, I want you to be able to look at the data however you want to look at the data. This is your advisory group, and we're not here to tell you how to look at the data. I'm summarizing some stuff here, but that's just a summarization coming from Mike Lewis in the department. But that's a really good question. But I would probably pretty strongly say 3 is not a no opinion. 3 is just in the middle of that scale opinion. They have an opinion about something, but it's not strong one way.
Mike, I'm still curious why that got put into the positive side then. Aren't you saying that?
Rob, we're gonna get to those slides.
Sorry.
No. I know where you're coming from. And I think I know where you're coming from here. So it's not very applicable to here. And I'm still sort of moving through the survey. I think it's another slide from now, Rob, that we're gonna get to that particular question. So this next slide is opinions regarding the timing of mule deer hunting in the state. We find that most residents, 2/3, strongly support this is where I'm using the 4s and 5s, hunting a mule deer bucks during the rut. It's an important question that comes up a lot. we find that 71% of residents strongly support the current timing of our 5-week season for mule deer hunting in the state. And we find that 2/3 of our resident respondents believe it's important or very important that the mule deer hunting season matches up with the timing of the general rifle season for elk hunting as well. So that's some additional data. I think these are the questions, Rob, that maybe that you wanted to talk about a little bit, and hopefully you can see that on your end there, because I don't see.
I'm not trying to be hypercritical, just trying to understand.
Well, no, as a 58-year-old dude, sometimes I don't see things very well either, so it's nice that we have 3 different screens here. So this may be an area in which I was talking about overall satisfaction with mule deer management and trust in the agency to manage mule deer. We find that 75% of our resident respondents rate mule deer management in Montana as being satisfactory, score 3 out of 5 or better. And on a scale from little or no trust to 5 being a high amount of trust, 74% of our survey respondents place trust in the agency to manage mule deer in Montana, score a 3 out of 5 or better. Again, I've taken some criticism, and probably rightly so. Hey, why didn't you report the 4s and 5s versus the 1s and 2s? And my response has been, it's in the reports, it's there. We've been transparent, tried to provide that data. Our interpretation of the 3, 4, and 5 is that, to me, the definition of satisfactory, which is different than the satisfaction scale, is that things are adequate or better. Not perfect, certainly not ideal in the minds of some, but a 3 out of 5 is adequate or better. If we were to look at that data for the 4s and 5s, the results are closer to 50% instead of 75%.
Slides just.
Go ahead.
That's good. Just on that, is there a reason why you guys don't, and maybe I'm just being hypercritical, but as far as like, you know, very dissatisfied is 1, but maybe it should also include like what a 2 is in your mind and what a 3 is, because I'm with him where I think a 3 is, you know, maybe you split that data in half and say summer, you know, but it's just like, it seems like it's hyperinflating the numbers of 75%. Well, maybe it's only 50%, or maybe it's, so maybe just, since your definition of 3 is different than some people's, it's like maybe the department should just add what a 3 means, like satisfactory, but not quite there yet or something.
Yeah, I would say a 3 in the definition of the department is, it's not bad, it's not great. It's not on the far right, it's not on the far left, it's probably adequate, it's okay.
Okay.
So okay or better than okay, being a 3, 4, and 5.
They're probably not the people showing up at commission meetings.
No, yeah, probably not. Probably not. And again, you know, you're speaking to avidity here. I think that there's a lot of very, very avid mule deer hunters who have very strong opinions that are going to express those strong opinions here. Going back to that very first slide, you know, we see that 60% of our residents are very avid or avid mule deer hunters. But then there's that other 40% who are maybe a little less passionate, but still enjoy hunting. Please.
I just think it seems like it would be more user friendly if it was reported without the personal preference, to just say what percentage said 1, what percentage said 2, without reading our own personal bias into it.
It's reported
There,
that way.
but
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Again, I'm just trying to do a summary here. And we may have to just agree to disagree on some of the ways you would do a summary. But I do want you to know the data is all there. Here's what the 1% is, 2, 3, 4. So good question. Go ahead.
I will say this is the best survey that the department's ever put out that I've seen in 35 years. By far the best one. But I can craft a survey to get the answers I want too. Yeah. When 100% of the people I talk to in the field and in our locals all the local people I know that used to hunt are very dissatisfied with things. I don't know how accurate your survey is from, and maybe it's less knowledgeable people that have answered it. Everybody's got a different idea of what a mature buck is. Very few people know what a mature buck is. So the people, maybe I'm a little biased, and the people that I associate and talk to understand what hunting used to look like in Montana compared to those surveyed.
Another thing that a remark I might make is that we do have regional survey data for the resident survey. And region 6 and 7, we don't see results like this. We see a lot more criticism in some of the regions of the state of Montana.
Yeah.
And a lot of what you're talking about is, I could probably echo that as well. I've got some good friends who I would talk to and they would say, I don't believe these results, 10 or 15 guys that I hang out with, or men and women who say, I don't believe it, based upon our experience and what we want out of mule deer hunting and so on and so forth.
Mine at several hundred people over 2 regions, being 6 and 7.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I don't know much about what goes on in the other regions of Montana other than 6 and 7.
Yeah.
And I know a friend of mine's wife was conducting some phone surveys for FWP. And
for the hunter harvest program.
Yeah, and she couldn't do it for a few nights, so he had to make calls. He says, I don't know how she does it. He said, I've never had my ass chewed so bad in my whole life.
Yeah, I agree. I work next to a lot of those guys who do the phone calls and I'm just, I have to close the door because they take a lot of heat. But I think a lot of what you're talking about is correct. When we do these probability-based surveys, we're talking to everyone. And a lot of those folks may not be as avid as some of the folks that you're connected with and know. And, but again, we're trying to be representative of Montana as a whole. And these what the results speak to. And I do encourage you to look at the reports and interpret the results however you see fit for the work that you're going to do here. And also keep in mind, social science research here, this is not the end all. This is just one piece of information that we use within the department. Biology, habitat, population numbers, what hunters think, that all interfaces with one another. So it's an important piece of information, but it's not the end all. And it's showing, as my good professor that I worked with for 20 years would say, it's showing us which way the wind is blowing. It's helping provide some direction for identifying issues. But I do encourage you to look at the raw data. Go ahead.
Quick comment on it. I really appreciate your in-depth, kind of discussion and all the nuance that is involved with the numbers and whatnot. I think probably probably just about every one of us has dove into that survey result and whatnot, and kind of looked at it in a little bit deeper level of detail and whatnot. I think probably, some of the sense of the rub that's coming out of it isn't necessarily, you can dive into it and you can kind of see a lot of the nuance and whatnot. And okay, I see where, people are trending this way or that way. To me personally, it was probably more of the press release issued from FWP when, hey, high five, 75%, everybody's satisfied. It's all, there isn't a problem. And obviously that's not what the department is. If you guys didn't think that there was a problem, you were all high-fiving in the back and saying everybody's satisfied as a result of it, you wouldn't be having citizen engagement like this advisory group and whatnot. So obviously, you guys understand the data and you're going there. It was that's just my personal opinion. There's more of the press release that came out of it. It was kind of like, wow, everybody's happy in Montana, and everybody's looking around like, what? Like, where did that come from? So
I'm glad you brought that up. I don't think we'd be doing this group here if that was the case. So
that was just kind of my high level perception. Once you go and dive into the data, it's like, okay, I see there's a lot more here. It was just kind of more of the one-liner press release that everybody got. And they're like,
Yeah.
What?
And our biologists, you know, some of which are here today or, yeah, they look at this data and go, yeah, we've got some real challenges. Almost, am I doing okay for time?
Yeah.
Oh, it was. I'm told that you might have had some questions related to crowding, because I know crowding's come up with some of. Is there any other information that you're interested in that I could provide? I'll definitely hand out these reports and maybe Alex can help me and we'll hand them out.
Have you ever done a survey like this with your landowner?
I've done three surveys primarily related to hunting access management. How do you, as a landowner, manage access and what are the challenges that you have? And what do you think about the hunters who come to your property? That kind of stuff. Asking landowners specifically how, you know, the mule deer directed survey. Bear in mind, we still have landowners within this survey that are asked, but not landowner specific.
Does your data specify whether they're landowners or what they're?
No.
Yeah.
No, we don't have the ability to pull out landowners from this particular study. It's a good question though.
Might be a good idea sometime, I would think, maybe.
I think one of the challenges that we had here is when we start cutting the pie like that, then we really have to up the sample size to have enough landowners to be confident in that data.
Entirely separate survey for landowners.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, that's what it would necessitate. We sample landowners, ask the same questionnaire as we ask the hunters. Recognize we'll have overlap. It's probably, Justin, probably a good question related to our wolf research where, you know, we have 4 different groups that we've surveyed for our wolf research, landowners being one of them. But in each one of those surveys, there's potential for landowners to be in all of those. So how do you truly weed out landowners from those and just have a landowner specific? Pretty complex research to do that. It starts to get a little more costly. But yeah, good point. Good question.
Yeah, so yeah, in regards to crowding, which I mean, no matter what region you're in, everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, I'm hearing that as well.
So in these hunter harvest surveys, the phone calls that go out, I'm assuming it's been a while since I got a phone call, but they still ask me how many days you hunted, which region's correct.
Yeah, and I think Kevin Perjesny will be talking more about that, but yeah, effort days, 100 days.
That data, yeah, 100 days in this most recent as opposed to the 10 years ago for comparisons.
Yes. Yeah. And you'll find in these reports, some decent crowding related information. I think when we did the mule deer study and we went to the elk study this past year, we beefed up the number of questions we asked related to crowding for elk. And bear in mind that this mule deer research is ongoing. Every 5 years, we hope to do this so that we have good data. We had a peer-reviewed journal article, commenter said, why did you do this study considering the results really didn't change from 2011 to this year? If you weren't expecting to see any different results, why did you do it? And my response is, we don't know what we're gonna get from our resident and non-resident hunters from year to year. So it's good that we do these things every 5 to 7 years to keep the pulse of our hunters and provide good information. But yeah, let me, are we doing good on time?
Yep.
Okay, good. Let me hand these out and you'll have the data and I hope it will be useful to you during your work. It's part of this group.
Sorry, the stairs from my best proctoring days.
Okay.
So just each little pile goes to a table.
And we can go ahead and take a 20-minute break right now while these are headed out and we'll start at the next part after that. Thank you. So resume at 5 till. Oh, yeah.
There is one in here.
Oh, why?
Make sure I give you guys the right report.
You know, we're actually, we have some, they had really good fall moisture and that's the key.
I went through some health stuff, but I'm getting there.
Same.
Yeah.
Can you get adventures in there?
There's always.
Outfitter buddy, like.
I guess I was.
Yeah, so I got like a. Yeah, so I'm just.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday.
Yeah, certain areas, you know. Get out of the lane, stuff and right.
Oh, my God, yeah.
I really tried that fracture.
Died right.
I didn't mean to throw it at you. That was.
Yeah. I'm under red. Yeah. You okay now?
Yeah, they're coming. Oh, gosh. I've graduated.
Can a PT?
Those are not like. I was like, there's something wrong with these deer. And then they started doing boy movement, and I was like, definitely not. Yeah.
Every time I start drilling. He's a doctor, so you got to stay on PT and bring him.
Well, I don't know about that. Move it, just don't go.
It's pretty bold when you mentioned the overcrowding. What's that? You mentioned the overcrowding part in your comments. So that might have taken all day.
Well, that's real.
Oh, and we see that all the time too, you know.
Volunteering.
Five, six.
I don't know that I have.
They start to get come back. Now.
Yeah. I'm ready too.
Yeah, sent this to you.
Yeah, man, I didn't see you sneak in.
How it all works.
You can still get them.
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard about it. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
For sure, it's.
Oh, back.
Yeah.
Finish.
Sure. I told Dustin, I said, well, we ready to all over these segment, he can get an announcement. Right? As you tell. You guys.
It's been.
Yeah, we got these chemistry in the soil files right now. Way better.
That's.
So like in our valve. 36.
Are you?
Yeah. I get back.
When do we drop it in 1 inch, inch rain in May? And like there.
That's good.
It's a damn cold. See, after all this stuff.
I'm excited.
There's a way.
Hey, when you want that warm to hit it, yes, it's the streets.
No, you guys see it.
I'm not
At 3 people.
Well, the.
Is that it?
Yeah, just so you have.
You know, you just put it out there. Like these guys.
So you're. What was the last year? My boss had it. Cool. Yeah. We got it.
I'm happy. And I told him
One of the comments I had. I'd like to see that come to us.
I'm hanging on.
You're the I'd rather be around. I don't want it on me, not on you. Yeah, there you go. All kind of put my back to the creative. I like it. No, I understand. In business. Population, I'm sorry, in that second.
Well, there was. Sent me one, they were like. Yeah, I'll check it
Do that for like all, like 10 times. Say the words.
Well, we got a ranch down in South East. Like I said, that's like, so.
Say what I do.
A lot of.
I personally like the job. Work out here.
How are you doing? Some of the stuff I found out was what I reflected on. Some of the like design here go up to the size. For years, I collected apples off the area. 10 years old. After they see one bad year. You know what I'm saying? After about 6 years old, they don't get a lot bigger. You don't know what you can. So I asked the team some years, it doesn't matter whether they're 200 inches or 130 inches. Let's say. Yeah, that's, well, I don't really see that too much here because, well, when I saw most of those here, they said, oh, it's a 3-year-old. Get it aged, it's 8 years old. They say, no, it's going down. It might be that was the best that antlers. Yeah. You are staying in 20 years. There's all kinds of research, people like, how good a start they get and stuff like that. Really makes it. But so once they get 2 years, they grow. I've seen a couple years where there's an end, there's just enough here. Right. you know, the road is not, you know, I was always told 6 years old. I just cannot see.
If I was a house. I'd love to see.
Right now, I see.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be.
That's like-
So I can- they call it hers, like a draw.
Oh, yeah.
You're being so.
Curious, I don't know what. I know what the. Seen some grass. Oh.
You know, they say get rid of the chronic waste. That may be bulletproof.
Almost what was corn killed once I put it over.
Really shot chronic waste.
Well,
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Right, but you're saying you want to get rid of it. Here. And require restrictions. Better than. Trophy deer.
My own head, you know.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not the first one that showed up.
We can talk later on that, 'cause I disagree with that.
No, like, I mean, like you said, you shoot the first one that shows up. That's my, see, but that's my employee restriction.
I couldn't.
Yeah, you can't shoot. So you have to hunt for roll.
Say when. The trigger point. I didn't have it.
Man, go find a restaurant real quick before I get started.
You know, we lost.
I've been through quite a few. There's not mountains in my east, southeast and southeast. That's true.
Yeah. Get our damage control.
Yeah. Right, and I think, you know, being a rancher, you need good habitat, of course, but I think there's certain zones that probably work the majority. Because, well, they're probably the ones that don't get that. Because milk is a genetic deal, going from cows, and there's probably certain those that being a rancher, I know that cows will produce that 700 pounds steer calf no matter what. Because they produce a lot of milk. You know, and there's probably certain mule deer does that are the same way. Doesn't matter if it's a bad year or, you know, or tougher year, they're still gonna produce. If there's a good year, they'll be still up.
So it's having the same issue.
It's just not bouncing back. It was on 2,000.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think part of that is. Everybody files. The elk are there. Biggest problem I see now. Hundreds. You know, it used to be when the deer population. People pay up. But if they've got an elk tag and a deer tag, the deer never get. Never get a chance. They hunt elk and they see the deer. I mean, that was one spot, really good deer hunting on the early 90s. Now it's. I mean, yeah, it's sure. There are so many elk hunters in there. You know, the deer hunters never get the elk are on it.
I'm still running.
You know, elk week. Well, you know, and they leave.
Go ahead and get started.
They get hunted, they leave.
Thanks. All right, so next up, we have Kevin Perdue talking about harvest survey estimates and trend.
Again, my name's Kevin Perdue. I'm a wildlife biometrician. I am in the research unit in the director's office right now. I've been either in charge of the harvest survey program since we reorganized. I'm still on the harvest survey working group, leading the working group where we come up with the questions that we're going to ask every year, that kind of thing. So today I'm just going to go quickly over what information do we collect, what do we produce, how's the information used, how do we get the information, and just going over some effort and harvest trends that we get from our surveys. So first, what information do we collect? For deer hunters, we collect deer hunter effort information. So we do not collect effort information specific to whitetail deer versus mule deer, because most of the opportunity in Montana on a general license allows you to hunt either species. So if we ask somebody, did you hunt whitetail or mule deer? Often it's both on the same day, but they'll shoot the first one they see. So it gets complicated for effort. So we just ask deer effort. Starting this year, we've been asking effort questions specific to weapon type. So up to this point, we've just been asking how many total days did you hunt? Which hunting districts did you hunt in for deer? Now we're asking, how many days did you hunt for rifle? How many days did you hunt for muzzleloader? How many days did you hunt for archery? So we'll have that moving forward. Again, for participation, we are asking hunters how many days did they hunt, and then in which hunting district, and that's the level for effort that we go down to. For harvest information, here we're basing our questions on the license or permit type that they types that each hunter holds. We're getting information on deer species. So in this case, we will ask questions on, is it a whitetail or a mule deer? We're getting information on the deer's sex or age, whether it had antlers or not, and then was it 4-point or less or 5-point or less in the case of whitetails. Location of kill. So again, we're making estimates at the statewide level, regional, hunting district, and then time of kill, early season, general season, late season. So what do we produce from the questions that we're asking? Again, we're getting effort estimates. So we estimate the number of deer hunters, the number of hunter days, the number of days per hunter. All of these estimates are made by weapon type starting this year. So we get total effort, rifle effort, archery effort, muzzleloader effort. All estimates are made by hunter residency. So not just total number of deer hunters, but how many deer hunters were whitetail versus mule deer. And then all estimates are at the statewide, regional, or hunting district level. Again, the harvest estimates, we're estimating the number of deer harvested by age, sex, method of kill, location of kill, time period. Again, all estimates, we have those for residents and non-residents. And in addition to state, regional, and hunting district, we do have harvest estimates available down to the license or permit level. And then from those, we can estimate management success. So that's the number of harvested divided by the number of issued licenses. Hunter success, which is probably more relevant because not all people that hold a license actually hunt in a given year. So how many were harvested divided by the actual number that hunted. Again, all estimates are by residency and at multiple scales. So how do we use this information? Primarily, the data that we're collecting for harvest surveys is used for management purposes by area biologists and managers. Mike Lewis uses some of our data for expenditures. So if we, I'll provide Mike with the data on the hunter days, which is then used to, every 5 years, I believe, to come up with expenditure estimates for the state and regionally and countywide, I believe. And finally, the data that we collect from the harvest surveys is available to hunters. We have an online searchable application where you can go on our public website and look at harvest for various species in a pull down menu. I have more detailed harvest data available for anybody that wants anything, deeper than we have on our public facing site. So how do we get the information for deer hunting? So as many of you know, and have probably got the calls, we do a telephone survey, and we've chosen to do a telephone survey for a number of reasons, and I'll go into those. We have a call center in Helena, and since COVID, most of our callers are calling from home now, but they go through fairly intensive training and supervision. They're trained, they have information about the hunting districts, they have maps accessible, they know the state pretty well by the time they've done this for even a few days. And the data that they collect from the people that they're speaking to for these surveys is being entered directly into a harvest survey application that records that data and goes into our database. Our surveys are based on random survey sampling. So it's a probability sampling. Underlying theories goes back to the early 1900s. We're able to make population inference from the large samples that we get. We're talking to, we're sampling about 60% of general licenses. And if we have licenses or permits that are limited, we will call up to 100% of those folks because we want to make sure we can make reasonable inference with the uncertainty, known uncertainties on those rarer licenses or permits. And one of the reasons that we're doing the sampling approach is because there's a lot of deer licenses issued. In addition to all the other licenses that we're sampling for. So for example, we've got about 253,000 different deer licenses issued last year in Montana. So different B tags, permits, general licenses. We sample, but again, about 60% of those. So we sampled 141,000 surveys to get called. We reach about 50 to 60% of those that we call. So we had 78,000 deer licenses that responded to our survey. And all those surveys represent a lot of people and a lot of days. That represents about 144,000 deer hunters and over 1.2 million hunter days in Montana. So this one, I don't know, what we strive for in any survey is to have something that's both accurate and precise. So that's the upper left figure. You can achieve that through if you had a mandatory reporting with a follow-up survey. Mandatory reporting can be more expensive though, especially if you're considering a mandatory reporting system where somebody has to call into a call center, report their harvest. That center has to be manned and somebody has to record that. Those types of call centers do not necessarily have people that are in Montana or are trained to know all of the hunting districts in Montana. So there could be some issues there. The figure on the upper right, that's what we strive for with a telephone survey. So we understand that we're not talking to everybody, so we're not going to have as precise of estimates that you could get. But you're still hitting around the bullseye. The scenario on the bottom left is if you had a mandatory reporting system that did not have a follow-up. So if you only let people respond to harvest, you might not know everything about their effort for those that were unsuccessful. So you could have very precise wrong answers without a follow-up survey to talk to the non-successful hunters. And also that the scenario on the bottom left, where the scenario on the upper left implies that you have compliance, 100% compliance. And there's been problems with compliance for mandatory surveys in other states, and I'll get into that.
I mean, is there a way to get around that by just requiring people to report before they can buy their next license?
The only problem there is right now we're getting our results in April. So we have those results available to the biologists and managers before season setting, commission season setting meetings. If we allow people to report right as they buy a license, most of the people aren't buying licenses unless they're getting permits, aren't buying them early. They're waiting until the fall. And we wouldn't have that information until it's too late.
Dependent on when you required, when you could set a deadline though.
Yeah, we could set a deadline, and one of the things that we do have, in the pipeline right now is, for folks that have the E-tags, we're working on within that application that they validate, as they're validating their tag, we're getting harvest information from that. So that will help our precision a lot and reduce the number of people we need to call. And then we've proposed as well, allowing for self-reporting online. And again, that would require folks to self-report before a certain date, so that then we can develop the samples of the non-respondents to get at that potential for non-response bias. This table is just kind of showing at the statewide and regional level, the level of precision that we do get from our responses. Again, we're talking to tens of thousands of people. And as Mike said for his survey, depending on the survey and the scale, you only need a few hundred people to make an informed statistical decision. We're talking to a lot. So at the statewide level, we estimate that there are 41,000 plus mule deer hunters, mule deer harvests, and that's plus or minus 0.8%. The confidence interval is very tight at that level because we're talking to a lot of deer hunters. Once you start breaking that down by region, the precision can get wider, especially when you're dealing with fewer harvests. So in region 1, since there's only about 1,200 estimated harvested mule deer, it's plus or minus about 5.6% this last year. And then at the hunting district level, the harvest estimates are average around plus or minus 20%. So, 1 in 5 chance that confidence interval is holding the true harvest estimate. So there is a little more uncertainty at the district level, but the trends still follow, and I'll show you some of the trends as well. So again, one of the reasons we're doing telephone surveys is to balance the financial costs. I'm going to compare 2 states, Montana and Idaho. We have similar number of deer, elk, antelope hunters in the 200 to 300,000 range. A lot of licenses. Montana has a lot more license types available for those. But to do and these numbers were a few years ago, granted, the prices have gone up as salaries have gone up as well. But for our surveys, it was $210,000 about 5 years ago. Idaho was about double the cost, and they had a mandatory reporting system because folks had to call into the call centers report. So you had to have 24-hour or 24/7 manned call centers.
We can not simplify mandatory reporting with our ALS numbers and everything being computerized, that you mandatorily report upon harvest.
Yeah,
or at the end, or when season ends, whether you harvest, or at least by season's end, whether you harvest anything or not, or a Survey Monkey type deal, they would do it for pennies on the dollar and get 100% accurate data.
So yes, and that's where I was saying, with having a self-reporting option. Currently, we don't have that capability built in, but some of that application has been worked out already. And again, it's the compliance is the issue for some of that.
It's pretty simple to make it. If you don't respond in due time, and maybe give them a 10-day grace period after season's over, the season date ends. You don't respond within 10 days, you don't get a license next year. You're out.
It cost you $20 more.
Yeah,
Or cost you $100 more.
Yeah. The financial penalties, still don't. I agree that we've just got a paper that we submitted with some folks at University of Montana looking at those trade-offs, and that if the survey type that you're doing, so like you were saying Survey Monkey, but we would have an application, or you'd go into my FWP and it would list all of your licenses, and then you would answer your harvest and effort information directly. Once that's set up, the setup costs are the main cost for that. But once it's set up, the maintenance cost for something like that is pretty cheap. And there would be a definite benefit, not only to accuracy on our surveys, but we could still have timeliness if we do set those deadlines. So yes, this is something that we're working toward, and we definitely want to pursue. So in addition to the financial costs, there are regulatory costs. So again, this is just showing some of the other states and how many license holders they have for their harvest surveys. Idaho, which was the closest state to the numbers of licenses and the types of licenses that we issue, they have a mandatory reporting system. They have a 62% compliance rate. And so I had somebody from Idaho call me and asking about how we did our surveys, about 4 years ago now, because of their lower compliance rate. And I asked them about it. I said, isn't it mandatory? Isn't there penalties? And they go, that lasted 4 days before there was such an outcry at the local offices that they kind of backed off the penalties. So again, if you don't have 100% compliance, that's when you still need to do a follow-up survey of some sort, which would probably still be a telephone survey on our end. So I'm just going to jump into looking at some of the historical trends. Again, I have these data. You're probably not going to be able to see a lot of detail on these figures because I've got a lot of them on some of the slides, but this first slide is showing the Montana statewide deer hunters and deer harvest from 1960 to present. So that top line with the open circles, that's the number of deer hunters. Again, hunters, we're not differentiating between mule deer and whitetail. The black line is showing total deer harvest in that same time period. And you can see for the most part, harvest and hunters tracks fairly closely. But when you break it down by mule deer and whitetail harvest, so the purple line is mule deer harvest, the orange line is whitetail harvest. You can see that whitetail harvest has been increasing over time from the 60s within Montana. And mule deer harvest has been declining, whether or not that's because of hunter preference, hunter opportunity for those, or the populations of whitetail versus mule deer. Those are the kind of questions. Yeah, I can address what's been harvested, and some of the biologists and I think Brent will be talking to some of this when he talks about adaptive management. So again, that first figure is this one here. That's the statewide, and then I have a panel for each of the regions to show the same thing. You can see here, this is region 1. Those are the deer hunters, estimated deer hunters in region 1. These are all at different scales, and again, if you want to see those numbers, I'll get you the figures afterward. Deer hunter trends and deer harvest trends tend to track fairly similarly. But in region 1, most of those trends are driven by whitetail harvest. The purple line is mule deer harvest in region 1. So it's a very small proportion of the overall deer harvest in that region. Region 2, same thing, total deer hunters tracks deer harvest fairly closely, but there's been a sharper increase in the whitetail harvest in that region than mule deer. And again, mule deer has been showing a decline. Same thing with 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But you'll see, the main difference in 7 versus region one, whereas most of that cyclic harvest in region one was driven by whitetails. Now the majority of harvest within region seven is mule deer hunters, and that's what's driving that overall harvest trend and their numbers.
Is that total antlerless and antlered, or is this?
Yes, this is total, and then the next slide, I'll break it down by just looking at mule deer by antlered antlerless.
I have a question on, from a statistics standpoint, what do you guys do to tease out, you know, instances of low success rate? Because I mean, if you look at region one, you know, you got to sample a lot of people to be able to come up with this, you know, a successful, you know, say like elk, you know, it takes, if you just divide out the number of hunter days that it takes to kill an elk in region one, you're like 155 days of hunting for every elk that's killed in region one. And, you know, so overall success rates and whatnot, I mean, you're talking fractions of like 1% for, you know, elk success or something. And so, you know, it's the same goes for mule deer. The majority of our deer harvest is whitetail, but then mule deer. So like, are you guys having to, I don't know, it just seems like some of the math that gets squirrely when you're dealing with such low numbers. I mean, for example, Bob Marshall, elk management unit, whatever, you know, South Fork River Corridor, where they do elk surveys, 140, 150. They surveyed that. They come up with like a bull to cow ratio of 13.7, a total population of 273. So you're dealing with like 37 bulls on their survey, yet the hunter harvest survey, if you go online and you look at like how many elk were killed in that district, we're saying that there's 86 bulls that were killed out of a total population. Now that's a count, so that I know I'm mixing, but it's just like, I'm just kind of curious on some of the math, you know, how, when you get down into those such statistically small numbers, are you kind of like looking back at historical trends to kind of interpolate, or what occurs there? Because it doesn't seem to compute to me.
Yeah, so again, you know, I'm just providing the harvest estimates. That's kind of the mathematical balance that the biologists have to consider. Again, the harvest is just one piece of that information. They're also looking at, like you said, the trend counts, the bull to, or, you know, buck to doe ratio, bull to cow ratios. So that's all going in together in their calculus for season setting. Again, as you mentioned, that the counts are an undercount. They're not corrected for observability. I think Justin,
yeah, I think, let me try and, I think I understand your question. So you said you hit on two things that are important to note here. One is that the smaller the estimate, especially estimates related to the general license, like deer, you can hunt anywhere, region one included, but we can't just sample people that are going down in region one because we don't know by the license. So we're sampling whatever, 140,000 people that have a deer egg that could go anywhere. And so when we're talking to 80,000 of those, the respondents, and then making an estimate like in one hunting district in region one that 20 were harvested, that's a very unreliable estimate. That's the way it is. Like the smaller, and what we shoot for with the general license is to be able to accurately estimate, sample enough people to accurately estimate something that happens 50 times or more.
Mm-hmm.
So less than that, the estimates are unreliable. You know, they're going to bounce around just based on sampling error. So that is, you were right about that. And we don't correct that. And so in region one, with deer, mule deer and elk, you do run into situations where those estimates are not that reliable. But the other thing you hit on was the difference between these estimates and aerial surveys, which some other folks will hit on. The aerial surveys are not population estimates. They're counts.
Yep.
And especially in region one where, you know, flying there is, they can count the open areas where they know elk will be, but they're not going to count all the elk.
These are estimates of the absolute number though. The harvest estimates are estimating the absolute total harvest of bucks or does or total number of deer. And the counts that people do are trend counts. So that's where we're looking through.
Yeah.
Okay. So those numbers might not match up. It might be.
Yeah, I know, it's total.
50 bulls got counted and 80 some got harvested. So that bull ratio might still be accurate. And obviously you can't harvest 80 bulls from a population of 50. So we know that there was.
Justin, we're still though doing the sample size based upon wanting to minimize sampling, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So irregardless of what the success rate was, we're still backwards thinking to make sure that we sample enough. So
Yeah.
irregardless of what success rates were, we just want to sample appropriately to be confident in that measure of success. So I don't think that we would have any differences in sampling method depending upon how successful hunters are, right?
I agree with that, except for when there's limited entry licenses. In those
Okay.
cases, we are
Yeah,
sampling.
we're sampling at a higher
And
rate.
that's the clarification I was looking for, because we have the limited entry stuff. That's where our estimates aren't as robust as we prefer.
Well, the limited entry estimates for any license that requires a drawing, we have very accurate estimates of what happens with that license.
Because we do a census.
Well,
You're
usually,
sampling.
yeah, because in order to have a plus or minus 20%, you've got to sample a large fraction of 100 people
Yes.
to get that.
Yeah.
To get that, when you're selling 140,000, you don't need as many people.
Okay,
It's
I
kind of a,
just kind of wanted the question, to hear that as well.
so sorry to get so mathy on you, but you made a couple of important points that I think will come up throughout the rest of today. So,
Thank you.
So in region 1 and 2, I mean, I don't, region 1, we only have 2 limited permit mule deer districts. Region 2 doesn't, they've got a couple as well. So we are sampling 100% of those license holders in those districts in region.
not always 100%, but usually a very high.
Higher
sampling
percentage. And, but we still have to deal with, the fact that not everybody that we call answers the phone.
Exactly. Yeah. I was just curious about that.
I mean, just from basic observation, as anybody's lived through hard winters, your numbers track. I mean, your graphs track, but bad winters, participation changing based on deer availability and harvest.
So now, this next series of slides is gonna be looking at mule deer only, not total deer. So this is mule deer harvest, statewide. The purple line is total harvest. The blue line is antlered harvest, and the red line is antlerless harvest. So typically, with mule deer, because of, more limited opportunities for antlerless harvest, the red line is gonna show more fluctuation as more licenses or permits are available for antlerless opportunity. So again, the first one is statewide. The second one here is region 1. And you can see the vast majority of the mule deer harvest in region 1 is driven by antlered harvest, because that's where the opportunities have been allowed in region 1. There have been some periods when there were antlerless opportunity that we had, but for the last 20 years or so, there's been very limited antlerless opportunity in region 1. Same thing with region 2. Most of the trend is being driven by the trend in mule deer harvest has been driven by antlered harvest. As you start moving east, there's more opportunity for mule deer, antlerless mule deer. And a higher and higher percentage of the harvest is, of the total mule deer harvest is comprised of antlerless harvest. And you can see in here where, for example, in region 6, these were a series of years where there were a lot of B tags issued. And then the last 2 series of slides, I'm just going to focus on the last 20 years. These are data that are available online. And this is looking at deer effort in Montana, broken down by resident and non-resident. And I wrote some numbers down here. So statewide, approximately 18% of the deer hunters are non-residents over that whole time series. When you start looking at it by region, there's some differences. So region 1, 2, about 8% of the deer hunters in region 1 and 2 are non-resident deer hunters. Region 3, about 17% of the hunters are non-residents. 4, 5, and 6, which I'll show, 4, 5, 6, and 7 on the next one. 16% non-residents, 12% non-residents in 5. 26% of the deer hunters in region 6 are non-resident, and 37% of the hunters hunting in region 7 are non-residents. I don't have the days, but days and hunters track pretty closely, except that non-residents hunt a few more days per hunter than residents do. So that difference becomes even less.
What did you say the number was in 6 again?
26% of hunters. And so the next set of slides, I'll show mule deer harvest. So this is deer hunters altogether. So that's whitetail and mule deer hunters combined.
Kevin, will these be available to us to examine closer? We have them in paper form.
Yeah, I will. I sent the PDF, so this is, you can forward that to them and I can provide tables as well if you want to see the actual numbers.
Very good data. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd love to have this.
Yeah.
And then finally, just looking at mule deer harvest in Montana. So statewide, about 27% of the mule deer harvest in Montana is by non-residents. Region 1 and 2, 11% non-resident harvest on average over the last 20 years. Region 1, region 2, about 11%, region 3, about 18%. 4, 18% non-resident. 14% in region 5. 33% of the harvest in region 6 is non-resident. And 45% of the harvest in region 7 is by non-residents. And in the last 10 years or so, some of the harvest in region 7 by non-residents has exceeded resident harvest. So those are the trends that I've got for you for today. I will give you the hard copies of these, or I will get hard copies of these to you, as well as the tables that give you the actual numbers, and I can get the hunter days as well.
Is this is total mule deer or is this buck harvest?
This is total mule deer. So some of those discrepancies are different even when you get to buck harvest versus doe harvest. And we have, if you want those, I will get those as well.
Yeah, I'd love that.
What are your hunter day trends show? I mean, over a 10-year, what is the effort? What are the trend lines in effort? Are you going flat or an increase? Because it sure seems to me like it's taking more days in the field to be successful.
So the days per hunter, that one is there's a little bit of noise on there again, because the harvest for mule deer is for mule deer, and the days or the hunter numbers is for deer hunters. So there's the noise associated with some of those hunters being whitetail hunters.
And that would probably be the number one thing that I guess as far as maybe questioning some of the data and whatnot, because I don't feel like when I get a phone survey in February or March, I feel like I'm as into it as anybody, but by that time, I don't remember whether it's been 18, 20, 25 days of hunting, and then like splitting out. I know my level of effort has been increasing slightly, considerably over the years, but I don't feel like we're getting all of the story on the hunter surveys or the phone surveys as far as hunter effort. That's the one number that I think is is getting harder to figure out, because like how many days in what districts did you? I've never been able to give you guys an accurate summary of what my hunting effort was. You know, if I was required to be, had to report within 2 weeks of the season ending, or right after I was successful, I think I would give you guys a lot better data as far as what my level of effort is. But by March, I don't remember that.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the justifications we have for the proposal to do the self-reporting and some of the push for the E-tag validation to get that information on. You would have that available on Harvest.
Yes.
Justin, do you know what the timeline for the E-tag validation was for deer?
It doesn't seem like it's gonna be this fiscal.
Yeah, it wouldn't be this year.
It's been on the list, but as you might imagine, developing the app for licensing, there's all kinds of things that need to be worked on, and this was not the highest priority. So it's in the queue.
I totally agree with that, because that's one of the things that we're using to promote the self-reporting option. You know, if you do this by 2 weeks after the hunting season's over, otherwise you would no longer have the available to self-report, because now you're on the sample list for a follow-up survey.
Question on the special management districts and hunter effort. Like, you know, one thing, I know like the unlimited permits, those didn't really work as intended, right? Because when people got those tags, they put out more effort. I'm kind of curious, like if you're looking at effort with special tags and how much harder people hunt when they think they have something special versus when they have something that they don't see as special. And you're just curious, like how the harvest rate might change and how much effort people put into those when they have something that they perceive as more valuable.
So for something like a special permit, we can't get at the hunter success, because we don't know what portion of those people that actually held that permit hunted with them, because we're only asking deer hunter effort. But we can look at management success, and that was the definition of number of issued license divided by harvest. So we do know how many issued licenses there were for each of those. We do know how many hunter or harvests occurred. So we can derive those estimates. They're not estimated directly in the survey, but we can calculate those. And yes, we could see if there's a change in the number of days or hunters. Well, I don't think we need
Harvest rate.
Yeah, the harvest rate, we couldn't get at the days per hunter.
Do you survey what day or week they harvested the animal?
So for elk, we do. That's something currently we don't, but if that's something that comes out of this work group that you want more detail on timing of harvest, that's something that we can change, because we already have that framework for elk. So for elk, we're asking folks, did you hunt it in the if it was in the preseason, was it the September, October, month of the year beforehand, week of the general season, and then month after the general. So we have that capability to ask that. But right now for deer, we're only asking if it was in before the general season, during the general, or after.
I've actually got 4 questions. 2 of them are biological, and I'm not sure if that's what you want to answer or not, but one question is on the number of deer, and I just want to make sure I understand it. The deer license holders was 253,000, and you said 18% were non-residents. Is that correct?
Statewide, yes.
Yeah, and does that include antlerless license?
Yes.
That included everything. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
But Kevin, on that, with the way you asked that, Rob, I just want to clarify. I think that's the number of deer licenses issued, not the number of people that got a deer license. Because people can have many more than one.
Okay, that's the number of deer licenses.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, 253,000 deer licenses, and that includes general, which includes whitetail and like.
Yeah.
140,000 sampled. There were 144,000 hunters estimated out of that.
Right, that doesn't mean boots on the ground, that just means licenses sold.
Yeah, but the 144 is boots on the ground.
Okay, that again, what?
The 144,000 that's the estimated boots on the ground.
Okay. Another question I have, and there's 17,000 non-resident tags sold that are combo tags. I know there's some orphan tags that are resold off of that. Where people non-residents just want to buy the elk license. Out of that remaining number, have you guys ever teased the number of people that actually deer hunt with that, or?
No, we've never looked at that level for surplus versus regular. It's just, they will go into the whatever permit type that was left, was it a general or a?
Yeah, and I was asking if there was 15,000 combo licenses sold, then how many of those people actually used the deer portion of it or hunted deer? They might have just bought it.
Yeah, I don't have that.
I don't know. Is it the way that works on the back end in the licensing system is they're issued the deer license and the elk license. So if they're drawn for the sample, they would have reported what they did with deer, but we don't track. Did that person only do elk or deer? We have no number.
I'm just curious. And I've got a couple of biological questions, maybe you'd be the one here to answer, but just what, on your surveys, when you ask number of points on a deer, did that include extra points or brow tines? Did you delineate from that, or was?
So for mule deer, we ask how many points per side excluding the brow tine. Excluding the brow tine.
Perfect.
For whitetails, we ask how many points per side, including the brow tine.
Perfect, thank you. And then age, how are hunters determine age?
The only age breakdown we have for deer is fawn or fawn buck or doe. So that's the only age we have is a fawn versus.
There have been times in the past where various regions or various check stations would collect teeth and do some aging, send them in, get the sort of annuli aged, and then they could compare it to the harvest estimates. But as far as this goes, we have no idea.
Right, I was just curious because you said that was one of the things you're gonna collect was age data, and I was curious how we're gonna do that.
Yeah, in that case, in that slide, the age was just fawn buck or doe.
Okay.
You do that in the special units, so. Some of the special units you do break down by age. I've seen some graphs.
Yeah, and I think that is more from the check station, the checked animals that come through.
And also, well, actually, we have two new people here. They should, we'll call them out now. They can introduce themselves. But Emily, I believe we collect teeth at the CWD check stations too, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So now we get.
So we're getting more of a sample for aging animals. So, yeah. Okay, Emily, Bevan, say hi.
Hi, I'm Emily Ellenberg. I'm the disease ecologist for Fish, Wildlife and Parks based in Bozeman.
And I'm Bevan McCormick. I'm the wildlife health biologist, also based out of Bozeman.
With the E-tag, is there any way you can touch on what is collected when somebody puts the harvest animal? Because it seems like there's a lot of people that are afraid to jump on that E-tag, even though it's probably the only way we can really get good data, just because they're afraid that you guys are gonna steal their spots.
Well, there is state law that prevents us from collecting location data from cell phone. So that's been one of the challenges to getting this E-tag validation. So the way it would have to work is that it would only collect the hunting district information, as I understand it. It would not populate the coordinates associated with a harvest.
Yeah, good. I mean, I think that's something maybe you guys should also put it to the public, because it seems like so many people are afraid that you're taking everything from them when they hit, and it's, even though there's a law against it. I guess my other one was, with this sampling, was this only the hunter calls, or did this include check station stuff?
This is only hunter calls. So this is just the telephone, the general annual harvest survey. I don't get the check station data, and that is either regionally or area biologist specific. And I know, Brent, you do the Augusta check station, and that's been going on forever. So.
Yeah, so the way we use that check station data, it's in combination with the harvest data. So where we have those check stations, we have that added opportunity to get that extra level of detailed harvest that covers X amount of area or hunting districts. So we don't have those everywhere, but it's just another piece of information that feeds into the management level of things on the ground.
You know, I had the same question as you had about the E-tags, so I used it the first year. And I went into the girls in the office in Glasgow and I said, what can you see? So she looked it all up and all that was on there was the time and date. That's the only information she could see from my E-tag after I validated it. So that's good. I mean, I was worried about it too.
Are you prohibited from even asking permission to identify the location? Cause I'm not that worried about it. If there's whatever 14,000 dots on a map, it's not gonna really give away my honey hole, I guess. So, but could you ask for it and get people the permission? Or you can't even ask?
Voluntary.
Yeah, voluntarily.
Because of the statute, I'm not sure if we're even allowed to.
We cannot get your specific location data.
Even if I tell you.
But there is like the location, when you set your app up, you tell your phone whether it can get your location or not. And if you have that turned on, then theoretically, we could use that to get what hunting district you're in, but we cannot get your specific location.
But you do that with CWD sample. When we did the samples, they said, well, we're on this map. Did you get this?
Yeah, so in that case.
And that's why I'm actually like to be able to share it is for that purpose.
Yeah, so we're, in those cases, we're asking the hunter to give us locations. We do the same thing for moose sightings and wolf sightings. But we're not retrieving that directly from a cell phone, and that's where the statute applies with the cell phone.
Perfect.
All right, well, I will get everybody the data that are associated with all these slides, and you'll have these slides and some more back to my office tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Great. So we have Alex.
Hi, everybody. So I am one of the other biometricians. So as Kevin jokes, he counts dead things, I count live things. And so today I'm just going to give you a brief overview of how we get the mule deer population estimates for the state, our reasoning behind it, where they come from, and then we can look at the trends that we calculated. So Montana's been monitoring mule deer for decades now, but as you probably know, they're really hard to count. They don't just stay in one place. They like to hide from us. And so we don't have what we would call an absolute abundance or a true count of mule deer in Montana, because we can't go out and count every single mule deer in the state. It's a big state. And so in the current population estimate methods were agreed upon in 2015, we got together. And there have been some minor changes since then to accommodate things like hunting district boundary changes and things like that. But overall, we've been pretty consistent since 2015 with how these estimates have been done. So since we don't have an absolute abundance or true count of how many mule deer are out there, kind of the next go-to, if you can't get everybody, you go to a population indice. So a population indice fluctuates with the population trend. So if the population increases, your population indice should also increase. And if your population goes down, your population indice should go down. And so, but since we don't have that absolute abundance, we can't compare our population indices to an absolute abundance to make sure that they're doing okay. So one thing that we did do was we actually tested two potential population indices by comparing them to each other, because if they're both following the population, then they should be following the same patterns. So what we looked at for population indices was the number of bucks harvested on a general license. So if there's more deer out there, there should be more deer harvested on a general license, or bucks harvested, and also the number of deer counted on a survey area. So if you go out and you try to count all the deer, if there's more deer, you should be able to count more, even if you're not getting all of them. And so, like I said, we can't compare this to how many mule deer are actually out there because we don't know. So we compared them to each other. So this was actually published in the Mule Deer Initiative report, And on your left is the number of deer counted, and on your right is the number of deer is harvested. So you can see they go up together and they go down together. So they're trending together. So that's good for the indices standpoint. So it looks like they're valid for indices, which supports what we've been doing. So yay. But just a little bit more honing in on those. So each hunting district decided on what method they wanted to use to estimate the mule deer at that 2015 meeting. So they could either look at a buck harvest multiplier, which was using that buck harvest number, or a density estimate from the aerial surveys. So when we go out and try to count them, the density estimate from that. So obviously each hunting district is different, and so it might be easier to count deer in those eastern regions where you have the vast open spaces versus in western Montana where you have a lot of trees. So western tends towards multipliers and eastern tends towards the aerial survey numbers. So for buck harvest multipliers, there's two types. So there's what we call a static multiplier. So it's multiplied by the same number every year. Or there's a non-static multiplier, which we actually use those aerial surveys to calculate a multiplier every year, and that's what's applied. So the aerial surveys, the state does quite a few actually. So we look at post-season or post-hunting aerial surveys, we give us a buck to doe ratio. And we also do spring surveys, which give us a fawn to adult ratio, which allows us to get an estimate of recruitment for that area. So on average, how many young are you having per adult in that area? So like I said, each hunting district did get to choose which method they use, and they've been fairly consistent over time, and they picked which one worked best for their region because it's not really a one size fits all for population indices. So using these methods, this is the statewide trend for mule deer for the past 10 years. Maybe you agree with this, maybe you don't agree with this, but using this method, these are the estimates we've been looking at. So we can break this down by region. So these are the different regions. Region 7 has so many compared to everybody else. We're going to look at them separately because you can't really see some of the variation in those smaller populations with region 7 on the same graph. So region 1, we've got some spikes, some dips. Region 2, we got a nice little poke at that in there. Region 3, region 4, region 5, region 6, and region 7. So like I said, maybe you agree with these, maybe you don't. We do this every year and we publish these on the website, so these are available on the website for going back quite some time. And we do provide you all 10 years so you can see how it compares to the last chunk of time. But this isn't everything that the managers use when they're making decisions on the ground. This is just kind of how everything's tidied up and put on the website. So another way to look at this is because we have all the survey data that kind of contribute to these overall estimates is they looked at these population management units. So mule deer don't listen to our geographic boundaries. When we say this is region 1, stay in region 1, please don't switch. They don't care. So these population management units were decided on habitat. And so deer within each of these areas tend to have similar patterns of reproductive output and things like that. And also, since it's by habitat, if you like one kind of habitat, you're probably not gonna just book it across the state to do something, live in something completely different. Like they have their areas they like to hang out in. So this is also kind of varying that movement among them as well. And so Lindsay Parson put these, so this is actually total counts for the spring survey based off of population management unit. So instead of region, this is a total count. This isn't converted using that estimate method that we talked about. This is just number of deer counted in these population management units for each of these years over time. And you can see it trends with our estimates. So That looks good for our little like rule of thumb check. And then fawn to adult ratio in the spring by population management unit. So this is kind of how reproductive output, how many offspring are they having every year. And you can see that it's fairly consistent for most of them, some variation. And then we can also do fawn to doe for that post-season survey, so in the fall. How many fawns are there to how many does? Again, some fluctuation, but overall pretty consistent.
A question on that, what on the fawn to doe, like what do you guys consider like a stable ratio? I mean, it might vary by area, but I mean, is it 50 that keeps the population?
You will get into that in a second. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but it's must labs, so. And then this is buck to doe. Northwest is rough with the surveys, so that's why you got kind of those staggered for that. But these are maps that Lindsay Parson actually put together before she switched positions. So we've got this minty green color is if we're below the goals for that area. This darker green is if we're hitting the goals for that area with some variation, and blue is if we're above for population wise. So for this Northwest population management unit, they're looking at long-term average count of deer and long-term average buck harvest. And you can see the breakdown by hunting district for that. So for Northwest, they decided average count and buck harvest was the way to go.
So just point of clarification, so you base your long-term average on 10-year timeframes, right? So if you're more than 25% below the long-term average, that average will progressively drop right over time.
Yeah, so if you do have a steady decline, it is a snapshot. I don't think it's I didn't make these, Lindsay made these before she left, so I can't remember if she did the 10-year time here or another one. I'd have to double check. But yes, if you do have a steadily declining population, that average would shift down as well.
So long-term averages really vary. How we use that in management is it's what individual biologists or region think is most representative of what's going on with that short-term or long-term. Bare minimum, we want to have 10-year average. That's the minimum. If we think there is a declining population, then maybe a 10-year average is most representative. If we think it's a more stable population long-term, we might have anywhere from a 15 to 20 to 30 plus year average. So it really varies depending on.
In region 6, a lot of the trend areas are flying in December, our core wintering habitats, and our mule deer there migrate to these core habitats. And the extrapolation of it, the estimate of 60,000 mule deer in 6 is nowhere close to the actual number of deer. The actual number is far, far less. In region 6.
Yeah, region 6 is very aware of their migratory deer and they struggle with that.
Yeah, well, just the way here 2 or 3 years ago, the recommendation out of the 6 office was to take 652 from 150 or 70 mule deer buck permits in the trophy area or permit. I won't call it trophy area, it's a permit area. And I know how the biologist came up with it. He flew it, the core area. It had X number of mule deer does, Y number of mule deer bucks, and extrapolated over the whole area. There wasn't 400 total deer in the area, let alone enough to warrant 400 buck tags for the area.
They do use the density extrapolation, but they don't use just one trend area for each hunting district at this point. They do use multiple.
Right. And the trend areas in 6 are all core winter. So when they're flying it in the winter, they're getting a disproportionate number of deer, X number of square miles. So, and then once it's multiplied out over the whole area, there might be 150 miles that has 4 deer in it, and 25-mile area, trend area, that has 500 or 600 deer. So the whole method is flawed. I realize it's the best that you got, but you gotta work with what you have.
We do. And if I can pull up specific hunting districts, but in the future, if people want to look at specific areas. I can't remember every hunting district off the top of my head because I do them all. But they do use the trend area and they do use the density and.
But I think if I understand it right, your comments is more about the selection of the trend areas, not the data. It's just that the trend areas are like the cream of the crop.
I don't doubt the data.
Yeah.
I mean, I would never question their honesty in that and the authenticity of what they're seeing. It's just the way that it's done is flawed.
Right, because they're not, it's not a random sample, so they're not flying areas that don't have a lot of data. They're flying the places that have.
Right, when you fly the Bitter Creek area, you can point to it up here on the map.
Yeah.
Pre-season, there might be, like this year, maybe 40 or 50 here in the end. In December, there might be, if it's a bad winter, there might be.
Because they come from Alberta,
They come from,
Saskatchewan.
yeah, they're coming from all over.
Alex, maybe you can help me on, in terms of the plotting in the previous graphs by region, that when it discontinues in a year, can you explain that?
That's because I didn't have time to quality control check this data that much, and so there are the division by zero, there was a wonky number that I can pull out which hunting district was making it go a little weird. So someone had a weird survey that year, someone missed it that year, and I didn't have time to figure out who was my problem child. There's always a problem child.
I have a question possibly you could answer here for me. I've got a paper that you guys put out in 21. I can't remember the title of it. I think it was done in northwest part of the state as well as the prairie breaks in 6 and 7. When it got done, it said that there was modeling issues for accuracy that you knew that you had. And I was wondering if you were addressing that and how.
I'm guessing I'm gonna talk about that a little bit, and I think it's important some of what we're talking about is like the disconnect that Justin brought up between the trend areas and then the whole populations. And so she's talking a little bit about how we try to estimate those entire populations, but I don't think when Brent describes how the current management plan works, I shouldn't speak for him, but those total population estimates I think factor relatively little into how we make decisions compared to the trend area counts and the hunter harvest estimates. So as of now, at least when we're trying to estimate a total population, I think that's more for the website and than it is for how we make decisions. So that's something to just hang on to a little bit too until Brent talks. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, Brent and Nick will talk a little bit more about current research and more of the management side, but yeah, the
Can we put a
population.
bow on Rob's question though? Because I think you are gonna talk.
I know what you're talking about. So
I can wait. I'm just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about it specifically this afternoon when Nick gets.
I'll pull the study. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I do not know that study, so I'm gonna have to defer to Nick and his future presentation for that. But yeah, they're correct. The biologists rarely use the population estimates when they're season setting. They have their preferences for like fawn to doe ratios or maybe fawn to adult ratios. Whatever they have found works for the region that they use. And the population estimates are one component that they might look at or they might not. Yes.
Alex, in the management plan, there's mention of like sort of emerging technologies and, doing sort of surveys. I'm kind of curious, like especially in places like regions 1 and 2, we've got a lot of tree cover and reliable sort of overflights might be really hard. Can you talk a little bit about what the department's looking at or what it has been doing to try and find other ways to look at things like buck to doe ratios and fawn to doe ratios and things like that?
As for survey techniques, I'm not involved in planning the surveys, so I can't really speak to that much. Especially for the Northwest, I feel like they don't really rely on the surveys that much. Most of what we've been talking about from my end is updating our modeling methods. So we're incorporating things in addition to the population indices instead of trying to improve the surveys. I don't know if anybody else knows about.
So we do have an enormous investment in a project right now in that part of the state, like all of Region 1 and then going into Region 2, where there's the inland maritime rainforest, very thick forest, where we're investigating with Idaho Fish and Game, can we use remote camera arrays to estimate density and buck-to-doe ratios and recruitment ratios. So that just started for us this last year. But so we've got, the study area will rotate, and we might do up to 2 areas a year with like 500 camera arrays spread across the hunting district to estimate that. And eventually the idea is that that will be the survey and inventory method in Region 1 that we'll get. It won't be everywhere every year, but we can rotate around. Cool. And so there's, you might imagine that many cameras and that many images takes a small army of people to make that happen.
So not aerial survey technology, but. So I do have these for every population management unit. So for the foothills, we've got long-term average count and fawns to adults, sorry. So their below goal fawns for this area is less than 20 fawns per adults. And we're hitting the target is 20 to 45 fawns per adult.
We'll talk about that later, right?
What do you
The fawn doe ratios in your talk.
As in terms of the triggers for management, probably
Yes.
Brent, but yeah.
Perfect, thanks.
And then for this area, we're looking at long-term average count and it's 30 fawn. Less than 30 fawns is below goal and 30 to 45 is right at that goal. Yes.
Survey date on for your deer, is that done in spring green up?
So if it's per adult, yeah, it's April.
April, good. I think I've got confused by date. A lot of other states do that in December.
We have December ones too. So those are post-season, so post-hunting season, and then we have spring, which is our kind of our green up.
Yeah, in general, the December flights are used for the buck-to-doe ratio or the antlers drop. And so the recruitment, a lot of biologists do measure fawn to doe in December also. That's like a 6-month check-in. But then when they fly it in April, green up, I should say, April, sometimes into May, it's fawns per 100 adults.
I was confused by I was getting some stuff out of Wyoming and their fawn to doe ratios were just like off the charts high compared to Montana, and I was like,
yeah,
they were surveying in December, it was a December number versus April, I think. So.
Timing matters. And then, so for the Southern Mountains, it's long-term average count, and then less than 30 fawns is below goal and 30 to 45 is within goal. So greater than 45 is above. And then for our last population management unit, we've got long-term average count and then 30, and their middle target is actually 30 to 60 fawns.
Will there be an opportunity later to talk about why, like Eastern Montana, for example, have such high recruitment rates than like Region 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think either of us can touch on that.
That'd be good to talk about.
They'll get a little bit into the differences between the areas in more detail. This is just really broad. And so in summary, we don't have an absolute abundance. We can't go out there and count every mule deer. But we do have our population estimates, which we got from the population indices, which we pick which one to use based on the conditions of that hunting district. And we are working towards developing some more robust methods to look at mule deer, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Because we realize that this is a pretty simple way to do that. And we're trying to find something that gives us a little bit more information. With that, I can take some questions. I don't know if we're.
So these population indices and the multipliers, you said they're determined on a district basis. Is that
Yes.
like, is that the wildlife manager making that call, the field biologist? Who's Who's making that call?
It was a group of people that made that call. And so, the biometrician back in 2015 sat down with all the managers, the vet managers and bios. And he talked to every hunting district and they decided on something. There have been some changes since then. But people on site with the biometrician who made the call.
But when, you know, the yearly surveys come in and we are hitting these indices, who's making the decision to alter the plan?
The like long-term plan for mule deer in the area or like the harvest regulation?
Yeah, the harvest regulation.
Those are set locally.
Well,
Not involved.
Yeah, the
in that.
process is our biologists make a recommendation to the commission and the commission decides.
So, yeah, it'd be the biologist who would be
Yeah.
seeing the numbers and making.
The bios are very involved in this. And they're great too.
All right. So Brent, how do you feel about jumping in before lunch?
Yeah, mine's about a 3-hour talk. What, so there's been some duplications, now mine. There's a little bit of overlap, so it could be a little bit quicker. But it might not cut off at 11:45 like the schedule says. Sorry.
That's.
So I'm an area, I'm just grabbing my. So I'm an area wildlife biologist for Fish, Wildlife and Parks. There's like 30-ish of me across the state. So when it comes, like Alex was saying, Kevin said on his stuff, even Mike on his stuff, when it comes to the management level, on a statewide level, locally, regionally, statewide, there's a lot. This is where the biologists take all this information we get, research that Nick's going to talk about, some of the CWC stuff that's really popping up. We take all that information and do our best to try and interpret that and come up with ultimately hunting season types. And there's a lot of process that feeds into that. So I'm not necessarily, I'll claim right now, there's like 30-ish of me. I wasn't chosen on the biologist level to give this because I'm like the mule deer expert in Montana on a management level. I was the dumb one when we came up with a new management plan that volunteered to help kind of finish it. Now I'm here. So, and I'm totally fine doing this. This is great. It's a great opportunity. I really appreciate folks in this room being able to be here and have a passion of what we're talking about. A lot of the things that we're talking about tie into management. And when I talk about mule deer and adaptive harvest management, I'm going to refer to that as AHM probably a lot. So that's what that is. And basically what I'm talking about today is how we have or continue to manage mule deer on a management level, hunting wise, across the state. This is something you might end up, as this group, what you're charged with, you might end up taking this statement and trying to figure out that statement is spot on. If you had to pick one sentence That's correct, incorrect, kind of correct. I don't know, it depends on what direction you end up going with things. This, when the original AHM document was developed in 2001, this was the broad statement of what our target was for mule deer in Montana. And the most recent one that was completed about just over 2 years ago, we kept this. And so when it comes to what I'm going to talk about today, related to the management plan stuff, a little bit of background on my perspective, as well as others, the history and background of mule deer management in the state. Some general concepts related to how we manage deer, briefly. This is going to be like a crash course in mule deer minutes. How much can you fit in a half hour, 40 minutes? A little bit about buck management, how we look at buck management across the state, and then CWD. And I don't want to steal too much of your guys' thunder, but maybe if it's after lunch, people won't remember all the details. So I'll try and not get too detailed with it. So to talk a little bit about the history, and this is only the history over the last 20 years. So more of a current time frame of mule deer management. In 1998, our commission at the time adopted a deer management policy. So this is kind of what you guys are being charged with collectively as a group to figure out, you know, management as a whole on a statewide level, how things are looking. Two big things there was population objectives and hunting regulation strategies. Kind of an overarching document. It wasn't real thick document. It was just a few pages from what I recall. This came after the winter. If you guys remember 95, 96 or 6, 7, we had a really bad winter. And of course, at that time, after that winter, there was really big concern. We have large scale deer reductions because of the winter conditions. So our commission was hearing that, so that they adopted this. 3 years later, we came up with the original management plan for mule deer in Montana, AHL. And that used guidance from this, but it provided a lot more guts to what it is. Did you guys get the current version of mule deer management AHL? Yeah, we get a hard copy here. So 2001, it gave us the more details. And then 2021, just recently, we updated that document. Went through the full commission process and everything, public comment, everything. So we basically used the 2001 document as a template, and we revised it. The discussion at the time was, do we just completely start over with this document? Start from scratch, it's not working, we need to start over and come up with something different, or do we use this as a template and make some modifications? And that's what we chose to do. The big thing is this last bullet down here at the bottom where it talks about adaptive management. And I think adaptive management was actually a process that was developed initially with waterfowl management, I believe, years ago. And it was extrapolated over into, for us anyway, for mule deer management. And you could say a lot of this, I mean, this is a mule deer specific, but you could say a lot of it for elk, for whitetail, antelope, sheep, whatever it is, related to adaptive management. Basically learn as you go. This is an excerpt from the Montana Outdoors article. So you've seen some slides similar to this already. But starting around the 80s, we started getting taking more of a proactive approach. I think you might even have this, Brian, in your talk, but a more proactive approach rather than reactive. So you see these huge fluctuations, trying to stabilize numbers in time to the best of our ability, rather than have these big sways in population levels. And this is Region 7 perspective. So we've been successful doing that. There's only so much we can really control. But that's what AHM is. It's more of a proactive approach to management. trying to get ahead of the game related to deer numbers and densities and harvest. To maintain numbers, you're still gonna get a winter that comes through and wipes out deer, antelope, in places at times, but you can't really control for that. So these are the 5, you don't need to get into a lot of the details here. This is just for reference. These are the 5 major overarching things that we tweaked in the 2021 document. So we learned from 2001 that some of these things need to change. So 2021, we modified those. And there's a lot of other little tweaks in there too, but these are kind of the big picture things of what we did in that document as far as updates to what you guys have now, the 2021 version. So when it comes to mule deer, and you could say the same thing for elk and others, when it comes to mule deer management in Montana, these 9 bullets are really kind of the big ticket items when it comes to all things and how we got to consider management of a species on the ground. Some things we have a lot more control of than other things for sure. The 2 that I'm going to focus more on today, which is more of the guts of AHM, is population surveys and harvest management. When I'm thinking population surveys, Alex was talking about, I'm more on the ground level, the trend stuff. The trend data, the flight surveys we do, the ground counts we do in places. And then harvest management, based on the harvest data we get, either through our harvest estimates or check station data, how can we use that in AHM to help feed how we're gonna make decisions on management. These 3 big things right here, population objectives, monitoring, and hunting regulation alternatives, are kind of the guts of that document. That's the core part of it. You have a population objective. This is what we like to see, either a fawn-doe ratio or buck-doe ratios, fawn-adult ratios, overall number of deer. And then from that, if you have that objective, you know, you have to have something to monitor, to measure that, and that's our monitoring efforts, whether it's aerial surveys or the stuff in region 1 and some 2 that they're looking at doing up there. And then ultimately, how does that feed into hunting? The different season types we have. So as you guys already saw, the population management units, seen this slide already. But these management units, as has been described to some degree already, is based on long-term research, as well as individual input from local biologists in the regions. Based on, as Alex mentioned, based on how deer perform in those areas over time. And every one of these areas has different levels of research that helps define where these boundaries might be. And ultimately, this for us, this is a way to consistently manage deer to some degree at a statewide level. We certainly understand there's variability all over the state. How you're going to hunt, survey and hunt deer in somewhere in region 2 here in Bitter versus over here in the broadest country or up on the very northeast part of the state is going to be considerably different. But it's a way to be consistent and a management plan perspective that makes sense. And one thing I didn't mention, this document, it's a significant guiding document. Whatever comes out of this group and then we're charged with updating at some point. It's a significant guiding document, but it's certainly not the be all end all how we're going to manage deer on a large scale level. Just like other plans we have, whether it's the elk plan we just completed, lion strategy we have a bighorn sheep conservation strategy. All those things help kind of steer us in the right direction for some level of consistency. And then how these areas are determined, I wanted to show this will show up later, I think today too. So I don't want to get into a lot of detail here, but basically, and this relates to the question about fawn-doe ratios I think you had. So if you look at a timbered breaks environment habitat versus a prairie badlands, this is just 3 examples. or a mountain foothill environment, the productivity of those environments are different. Habitat is first and foremost. Weather patterns are gonna be different. Land ownerships will be different. Predator prey, diversity, density is gonna be different. So that really feeds on how productive these deer are in these areas. This was a study done by Dick Mackey. He was a professor here at Montana State University. He and others put this document out a little over 20 years ago. I think one of the things that you might mention later is the ability or not to update these graphs. Is that information still valid today versus compared to what we were seeing years ago? And it's probably going to be similar, but there's certainly could be some changes.
I also wonder how much it can be influenced.
Yeah, that's part of it too, is what can you really do? When you're looking at one thing we can really control is hunting, restrictive, liberal, or somewhere in between. But some of those other factors, habitat influences, weather patterns, even predator numbers in places, there's only so much you can really do. But basically, you get out here, especially like in the eastern part of the state, the bigger this pie, the more variation you see in those fawn doe ratios because of the productivity of habitat. So here, maybe I'll pick one that's up here a little higher. You have, again, we don't need to, do you think you'll talk about this some? You have the fawn recruitment, you have the percent, your doe mortality, and your doe harvest. Fawn recruitment is what drives these populations. So you have anywhere from a 25 to 80, on a really good year, 80 fawns per 100 does, which is really productive. Whereas over here, you might be only in the mid-teens to maybe 50 fawns per 100 does. That's just based on the environment, the habitat, all the influences that affect those numbers. And that'll influence, and then your doe mortality on top of that, higher survivorship typically in more eastern Montana areas. And then your potential for doe harvest is a little bit higher depending on what the population's doing. Whereas if you get in the western part of the state, that can be different. So from that, we came up with these big population objectives based on, a lot of it's based on our survey data. So these three areas of the state where we have these population management units, we're trying to maintain our deer numbers within 25% of long-term average based on our trend data. There's a lot more that feeds into that too. As far as how we're going to manage, the harvest we look at the distribution of deer, the access, all those things we try and factor in the best decision we can for a season type that we may have in these areas. It doesn't mean that all these areas are going to be managed exactly the same. It just varies.
Is that long-term average, the 10-year average, or is it?
Good question. So it varies depending on the spot. Some places where we think that long-term average is long-term average, like 30, 40 years, if we think that's accurate, that's what we use to get that long-term perspective. Because deer numbers are naturally going to be cyclical. That's the nature. You don't see a deer population that's long-term stable. There's always going to be those changes. So some of those areas that might be a real long-term average, but bare minimum in our 2021 document, which is one of the changes we made, a bare minimum has to be at least 10-year. But it depends on what that population has been doing recently versus long-term. You get out into the other areas, those population objectives are a little bit different, wider, based on the research that's done there, based on what they see in performance of those numbers over time. So it really varies across the state. And that's just the population level. The monitoring is the survey work we're doing. So you've seen this slide in some fashion. This is only the prairie breaks management unit. It's basically half of the state, the eastern half of Montana, a good chunk of it. All these are the different hunting districts. Some of these district numbers might have been tweaked since 2021. This just came out of the current document. These are all those trend flights that you saw when Alex was talking. These are all trend surveys that are flown aerially. That are ideally representative of what's going on in that places. Obviously, that might not be same everywhere. It might not be as representative as it could be. But that's where you get into the adaptive management part of it. If you have an area where deer numbers have changed, distributions change, you have more migratory deer than you used to see, maybe the trend survey flight needs to be tweaked. It's tough because you want that long-term data that's representative of that area, but you have to also sometimes make those adjustments. As already heard, buck-doe fawn ratios postseason total count shows us what the potential is going into the winter. After the hunting season is done, before the winter really sets in Montana, what are we seeing for our buck-doe fawn ratios and the total number of deer observed? And spring is the opposite, where we're seeing how did things fare through the winter? Fawn adult ratios, because we do these counts ideally prior to January 15th. Because we want to catch those deer before they lose their antlers. So you're seeing those true bucks. Whereas in the spring, bucks have all lost their antlers. So now you're either counting an adult animal or a fawn. And you get a fawn adult ratio. And total counts. We usually get our total count typically in the spring. And like you were saying, as far as the spring versus December stuff, we're talking to our pilots a lot about trying to time that well with our green up and green up pits, because the deer really get concentrated on green up. Trying to get the best count we can.
So I guess it is a fawn adult ratio. I mean, like with elk, you can kind of tease out a little bit of color in their antler, you know, that spring survey. I mean, they still want them to have antlers. So there is an additional almost penalty because you're adding to your buck. Or I mean, your bucks are getting
certain species you have more leeway because you can tell gender differences, no matter if they have no matter what time of year it is necessarily. Ideally, you have both of these going into a winter. You'll see right there. These are all those trend flights. I'll get to you in just a second. All those trend flights between these areas. This is postseason surveys with an X and spring flights with an X. And you see there's a lot of duplication where we're getting postseason and spring surveys to give us that double capture of that outlook. But yeah, with mule deer, if you catch them in the spring, it's an adult out there. You just can't tell that level of detail.
Question of clarity, I guess, is when you fly that spring count and say you've got 25 fawns per 100, whatever your number is it assumed half of those fawns are buck fawns?
What is it? Do you remember on I know for elk, typically for calf cow ratios, it's a 60-40, 60% on average based on some of the data. It's typically assumed to be 60 cows, 60 calf cows to 40 bull cows. But I think on those fawn numbers, it's closer to 50-50. Honestly, the assumption is I think it's stronger 50-50, but I'd have to look that up. So that's a good question. I just don't have a solid answer for it.
The long-term average, that's based on your fall counts, right? The doe fawn. When you say your regions to, no more than 40 or 60, but no less than 40, that's fawn doe. That's not fawn adult.
As far as what our objectives would be?
Yeah.
It varies. And I might show you a slide here in a sec that'll clarify that. It gives us two different outlooks, spring or winter versus early spring. But it varies what's actually used for the long-term objective. Could be both. So some places, as was mentioned, let me sit on time.
Okay.
As was mentioned, we can't do those aerial surveys accurately. Region 1 and Summit 2 is probably the example. So if we don't have that information, we can't get that information, or we have migratory deer that if you hit it right, you might get a heck of a count on a certain year, and you hit it another year and it's gonna tell you the complete opposite. So it's not as reliable as far as some of those areas where you have migratory population. So we use buck harvest. And our buck harvest estimates, as Kevin went over, and that tells us to get a little bit about population trend, because the assumption is that recruitment that we're seeing is reflective of the buck opportunity that's on the landscape. So we got high recruitment on year one, and then year 2 or 3, we might see added buck harvest because there's more bucks available. Depends on the season type though that's available in those areas.
Are you looking at like buck age too, with the buck harvest to determine trends? So we get a bunch of yearlings.
Yeah, so we do, the only way we can truly do that in a somewhat accurate way is via the check station work. I think Kevin said on your stuff, it's buck funds and then anything else is a buck. I don't know if you have less than, if it's less than a 4-point or 4-point or better.
Yeah, so we, for mule deer, we have 4-point or better or less than 4 points. So it's still not very robust on the younger ages.
Kevin, is that per side or for both sides?
Per side.
Per side.
You're not like measuring how many forkies and spikes you're killing, just killing yearling deer you're coming off the landscape.
We're not asking that in the harvest survey.
Okay. That'd be good, I think.
Well, and here's the adaptive harvest management, and then I want to hit on your question real quick about that. Adaptive harvest management works perfect for ducks. When DU developed adaptive harvest management, they go around and they individually count all the eggs in the nest. And they know from 50 years of surveying duck nests that X number are going to be female ducks and Y number are going to be boy ducks. And they set their harvest accordingly. That's why you have, you shoot 3 mallard drakes this year and 1 hens and 2 of these other kind of ducks, whatever they may be. And adaptive harvest management works when it was brought into Montana because our hunting pressure wasn't near so great. Now we have no mechanism to control the buck harvest with adaptive harvest. It's unchecked. And where the happy point is in that, I don't know, because your question about forkhorns and spikes and 2.5 and 3.5-year-old deer to 4.5-year-old deer, the mortality rate is so ridiculously high. Because I've tried it for 20 years to manage for a mule deer buck population to 5.5 plus, and I've achieved it. I've achieved a 5.5 to 6.5-year-old average most years. Some years you can't get past 4.5. And I think in the real world where we're living right now, a 4.5-year-old mule deer buck age is the ticket to manage for. It's so impossible to get them past that it's a fluke. And just like we see right now, there is an odd deer that escapes on public land and become a 5.5 or 6-year-old deer. The odds of him getting that done with zero hunting pressure weren't much different than the pressure we've got today. So we got to figure out a happy medium place.
Brent, can you address the accuracy of the aerial surveys in your guys' point of view obviously I get for the different areas over in the west, probably not as much, but, and then also has there been, and it's a bit of a tangent, but in terms of drone usage, has that been utilized?
Yeah, as far as you mean the accuracy
of the count,
of the actual count within the trend area? If you time, there's just like anything, there's variability. We're dealing with wild animals on a wild landscape. We can't control everything. We generally, though, if the conditions are right, if we're timing it, we're paying attention, you're gonna have some observability areas. You're not seeing every deer. So it might vary anywhere from 50% observability to 80% of observability on a phenomenal year. But ideally, we're trying to match that consistently from year to year, so it's actually representative of what we believe is going on that within that area, that hunting district, or maybe surrounding districts. So we generally think, at least on my level, I think the accuracy in my survey flights are pretty good. we're counting them really more on winter range areas when they get concentrated, so we can get that better count, knowing that the summertime, not all deer, but a lot of these, especially mule deer, they'll start spreading out across the landscape. So we're trying to get that snapshot within a trend area that's gonna be representative of the district. So I'm biased, but I think the accuracy of them and how we use the data is fairly reliable. Drone use has been used, for Montana. I don't think it's been, I mean, we've used it for various things, but not for collective deer counts. I think there's a lot of challenges with doing drone use on a large landscape level, even the limitations of the drone. I don't know if other states are doing drone use on big game survey work or not formally, but we just haven't looked at it much in the state. We've done it on a limited basis for grizzly bear work or wolf work, moose work at times, but not for survey.
Thank you.
And if we have both, it's even better. We can have buck harvest, that harvest snapshot as well as the survey data. So then hunting regulation alternatives. If you've seen that document, basically what it is, we have, says what the general season is. This is the general season that we have for hunting. A lot of places, if it's a standard type season, it's an either sex area, with maybe some limited B tags, open available, general rifle or archery season. If we get into hunting season types, restrictive, liberal, conservative, or standard, there's a lot that feeds into that, that might influence the ability to have different season types that might be more restrictive or not, as well as doe hunting tags. I'm trying to go a little bit quicker here for you guys so you don't get grouchy before lunch. I don't mind getting grabbed. If you want to get grouchy with me,
Just one question, I don't know if you can talk about region 3. I know like down in southwest Montana, they allow either sex harvest on mule deer, even though they're below objective, right? I've never understood. And I think that's to actually reduce the deer population to be in line with current habitat conditions, but we can talk about that a little bit, because it actually seems inconsistent with some of the stuff in here.
And it is, so that's the challenge, and I think you're talking to some of that stuff down in 3 where there's habitat density related issues, habitat level issues related to the density of deer. So trying to maintain somewhat of a liberal season so the habitat can improve. So ideally in time, and if habitat increases, then you can liberalize the seasons to some degree. But it can conflict with AHM. So even though this is the significant guiding document, this isn't to say this is how we're going to do it and it's black and white. There's a lot of gray in between, like with what's being done in region 3 in places. And I'd have to defer to the biologist or biologists down there to get into the details of it, but that's the target down there, is making a difference on habitat conditions. So here's an easy way to do it. I've got a very simple mind, so a diagram might help. You have a long-term average number. Let's say you have 100 deer, that's your target. You want to be within a certain percentage on either side of that. That's where you want to ultimately land or maintain some level of stability. And that's your population objective range. And if it falls in, this is very simplified, but if it falls into that, that's kind of our standard season type for mule deer in Montana. If you're below that range, whatever degree, and it might not just be 1 year below you, maybe you want to wait 2 or 3 years to confirm that's what's really going on. Unless you have a catastrophic event where you really need to make a change, then you're going to be more restrictive. And then it's just the opposite on the other side of the spectrum, where maybe we'll have that need to be more liberal at time. Ultimately, what drives that are these triggers. If you look at that document, there's triggers that'll tell us if you're getting above or below this point, recruitment and total number of deer, maybe we need to tweak those seasons. Maybe you need to liberalize it. Maybe you need to get more restrictive. And that can be totally variable of how that might be.
Can we fall into a trap there with that trigger mechanism? Like say we have 10 years of mule deer population staying steady right now. And then we get a little bump and there's euphoria that we've got a 85% fawn crop. And now numbers are above the last 10 years in 1 year time.
Yeah. And that's like the balance of the art and science of fish and wildlife management. If I was on my level and I saw that, that's a 1 year blip to me. We've clearly been in a long-term trend down. And if numbers are gonna increase, to me, you gotta show that that's certainly what's happening and what the direction things are gonna be going more for the foreseeable future. So for me, and maybe I'm sticking my foot in my mouth on my end, I would wanna wait a little bit of time to confirm if that's what's going on. Assuming habitat can sustain that, access is there, man, you know, all the things.
I think we go back about 10 slides where you had where you showed the trend of the population crashing precipitously in the 70s. And then about 74 or 5, a meteoric uptick in numbers. They start right straight back up. That'll coincide right with high fur prices.
Right. And that's what we're trying to get away from, like I said earlier, is those big fluctuations.
Well, until they give us 1080 back, we're not gonna get away from it. Until we get 1080 back, we're not getting it.
I'll let you lead the charge.
It wouldn't be the first time I led with my job.
I was curious, in your day, do you guys do any sort of internal monitoring on, I guess, distribution, you know, kind of public versus private or anything? Do you kind of get a sense? Cause I feel like kind of the more of the underlying issue is that, you know, okay, yeah, your populations might say the populations are stable, but then you're getting kind of, you know, frustrations being voiced from the hunting public, where I'm not seeing any deer. Well, you know, maybe the public land populations are, you know, the deer are residing on public, they're on private, but our overall trend data, I guess, is there any efforts or do you guys, and that's a tough one to kind of parse out, because you're talking migratory deer and whatnot, you don't necessarily know where they end up.
Right. Yeah, I don't, on a local level, we can see that, like check station data. We don't have check stations everywhere. So we can certainly track that on a local level through those places, those check stations. When we do survey flights, those are standard trend surveys that are in the same area. So could be 90% private land, or it could be 90% public land, or somewhere in between. So we might track that locally in different ways that may or may not truly feed into making management adjustments. Certainly, like at our level as biologists, we're communicating a lot with other agencies and landowners, trying to get a sense of numbers. Where we have deer game damage complaints, that tells us if it's on a local level or maybe more widespread, that maybe there's some issues going on there on a private land perspective. So it's not tracked on a statewide level, but not that I know of, but locally we do try and track that. And it totally varies how that may or may not feed into management. Depends on how significant it is.
You said that there's standard areas of count that you're viewing. What happens when there is something significant, whether it's in a new wind farm that's put in or CRP programs that pump up numbers? How much variation then comes into that?
As far as the ability to tweak those survey areas?
How much do you guys alternate that?
It's not a lot. I think part of that is a resource availability issue. Like currently right now, budget wise, we're limited on our ability to add new flights. But if we have specific little areas where clearly that might be a concern, and maybe there's a local need and we can justify it long-term to do a new area, a new survey type flight and spot to see what influence that might have. Some of our research stuff helps. Research projects also feeds into that.
I think the perfect example of that would be that Otter Creek one, where it went from some of the heaviest timber in eastern Montana to burn sticks overnight. And That's gotta have an effect on your survey.
Oh, yeah. And ideally, to make those adjustments on the ground is up to each region biologist, the ability to justify it. It'd be nice if researchers were unlimited, we could just do something different and create a new survey or tweak it, but it's not that easy. So this relates to those ratios and how it feeds into our objectives and potential buck harvest and how those might look standard versus restrictive or liberal season type. One thing that's not on here necessarily is the population numbers, the total count. So if we're seeing like here, 30 to 45 fawns per 100 adults, there's the count data, sorry, with 25% of long-term average, that number is. And our buck harvest is showing us something similar, and other data you might anecdotally have, that's telling us that a standard season type, the way it's currently defined, which I'll show you next, is appropriate. This whole thing is to help us manage somewhat consistently across the state. As soon as we know that we adopt this, though, there's gonna be a lot of inconsistencies. That's just how it is. But if you wonder about a productive, like if you wanted to say, if somebody asked a question about long-term, what is a productive fawn adult ratio? That really varies depending. A productive fawn adult ratio in the Prairie Mountain foothills might be 30 to 40 fawns sustainable, all things, everything else considered is stable long-term. If you went down, that would be low, maybe down here, you get into the prairie breaks, where you might be looking more in that 40 to 50. Might be a little bit better ratio to be aiming for. So anyway, I'm just showing you for reference. And that ultimately feeds into the different season types. So again, the one in the middle, just to eat, since it's easy, 5-week general rifle season for a standard season, 0 to moderate numbers of B tags, which can be a lot pretty variable, in a 6-week archery only season. As I think everybody in this room knows, Montana, I think, is probably the most liberal state in our season types, right or wrong. A lot of people appreciate the opportunity to hunt the seasons we have. A lot of non-residents come to Montana because they don't have what we have in their state. But that's changing too. And whether or not that means we're going to completely overhaul this or go a different direction on deer management on a statewide level is to be determined. So I'm getting a little bit long here. A little bit on bucks, a little bit on CWD. You guys have the patience?
We're good.
Good.
Fred, I got one comment on the buck and on the doe fawn. We hosted a mule deer management symposium at Moga did 2-3 years ago now, and we had Utah and Wyoming came in, and their trigger points on fawn to doe ratios, irregardless of habitat types, was 65.
Yep.
They said anything less than 65, the population's declining, and seems like in Synchrony, all our areas are going down at less than that right now.
Yeah, and that's the difference. I'd have to look at how they came up with their numbers. I'm not arguing that's right or wrong. To me, that just shows the Utah productivity, Utah habitat types can sustain higher numbers of deer, at least higher, that they need that higher fawn built ratio, but their management's different too.
Yeah.
This is going to be a December recruitment.
I think
versus
it's
our-
spring.
It was,
I think it's spring.
it was,
They're doing a ton of habitat work in Utah too, where they're masticating a bunch of habitat and really trying to break up the nutritional value, which I think has an impact as well.
but it was interesting, Wyoming also had the same number. They got up and said the exact same thing.
But if you look at, and I'm not arguing, I'm just saying. if you
Oh,
look at
sure,
the-
I get it.
Yeah, if you look at Wyoming or Utah management, it's heavily influenced towards older age structure buck management. So the more bucks on the landscape, the better. So if you want your targets to have higher recruitment, you're gonna want that recruitment threshold to be higher so you can sustain older age bucks better.
Yeah.
The habitat's there to do it. Whereas Montana, we're at a lower level, and that's why I was saying, you know, some of that stuff, maybe we need to look at what some of these areas that maybe Nick might talk to about. What is an appropriate fawn adult ratio in places? Has that changed from what it was 25 years ago? So a little bit about bucks. Again, a goal. This is basically a goal that we've had for buck management for the last 20 some years, where we have some of that limited opportunity for older age class bucks, but not, you know, statewide. This shows you, at least as of 2021, should be pretty much the same, close to it. These are all the special management districts. Special management districts are districts where we have specific objectives we're trying to target. We want a minimum number of 4-point or better bucks. Maybe we're collecting teeth. We want a certain number of bucks at an average age, certain higher buck doe ratios. There's specific targets that we're trying to maintain in those areas.
Are these not the same as limited entry then, or are they?
For the most part, yeah, these are all limited entry. I think there's one.
Are there other limited entry that are not special management units?
Yep, there's other ones, and I'll show you that here in a sec. So these surveys have done, like Mike was saying, 2011 and 23, and even back into the 88, 95, we've got variations of this survey. So we have these special buck management areas. And this is stuff that Mike already summarized a lot better than I did here. That just tells us that there's certain interest to have some sort of limited buck hunting opportunity in the state. But balancing that with the flip side is the challenge. You know, where do you land on what's the appropriate level of limited entry areas? Because I think if we looked at that when we did this revision, if we wanted to go on average on a statewide level on limited entry special management districts, it was about once out of every 10 years that you'd actually draw the tag. So that's what you're limiting yourself potentially to drawing the tag. And this is this isn't, when we do these surveys, it's not a, well, 67% of the folks said this, so then 60% of 7% of the district should be this. It's just kind of us to get that gauge. These are criteria that we're trying to meet related to special management districts. If we're going to consider an area, the way it's currently outlined, which could change, these are criteria we're trying to target. They have to be accessible areas. You can't have an unnatural high buck doe ratio because of access. Just different things you got to factor in addition to other things we're looking at. But those are the kind of the 5 overarching things, or 6, that we ultimately will be considering. This one here is a big one, and I think Bevan will be talking about that. Bevan,
yeah.
sorry.
Good.
I just met her for the first time today. How we might do this long term. This right here is no small thing. For mule deer management in Montana. And I'll touch base briefly on that. This is a slide related to what you said, these different season types. So these are the special management areas. All these other ones, they're limited type of hunts, but they're not formally a special management district. They have different criteria they might be trying to target. This one's an easy one, and it leads into my last 3 slides here. This is focused on CWD management. So that's a 3-week season up there. It's been a 3-week season for many years. When CWD showed up, the need to have added buck harvest based on CWD management was put in place. So the last 2 weeks of the season, there's limited buck permits. So it's not geared towards we're trying to grow older age bucks. It's actually the opposite. We're actually tapping into bucks more than we did in the past. To hopefully manage CWD. And then my last little stuff here is CWD. The big thing here for us in Montana and you might have updated numbers and more details. Mule deer bucks are almost 4 times the risk of infection as adult females. So if we're gonna target areas where we have, it's on a mule deer level, where we have CWD prevalence, it's just the opposite of older age class buck management. Targeting the older age class bucks to limit the spread.
Again, is that adult male mule deer, is that, are we differentiating between older age class, or is that just not a fawn buck?
Well, and maybe you
For
could,
the CW.
you probably 2 and older, I would guess.
You'll get into
Two and old, yeah. but
2
it's
and older.
Stealing some of your thunder, sorry. This is, all these orange dots, this is as of a couple weeks ago. Are where we've detected CWD in Montana. All these little ones in here are where we tested, but we haven't detected it. You can see there's hot spots here, here, and then southern and along the Highland. If you looked at this map 4 or 5 years ago, it was a lot less, but you see here, you see this trend of the prevalence just increasing. Coming down a little bit further. But I won't.
How is that related to these special management areas? That's what we need, to map of both.
Yeah, and I don't have that. So specific to, we've actually lost 1 special management district since CWD was detected down in Region 5. That one went away.
324 is gone too.
And I don't know if it's tied to CWD or not, I don't know.
Both species are mule deer.
What's that?
Both species are mule deer only.
This is, I think all deer, are all positive, whether it's a hoot, so.
Sure, whitetails have it.
So, thing here is, these are WAFWA, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies.
I don't agree.
So this isn't just a Montana thing. Other states in the West are doing the same thing. And so there's a lot of communication on what's the best way to manage for something like CWD. These are management actions that have been adopted by WAFWA to help manage for the disease. There's no such thing, I think, really of eradicating the disease. It's managing that prevalence level. So the big thing I want to take away related to AHM, and this one probably is the best to look at. When the way we've currently have it defined in AHM is with if or when CWD shows up, it's going to generally trump how we're going to manage what we've traditionally been managing. And that includes a special management district. The emphasis will be more so on.
Are we looking at, question on that, because I know and the prevalence of CWD matters, right? And they found in some places, like based on soil type and other stuff, the prevalence rates can be different from one place to another. In some places it'll remain relatively low, in other places it doesn't. I'm just kind of, that's maybe something to think about. I don't know if you can even speak to that, but I do think as CWD becomes more prevalent across the state, there might be areas where the rate of it remains lower than others which could be factored into.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. It's not to say CWD equals, some blanket rule, we're gonna go and start being heavy handed on certain areas. I think maybe you get into some of it. It's variable depending on the area and what the management.
How deep in the weeds we gonna dig into CWD right now, or do we wanna wait for that?
We're gonna wait. Yeah.
I can get the backhoe out and start right now.
You want to bury CWD?
I will never do that. It's here to stay.
Yeah, I know. So that's it. Sorry, we got a little long here. This is, that's kind of the guts of the plan itself. There's my contact info. I'm here for today. I won't be here the rest of the time, I think, but then we have a lot of other area biologists too, that if you ever have questions about some of that stuff, happy to visit. And for me, I'm not the expert. If you're wondering about something in Broadus, I'd defer you to, the biologist in Broadus or whatever. So, I don't know if we have time for questions. You want to go eat?
Lunch is here.
Oh, yeah, catered was here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, so, yeah. We should be back probably around 1. I'm just telling the people that are watching, about 1 o'clock will resume. Lunch is outside, there's plates out there, there's napkins, chips, sandwiches, your beverages are here. The one on the left is like water and bubbly water and other things. The one on the right is more soda pop type stuff. Eat whatever you want additionally for the snacks and stuff that we have over there. And yeah, there should be enough, I think, for maybe 2 sandwiches a person if you want that. They're like 1/3 subs. Go ahead, have at it. Yeah, so-
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it? Oh.
Such a thing.
It's what the hell do we think? With email background.
Good to see you.
You're the expert now.
I'm working on it. Working. It's easy. Good to meet you. Don't say that so loudly.
Say it.
That's how we dream.
Well, isn't he? How are we hiring for?
That's it. Me and Arnold will get you out in the hallway after this thing.
Yeah, focus. Seems to be lining up properly. All right, just gonna get started. My name is Bevan McCormick. Like I said earlier, I am the new wildlife health biologist for Montana FWP. I work with a team out of the Bozeman region where we monitor chronic wasting disease statewide, but we do it in collaboration with the regional bios and wildlife managers. So they help us with the disease management plan. And then I'm a little bit new on scene, so I'll definitely be talking about everything I know, and then I might have some like guest questions for other people. But I have a history, like a background in chronic wasting disease research. So I'm definitely really excited to chat with you guys about like some of the questions I've heard pop up, because I definitely know quite a bit about this, or at least some of the questions you asked. Excuse me. Okay. So chronic wasting disease is a slow progressing neurodegenerative disease, and it is always fatal. It affects deer family species, which we often refer to as cervids. So in Montana, that's white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, and moose. There is no cure and there is no treatment, and it has been correlated with declines in some populations of deer. So it belongs to this class of diseases called transmissible spongiform encephalopathies. So similar ones that you might be familiar with are mad cow in cattle, so it's BSE, scrapie in sheep, and then Creutzfeldt-Jakob's disease in birds and people. So unfortunately, CWD has expanded pretty rapidly across North America in the last 2 decades. It also now can be found in Scandinavia, so Norway, Finland, and Sweden, and then also in South Korea.
Got any idea how it got to overseas?
Yeah, so actually they think that, especially in South Korea, is a result of cervid transportation. So they like were transporting some deer, moose, or elk to for agricultural purposes. And that's how we've seen it spread quite a few times. So this map shows positive samples in Montana, and I'm gonna go quite a bit more into this distribution, but I just kind of wanted to give you an idea that it is in Montana and has been expanding across the state. So to really understand why chronic wasting disease is such a challenging pathogen for wildlife managers, you kind of have to get an idea of the causative agent. So all TSEs are caused by an infectious prion protein. So prions are naturally occurring and non-infectious in animal cell membrane. But there's a misshapen version that causes this disease. So what happens is, and they have a pretty good little diagram here that shows it. So like this is kind of a theoretical construct of like what it might look like as a normal protein, and then it's the same makeup, but then a misshapen one. And you can see it has differences in how it's manifested in the tissue. So these are spongiform lesions down here. So how this pathogen replicates in its host is this misshapen prion will come into contact with a normal prion and cause it to misfold. So in that way, it distributes itself through the host. Initially, we see concentrations in the lymph node systems, but then eventually it'll make itself to the central nervous system, which is when we see like the onset of that disease. So most notably, chronic wasting disease is known for its late stage clinical signs. So it has a really long incubation period, and animals can be infected, and then we might not see any symptoms until 14 to 18 months later. But that's mostly in like a lab setting, so it can definitely vary by the environment associated with what the animal is experiencing. And the most obvious clinical sign that is for the namesake of chronic wasting disease is this weight loss that we see, the wasting. But a lot of times we'll be feeling they're unsteady, so there's like loss of coordination, loss of awareness. And then there's this very classic head droop, which you can actually see here. So having that lowered head and ears is like something that we see in chronic wasting disease animals and late-stage clinical signs. However, most of the time, we see chronic wasting disease positive animals die from other causes of mortality. So quite a few studies have shown that their risk of predation increases. They're more likely to be killed by a predator. They're more likely to be killed in a vehicle collision or by a vehicle. And then they're also more likely to be hunted or harvested by hunters. And they can start shedding these infectious prions as early as 3 months. So like they can be infected and be depositing these prions, even though we're not seeing those clinical signs until, that 14 to 18 month period or longer. So the majority of harvested CWD positive animals appear to be healthy, So it's really important that we understand how it spreads, because then we get an idea of how we might consider managing it. So it can be spread in 2 main routes. The first is direct transmission between an infected individual and then a susceptible individual. So that's when they have direct contact. But the other thing that can occur is this environmental transmission. So that's when an animal has contact with a surface that is contaminated with CWD. So this occurs when an infected individual is shedding saliva, feces, urine. They've even found it in antler velvet. And then there's obviously a large deposit on the landscape after one of these animals expire, and then they have all of their bodily tissues decomposing into the environment.
What's the timeline that those prions then die when they?
Yeah, actually, the next slide. So they have found that these prions can be infectious for at least 2.5 years later. So they had a study actually down in Wyoming where they they had an infected animal in the pen. They took them out, and 2.5 years later introduced new animals to this pen, and they all became infected and died, or the majority of them became infected and died. So we know that it can last at least 2 years. But in other cases of other TSEs, it's lasted for plus 16 years. So like with Scrapie, they've had issues with infection for that long. We do not know at this point like what the half-life of a prion would be in the environment, but we do know that they can last for a very long time, which is why environmental transition is like kind of a big issue in management. It's trying to figure out how to introduce it or keep it from being introduced in the first place. Yep.
Do we know why they're so stable for so long? Because usually when I think about proteins, they're pretty susceptible to thermal degradation and stuff. I'm just surprised that they can last up to 16 years. Like I would leave a protein on my bench for like 2 hours and it's toast, so.
Yeah, so something about the isoform they have as a result of that misfolded shape is actually making them more stable in the environment. And then like a lot of like viruses and bacteria and stuff can be susceptible to things like UV radiation or extreme temperatures, but because they're proteins, they are not susceptible to those things. So they last in the environment in conditions that we wouldn't expect other pathogens to necessarily last. And then again, I mentioned that these cervids can end up having like infection where they are shedding these prions for years before they actually become ill enough to die. So as a result, we really have to be concerned about them potentially having contacts with other animals and depositing these prions in the environment. So what contributes to CWD prevalence and spread is an area of active research. There are many people out there trying to nail this down better. We do feel that population density likely plays a role in that when you have a lot of animals kind of in one area, you're more likely for them to have contact, for them to come into contact with infected surfaces. They have showed that age structure and sex structure has some impact on it as well. So we have found that the older an animal is, the more likely they are to be infected with CWD. Similarly, in many places, though not all, bucks tend to be have higher prevalences than the females do. So we see higher prevalence in males. And I'll be talking quite a bit about prevalence. So prevalence, especially when we look at our samples, is the percentage of animals, right, that are ill from this disease compared to healthy. And we can talk a little bit more about that. And then, yeah, to try to reduce these densities, we have like laws related to wildlife feeding. That's like been a big target, is reducing baiting and feeding that will cause them to be using these same areas. And then the movement of wild cervids have also caused it, like in the case of South Korea, but also some of the sections in Canada, they have like a couple instances where they believe strongly the way CWD was introduced was actually just moving these cervids that we didn't know are infected yet. So I already mentioned that animals that are infected with CWD are more susceptible to other forms of mortality, but also CWD is definitely fatal. So we also see animals dying at faster rates because of that. In Colorado and Wyoming, they have documented population declines that are strongly correlated with CWD prevalence. So they have found that like in some of these areas, they see these declines once the disease is above a certain prevalence. And so what we're concerned about in Montana is this potential for some sort of decrease in wildlife recreation as a result of chronic wasting disease. And then this has been like kind of a hot topic, especially recently, how CWD may relate to human health. So once again, it's an area of active research. And to be clear, we have never seen a documented case of CWD in a person. And then we have quite a bit of evidence to look at whether or not CWD might transmit, but obviously we don't have like that direct evidence yet for people. Yeah.
Did anything come out of I read here recently, there was 2 men in Colorado that are thought to have died of CWD. Was that fact or fiction?
That was someone saying that there was a chance that this could have something to do with it and we should do more research. So it was definitely not something that we were concerned about. And the CDC is not concerned about it being a transmission, but that was the big one. And yeah, the prion disease that they had was not what we would necessarily expect to see with CWD. It's possible, but we can't confirm the details of that case. We don't know like if it was a statistical anomaly or if it actually was just something that would happen. Because
they don't even know if they ate deer.
Yeah, they don't know.
They ate deer, period. Though that's CDC.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, no, that was a lot. Yeah.
I'm curious, I guess as far as like origins of CWD, is there actually like, just curious to get your take.
Yeah, no, so no one knows for sure. The first case that we had was in a captive breeding facility in Colorado. And since then they have evidence that it might have spontaneously occurred again in moose in Santa Fe. So like they think it's like this misfolding that had happened. But we don't know for sure. Like we don't know.
So there's a potential that it just, the first detection that we had was in Colorado and it could have been maybe on the landscape. It's not definitive on.
Yeah, no, it's really hard to say. Like we think maybe it was from that captive breeding facility, but it is really hard to say. And that's actually like a good comment in general. Like we didn't have a lot of surveillance in those first several years of CWD. So as a result of that, we're like, yeah, in the last 2 decades, it's just exploded. We have it all over the place. But there's also potential that we just didn't have the surveillance to know that it was steadily growing in that area.
In the last 2 decades, we've kind of terraformed the place for CWD in a way.
Yeah, we definitely had a little more effort in the last 2 decades.
Well, I mean, you've got more cross-country travel, a deer. You've got more food plots and baiting stations and, grain bins. And, 3 decades ago, deer grain bins were venison. Now, not so much.
Yeah, no, that's true too.
Weren't they studying scrapie though at Colorado State where they discovered CWD and there's a chance that it jumped from sheep to cervids there? Isn't that?
Have you heard this?
Comment. So there is the hypothesis that CWD is potentially originated from a spillover event from scrapie to cervids. Not specifically at the research station though, because even after the detection there at the research station, they did a whole bunch of surveillance in wild populations and found it shortly thereafter. And I think some of the modeling suggests it must have been present in wild animals prior.
Gotcha.
So I think the idea that it originated at the research center has been debunked, but they still don't know for sure. But I think there's more evidence that scrapie could trigger CWD. Again, we don't know for sure. And there's certainly cases of spontaneous, like in the case of moose in Europe, I think there's one particular variety that seems to be spontaneous. So we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, because of this possibility that it could transmit to people, and they've done quite a bit of studies where they look at similar species to people or transgenic mice and then try to infect them with CWD, and it's been a bit of a mix. So because of that, the CDC and other health agencies recommend against human use of CWD positive meat. So specifically, I'm here to talk to you about Montana. You'll definitely see this map a couple of times. Like we mentioned, these bright red dots would be positive samples. And then like those tan ones are places where we have samples, but it was not detected in them. So like we kind of chatted about in the last presentation, the goal of FWP management as far as CWD goes is to manage and not to eradicate. There have been very few very successful eradication programs. So this is generally the way that's accepted. And then we've developed a number of CWD management plans. Our last one was in 2020. And in those, we have outlined our goals for CWD management. And then we use different strategies and tools to try to achieve those goals. So 3 that we have that we use frequently is surveillance. So we look to see whether or not CWD is present or absent in a hunting district. And then monitoring, when we know it's there, what prevalences do we see? And then we use different management techniques and implement them to try to see if we can limit that spread overall. So the 2020 CWD management plan made these goals. So first, we wanted to try to maintain a prevalence at or below 5% when it did occur. So the tools we'd use for that is increasing overall harvest, especially bucks, targeting this like these hotspots for removal of animals when we see really high prevalences in these areas, minimizing congregation of deer, and then just preventing the spread in general. And I have like a whole slide on that, so I'll talk a little bit more about it. But then it's also really important that we figure out a way to make sure the public stays involved and we have feedback for how everyone feels about this management strategy. And then we're also, trying to develop these strategies as we go. And then it's important to us that we provide the opportunity for hunters to know whether or not their animal is positive so they can make an educated choice about whether or not they want to consume that meat. So our main surveillance goal is to detect CWD if it's present in an area with a 95% confidence if it is at or above 1%. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about sampling sizes, but this is how we make our goals for where we need to harvest samples from to get these estimates. We have these priority surveillance areas that we select every year. They're kind of in this bright yellow here. And so that might be the place where we target for that year to try to get samples so we can have a robust enough data to make inferences about whether or not we have prevalence in that area. And this comes from hunter harvested samples, deer and elk and moose that are symptomatic and roadkill. And then we have a weighted surveillance system, which I'm happy to chat about if anyone has any questions about that. And then
Let's go back to that slide.
Yeah.
How come the highlight there isn't in the highlighted there?
Sorry.
670, 600.
670, 640, I mean.
Why wasn't it highlighted?
Yeah, why, that's, medium priority, high priority.
Don't we have a lot of cases along?
Or is that just overlay?
There's a lot.
So no, so priority surveillance areas are made up of 2 components. One is us understanding the prevalence of CWD. Well, okay, it's a better way to say this. So when we decide this, part of it is we're like, okay, there's a new section, we had our first one in this hunt district, we need to have a sample size big enough to understand what the prevalence is, so we can understand the management challenge associated with it. But sometimes it's just because we don't have the information of these other districts. So even if it's not a new area of detection, we need to round out that sample size so we can say with confidence what the prevalence is. So that top area for sure is something that we still monitor, but it might not have been our priority that year to get that information.
So you kind
Does
of,
that make sense?
yeah.
I think they
did that in 221, didn't they? The northern High Line?
Do you remember?
Yeah, so we do rotate.
I think it was
Right.
21 they did.
We rotate, and this helps us define where we want to place our technician base so that we can get, samples from these certain areas. We consistently get decent sample sizes from the High Line.
Right.
Even if we don't call it a priority, we're still getting lots of samples that inform that monitoring effort year after year. But you're right, we rotated, like for just that past year, we moved away from it. And the intention was to come back to it this coming year, and list that as a priority and dedicate a technician. Technician bodies up there to work with check stations and sampling stations. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Is the 5%, is that total deer harvested in those areas, or is that just what you guys collect from people giving samples and roadkill? Does that make sense? Is that including other harvests?
So when we decide monitoring, we only use hunt harvest. When we look at surveillance, we look at all of these things. So like, that's kind of the difference. So surveillance, again, is it there? We'll use any sample we can to determine if it's there. But then when we're deciding those prevalences, when we're doing the monitoring phase, we only use harvest samples to get that information. So yeah, the goal of monitoring is just to make sure we understand what the prevalences are. We get samples from all species and age classes that are susceptible for CWD. And then we have some CWD management zones, which I'll definitely talk about in our next couple of slides. So the tool we use to make monitoring and surveillance happen are these CWD samples. So I'm sure many of you are hunters, and so you've just seen us out there in general. But we are collecting these retropharyngeal nodes, which you can see like a picture of that over here. And then brainstem was moose, and then we have a Tucson genetic sample just for long-term study in general to get aging data, and then also genetic data. But this is what we collect at the sample stations, and we use that to inform our surveillance and monitoring. It is mostly voluntary. This next season, we're going to have our first mandatory testing in areas that are special tags only associated with CWD enrichment hunts in Region 1. But up until now, it's been voluntary, and definitely we'll be doing that for most of it in the future. And then, yeah, this is all entered into the database after it goes through the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab for testing. And then we make sure that these test results are viewable to the submitter in 1 to 3 weeks. So this, yep.
Quick one. So you said we're gonna do our first mandatory testing in a special management area.
Up by Libby.
Up by Libby.
Yeah.
And we're moving around I forget what you would call them already, but the priority surveillance areas. Do you guys feel like there are holes in the state where you could use more information? If we move to a mandatory reporting, a mandatory CWD reporting, do you feel like you would be getting information that you're currently needing?
Do you want to tackle this one?
Sure.
I feel like she probably feels strongly about
Yeah,
it.
there are some places that it's hard for us to get enough samples.
Sure.
And maybe moving to something like that would help. So yeah, I mean, it could help, yeah, and we'd probably still be strategic about where we'd want to implement something like that, maybe on a rotational basis. But,
Yeah.
The thing with CWD that I see here from having ranched my whole life, it's here. We're not gonna make it go away. A prairie fire can't kill the prion or prion, whichever you prefer to call it. By overpressuring and over harvesting our wildlife, we're taking the chance of killing the golden deer. There's been, I know one of the leading researchers on CWD in the US And he studied it and he's gone to a pile of game farms. They're now finding deer that are resistant to it living past 5 years of age. Going to a scorched earth policy, you risk the chance of killing the golden deer. We have there are some population islands in Montana where we haven't had any CWD at all detected yet. I wonder if we can study some of those deer and see if they have a genetic predisposition to be resistant to the disease.
Can you talk about genotypes and genetic drift and all that?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you mind if we come back to that after I cover a few more slides? Because I feel like I might cover some of that information to give background for answering the question. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is our sampling effort. So it's going through each year as a different year. So you can see like when it flips over that we had it very region specific in the beginning. And now, even though we have our priority surveillance areas, we definitely get pretty good coverage of a lot of the state. But you'll notice that there are areas where we just don't get tons of coverage. And that generally occurs like, yeah, I'm sure you've all kind of noticed that there's like this section where we just don't get a lot of samples out of there. So it's pretty difficult for us to get that information. And then here's that same map that you saw before, at least positive.
I'll volunteer to get some samples out of Glacier.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, and so something I wanted to note on this map and as we move forward into the maps is like these positive samples are a result of these animals being positive. But then the number of positive samples, which again, these are numbers of samples, it's not the prevalence, is also a function of where we can sample, right? So like as we get more samples from an area, we're more likely to get positives. So it's that proportion that gives us prevalences. That kind of, yeah, gives us an idea.
Has that changed much?
What was that?
Has prevalence gone up too, or is it reasonably the same?
Yeah, so this is the same thing by year. We can go back to it. I will show you prevalence in the next 2 slides. Is that good?
That's fine, sorry.
So yeah, to date, we've had over 42,000 samples across the state. Of those, over 1,100 have been positive. And then we have this breakdown between white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, and moose. And then to get more species specific in the slide after this. And then this is an important map when it talks about our data. So everything that is orange on this map is someplace where we've had at least one positive sample, not our prevalence. But then you can see that this dark brown down here, or the tan, I suppose, that's on here, the brown color, are all places where we feel we have insufficient data to say definitively what's going on in those areas. So again, this gives you an idea of if we don't have enough samples in that area, it's really difficult for us to determine whether or not CWD is there. Well, maybe there if it hasn't been detected yet, but also what the prevalence is if it is there.
How many samples do you qualify as not enough to make a decision about CWD?
So this map shows 100, which would be a detection threshold of like 2%, 2 or 3%. You know, our target is actually 1%, so we typically need 300 or more samples to achieve that.
Could you flip back to that slide that showed how many you sampled and how many were infected? I was gonna write that down and I didn't.
Yeah, for sure. That's fun. Yeah, so that next slide is one I wanted to specifically point out because it is hard for us to say if we haven't gotten enough samples, whether or not those animals are actually infected.
So we're looking at 0.027%.
Of what? Sorry.
Infected animals.
Oh, across the state?
Yeah, out of 42,000 checked. Is that the number checked? 42,503, that's what's been checked?
That's the number of samples.
There's 1,184 positive. Okay.
Yeah, but just keep in mind, like right there, you see most of these are whitetail, and that's because Libby and Ruby special hunts, we get a lot of positive animals. So it's not like, it's not just a random sample here. So it would be less than that. Right. Like outside of those areas, I believe mule deer get it more commonly than whitetail. Is that right, Emily?
It's, you know, yes, typically we see where you have it in both species, where it's been detected in both species. We often see a slightly higher prevalence in mule deer, but there's other places where,
yeah,
you know, it's hard to say, like, yeah. It depends a little on the density of the two species and who got it first and the overlap, but yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, to put some visuals to that, this is the prevalence of white-tailed deer across the state. So you can see it's by hunt district. And then you can see like this dark red color would be the higher ones. These little crosses, these pluses that you see over here are actually looking at positive samples. So that gives you an idea of how we like pull them out of this like lower region area and out of the Libby area. And I can expand more on why that occurs. That has to do with our specialized hunts. But so this would be white-tailed deer. And this is prevalences of mule deer across the state. So you can see there is some variation.
So 0.15, would that be 15%?
Yeah, 15%, yeah, 0.15 prevalence is.
We're at 15% in that unit.
Yeah.
Up there.
The Highline's got high prevalences.
Yeah.
So back to sampling. So after you've detected it, why do you only use harvested animals? Why not continue testing like roadkill animals and stuff? Is it just a resource adequacy thing?
Partially, but also there was a study done that shows that animals are more likely to be infected depending on their type of mortality. So that's actually our weighted surveillance system. We say how many samples do we need based on the fact that roadkill has a higher likelihood of being high versus like hunter harvest. So the proportions kind of change. So like using one type of sample reduces that bias. Does that make sense?
Sure.
And then here's just kind of like a summary slide of the difference between mule deer and white-tailed deer. In our data, you will see that especially in mule deer, there appears to be a trend, like they have found in many studies, that mule deer bucks have higher prevalences than does. But it kind of varies. We'll look at the data a little bit to chat about that.
Could you go back?
Yeah.
One slide? One more. One more.
One more,
Sorry.
okay.
Just from a management perspective, because that's where my brain goes. If you had that same map and I'm not sure Canada has that, you're gonna see similar colors on that other side of the border. So you're thinking of management, given migratory deer and movements. of deer,
They
challenges.
actually get worse. They're finding it as high as 97% further up
Yeah.
in Saskatchewan.
I think we'd be in a different color range if it had Canada prevalences up there.
The challenges of trying to manage the disease is not easy, especially when you're talking about adjacent provinces or states.
It's moot. It's a moot point to try to do anything with it. Let nature.
Well, I guess.
I don't know if I agree with that. I mean, one of my colleagues is working with Canada for sheep management, and I don't think just because it's a different country, we can just cut it off as it's not worth an effort.
Well, I think there's an effort, more research needs to be done, and perhaps we will be looking one day at taking deer raised in captivity and turning them loose back on the landscape that are resistant to CWD, but in a wild herd, there's nothing we can do. It's here to stay. Let nature run its course. Perhaps we'll get some wild deer that are immune to it. If not, perhaps there'll be some captive deer, but I can't believe God created a species of deer to see it eradicated by a disease like this. There's gonna have to be some natural selection, and there'll be herd immunity will eventually develop, or either that or it won't.
Do you have any idea how long that'll take? What do you know about population genetics? How are you gonna grow that to even have any effect?
You may not
Even
be
if
able
they're
to.
resistant.
You may not, it'd take years.
Well, maybe a century.
Yeah, maybe a century.
Maybe 1,000.
Maybe 1,000. It's not gonna happen very fast. And raising resistant deer in a pen, that's where they have it. We're not sure they don't have it. They just not.
No.
Separating from themselves and trying to raise enough to have any effect on the wild population is not a modern occurrence.
Do you guys want to talk about, because I don't have a specific slide for PRNP gene, but I can talk about it. Do you want to talk about that part now?
Yeah.
Okay, so they have found in many species, not just when it comes to like cervids and their resistance to chronic wasting disease, but even in people, that when it comes to TSUs, there are certain PRNP gene types that make them less susceptible, we'll say, to chronic or to the disease. However, especially when it comes to this variation that we're seeing in cervids, the result of them having these genes is that they go longer without becoming symptomatic, and they go longer before they die. We have not so far seen any changes that suggest that it'll keep them from dying from it. And while we're kind of excited and hoping that what it will actually do is build this resistance, it could just be what's going on is they're shedding prions for a longer period of time in environments before they get sick and die. So it would be really nice if we find out that they're getting resistant, and I hope that's what's happening. But right now we don't have the research to suggest that's actually what's happening. It could be what's going on is they're just resistant to actually getting that infection so that they stay longer, infecting more individuals and then dying. Would you have more to add to that, Emily?
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I think that's right. And then the captive work is, looking at artificially, selecting individuals that seem to have
To be resistant.
survived for a longer period of time with the infection and crossbreeding those to try and find, again, quote unquote, resistant genotypes. And they may have much more success. And certainly the expectation is that it would happen much faster because they can artificially select.
They may not be able to survive in other ways.
There are some questions about, that really rare genotype. So that the frequency of the allele that confers that longer survival time is really rare. And there's questions about why that might be the case, if it comes with other trade-offs in, survival or adaptability in the environment. I don't know. So
One thing I do know is that every deer you shoot has 0 chance of passing on any type of genetic predisposition for resistance to it.
I know in Wyoming, when they had that research facility, this is elk, obviously not mule deer, but there was that one cow elk that like failed to get it in that facility for a really long time, and they could never like explain why, which is kind of bizarre.
yeah, they have found that it takes longer for these individuals to become infected to begin with too. So there is that. I mean, even to test positive at least.
Keeping there like 7 years, and they were just like, I don't know, it's kind of bizarre. Everything else, every other one would die. But, yeah.
Is there variation? I guess the question is among species, whitetail, moose, mule deer, elk, is there variation in the efficacy of the right PRNP gene that confers resistance? So like what Joel was just talking about with the elk that took longer, like elk in general seem to have lower prevalences. Or is there among species differences there?
I don't know off the top of my head. Do you know, like if they compared, if they have the resistant alleles, if they live, 4 years versus 5 years, depending on the species? I'm not sure.
That your question,
Cross
you wanna know how
species.
much longer they live?
Or no, I don't want to know. I just want to know if there's
Variation
differences
among
in
species.
how resistant. Like a resistant whitetail, is that more resistant than a resistant mule deer?
I think it would be really hard to figure out because of the fact that we get such large variation in behavior among the different species. So like, I mean, they could use some sort of model where they looked at all that stuff, but unless they did it in a lab setting, I think it'd be really difficult to say, because this deer has the resistant gene and then this deer or this elk has the resistant gene, does like one live longer or do better? I think it'd be really difficult because like something that a lot of researchers are really focused on right now is like behavioral differences and like what behaviors we see among what species and how that might cause like congregation or them to be in a place where the soil type is different and that causes an issue or whatever. And so like, I think it would be really hard to do in a natural setting.
Yeah, I don't know. I know there's like point estimates across the different species, but again, there could be, variation in the area that contributes to expected overall survival rates too.
Sure.
So, I don't know. I'll look it up and see if I can find anything. So.
Yeah. Are there other questions about the genetic structure and potential resistance?
Sidetrack. Well, I just looked it up on the internet here because
Yeah.
I'm not that smart. So I'll own up to what I did, but research has found human beings that are genetically predispositioned to be resistant to Creutzfeldt-Jakob.
Or say the last bit again, would you say?
Human beings have been found to be resistant to Creutzfeldt-Jakob.
Oh, Yeah, so there's like several different types of crucible-yager disease, and it's like there's variation, there's spontaneous, there's oh geez, there are two other ones. And like there's the one variation is the one associated with mad cow. So like in the 90s, they had bovine spongiform encephalopathy, and then people were getting it. And they do have theories that there could be certain genes that made them resistant. But like there's also spontaneous or sporadic crucible-yager disease, CJD, and that actually just occurs naturally. It's the 90% of cases of CJD in people are sporadic, and it's just it converts in your brain, and that's it. It's not a contagious disease, and we don't know what the trigger is.
We don't need.
So people definitely get it. We just don't know if anyone will get it from CWD. Yeah.
How similar is it to scrapies? Is it the same in sheep as the,
So it's definitely neurodegenerative, right? So you get like scrapie is actually named because the sheep that were infected would like rub up against things. Like that was like a tick they had as a result of the neurodegenerative nature of scrapie. But yeah, like I mean it belongs to the same class of diseases. I don't know how to like specifically quantify the difference.
so how did they, I read somewhere that's like 85% eradicated out of sheep. Did they do that through delayed onset or the genetic breeding? How did they?
I'm actually not specifically familiar with scrapie and like how they managed it, but I will say that anytime you're managing a domestic population, so something that's occurring domestically, it's a lot. Like you can be a lot more regulated and controlled of it.
Well, of course, but still, you got to know there's a probability that it could happen.
That we could do it. You mean?
Well, I mean, I guess I wasn't. Yes, delayed onset, taken care of naturally through generations after generations of natural selection, or man could manipulate it quicker, you know.
If we could kill them.
It is, so scrapie has been controlled through selective breeding.
Selective breeding, so it has, yeah.
So right here.
And I think that's the model that's been referred to when they're thinking about like selective breeding captive cervids.
Right. Thanks.
But I don't know that it's, again, I'm not 100% sure if they've achieved 100% resistance or just reduced it enough that through that and then husbandry practices have been able to like.
That's why I didn't know if it was delayed onset or resistant.
I'd have to double check again, but I know that they've had a really long-term concerted effort at selective breeding for.
I think the way they got rid of scrapies, the same way they got rid of brucellosis. They just killed it.
Intestine, yeah, recall.
Brucellosis.
But we don't have much brucellosis except around Yellowstone, not in the rest of the country.
Brucellosis was eradicated from cows by vaccine.
Well, no, it wasn't. It only keeps cattle from contracting it. It doesn't keep them from spreading. It's not a true vaccine. But what they did with brucellosis with milk cows, for example, they killed all of them in the country in the 30s, all done. I don't know how the hell they ended up.
Yeah, intestine slaughter is like a well-developed way to.
If they were positive, but they got rid of the brucellosis spreading because they gave them the vaccine, which kept them from getting it.
Yeah.
Well, they still get it, but then when one aborts like that, they butcher it right now, or they lose their ability to sell cattle. You probably don't know about that. than me.
My grandfather was one of the guys that eradicated brucellosis in our country.
Yeah, and brucellosis wasn't a prion or a prion either.
No, it was a bacteria.
Bacteria.
Yeah.
Back to you.
So,
We get all.
I want to go over current techniques for working on CWD control. So first of all, we work on preventing spread, which has been like a long legislation history. So we'll definitely chat about that. And then we increase harvest via hunting license type and number. And then we also have controlled management methods. So some specific examples. So for preventing spread, we have laws, right, that prohibit transportation of live cervids and carcasses from CWD positive states. We have specific rules about carcass disposal, what you can and should leave in the field, and also what you need to do with your CWD positive animal. We've had, legislation where we ban wildlife feeding. We had a voter initiative where we had a ban on new game farms. And then, yeah, we've had laws related to scents and lures, and how we can potentially reduce CWD for that is, yeah, preventing anything that's CWD positive from coming in. And then this is that same map where we have the orange that represents that we've had a positive, and then districts where it hasn't been detected and districts where we don't have enough data. But I'm gonna use it to kind of show our management.
We're gonna go to the, I just have a management question, I'll wait just in case you answer.
Yeah, so we had one of our first detection in wild cervids here. And in response to that, they liberalized mule deer and white-tailed deer licenses, especially related to bucks. Then we did some monitoring, like was previously discussed by Region 4, where we increased antler buck permits to be valid for 2 weeks after the general 3-week season. And then this is an area you were talking about. There was, as a response of detections in this area, there was increased antlerless harvest issued for mule deer and white-tailed deer. And then there was an increase in mule deer buck tags as compared to 2017 in Hunt District 652. And then specifically in the Libby area, and then later we'll talk about in the Southwest Montana area, we got high prevalences there. They had an increase in bee tags, but then they also created the Libby Urban Deer Management Plan. And so it was part of that plan that we've had controlled hunts specifically in that area, and we'll talk more about that controlled hunt. But then also, and control removal. But then that's also where they're starting to implement this next season that mandatory testing, is they have licenses related to that controlled hunt. And that's where they want to know what prevalences they're getting. And then similarly, we've had the Southwest Montana CWD management hunt. So as we move forward, we have now established that CWD is here in the state of Montana. And our last CWD management plan was in 2020. So we have to figure out ways that we're gonna decide how we're gonna move forward and update any management options. So one way we're looking to do that is by evaluating any associations that we have with management and then CWD prevalences across hunt districts. So this is something that our office is working on right now. So as you can see here, these like blue dots are all males. And then these female dots, or sorry, the red dots are females. And this is specifically mule deer data. And then these represent hunt districts. So in the gray bars, that are all hunt districts. And they're only hunt districts where we had at least 5 years of data, where we had a large enough sample size, and at least 15 samples in either sex. And so this is the type of thing we're looking at as we're trying to evaluate these management techniques. So first of all, this shows us there is variation among the hunt districts. So that's something we have to consider when we're looking at it. But we're hoping that we can use this kind of data to try to determine the impacts of things like deer density or buck-doe ratio or just the historic harvest pressures. But it's also interesting because you can see that we have some where the prevalences remain low. You can see that we have some data that shows that, like other places, there's this trend where males tend to be a little bit higher in prevalence compared to females. And then we've got these interesting little blips on here, right? Like in Hunt District 502, 401, or 670. You can see in this last year of data, we actually have a dip in prevalence. And so there are year-to-year anomalies we also have to think about. Like, it would be great if we're just like, yep, CWD management is working, there's our dip. But in reality, it's a 1 year over a life of a very long disease, right? It takes a long time for an animal to be affected and die. So like, something we've hypothesized is maybe that's the result of the really harsh winter we just had. Maybe what's going on is if you're CWD positive, you take a hit in whether or not you can survive that winter. And then when everyone harvests in the fall, we see that there's less CWD prevalence because there are just less animals at that moment that have it. But again, we have to manage this over the long period. So like long-term research out of Wyoming has shown that using 20 years of data is a good indicator of how CWD will change. But then when we're looking at the short-term data, like 3 years, we don't see we don't have like as an accurate a trajectory of how CWD will progress in the state.
So just to clarify, so you think it'll require 20 years of monitoring before you know whether or not your management strategies and tactics are working?
Do you wanna?
Yeah, not necessarily. So there's a couple things. These are, we don't have experimental controls set up, right? So in many places, we've changed management, or in some cases, we haven't changed management, but we've continued to monitor. So the first cut is to try and do some sort of cross-sectional analysis, looking at all the different districts and looking at whether the 10-year maybe average harvest pressure or the, past buck-doe ratios, average buck-doe ratios or density estimates might be explaining some of that, the differences between the districts in that, the slope of that line, when you're also controlling for the stage you're at in the epidemic. And so that's gonna be the first cut, but I think going forward, one of our tasks is to figure out, what is the data that we need to gather to do a better job of evaluating those responses to management. And it is hard because the changes take time to play out. So that, that point that Bevan just mentioned, the research out of Wyoming did show that like that 20-year historic pressure is a much better predictor than a 3-year average, harvest pressure on how much you're able to change that line, So there's no easy, short, quick answer.
But but that's also like really important for you all to know that, right? Like if we change the management each year by a little bit, it's gonna be really hard for us to tell like the trajectory because we don't have those controls. We don't have places where we've just done nothing and we can see it change. And then to add to that, if we like don't see the difference in 3 years and then we're like, okay, we're not doing this anymore, we might not get to see that it was actually effective because CWD is just this long running disease. It takes a while to see the population differences.
Yeah, and so is your next slide Libby and Ruby? Okay,
Yeah.
so this is a good continuation of this conversation.
Yeah, so specifically in the Libby and Ruby areas, we've done pretty aggressive controlled removal. So there are 2 main areas. So for each area, there's a core area. So that's places where we've observed these higher prevalences and we've been targeting. And then for the Libby management zone, so just outside of the core area, we have this, actually, to drag our eyes back to the map, this light blue is reflected over here. So you can see inside of that like dark blue buffer, there's a little light blue. So those are those core areas. And then the management zone for Libby and the buffer for Ruby would be those dark blue. And the purpose of that is us trying to see if we hit that population that's hard or that's high prevalence in the core area. Do we then see maybe a reduced spread in that buffer area? So again, these are areas of intense local management. And something that's really interesting that you can see on these graphs is Libby has stayed pretty low, right? Like we don't see this like huge increase in prevalence over the course of this period of time. But then when you look at Ruby, it's increased substantially despite our high harvest in those areas. And one of the things that has been suggested is that could be a result of the fact that we caught the epidemics at different periods of time. So because of that environmental transmission component, there's this chance that once the prevalences are high, we just have it in that system. And so it might be really hard to keep it down. Versus in Libby, we caught it early, but it's 2 cases, right? This is 2 cases we're comparing to each other. So until we have more, there could be other factors at play, but we can't say that it's actually our management that's making those differences until we have more data for that. Did you have other things you wanted to add to the slide?
Yeah, just so each of those lines, like the top is young of year, the middle is yearling, and the bottom is adults. You can see the prevalence increases as you move towards adults. In Libby, they're at a place where in theory they could be taking off. The epidemic is, a perfect spot for like just going through the roof, and they've managed to keep it, or it has remained level, which suggests to me that perhaps that culling effort in Libby has helped quite a bit. And even yearling prevalence has stayed relatively stable there. But if you look over in Ruby, for example, as Bevan said, it was at a much farther stage along in the epidemic, and it's hard to know how much the drop in density is helping, right? We don't have an experimental control to compare it to. I mean, the yearling prevalence is still climbing annually, which is a bummer. But it's maybe a little too early to tell there. We would expect that it would take longer to see a change in the curve there than, if they caught it a lot earlier.
It's probably telling me, and I'm just not smart enough to read it. What's the total prevalence rate in Libby where it's stabilized?
Yeah, it's around, I think if you average across the sexes, it's around 9 or 10%. If you break it out among the sexes, you can see, I think for males, it's closer to 20% and females, 15% or so.
What's your landowner buy-in to this program in those areas?
Well, actually, that's one of the really interesting things about Libby. So they're doing an urban management plan and they're pulling the deer like out of that area. And I mean, a lot of landowners are pretty excited about that because they have so many deer and there are so many car collisions and they're eating gardens and whatever. So it's from what I've had relayed to me, it sounds like there's a lot of buy-in there. I know a little bit less about Ruby, but I think people are very concerned about CWD, so people are interested in being proactive. Do you know more about Ruby, Emily, or not?
Yeah, well, so Ruby's, it's the management zone area has shifted a little over the years. It started with a much broader swath of Southwest Montana and has since focused on that area just south of Twin Bridges where the prevalence is so high. And they've had good cooperation from a number of ranch owners there that allow access to do really intensive harvest. And that's really where that management zone is focused right now.
That area there was all private, wasn't it?
I think it might be
Pretty
all
much
private.
100% private. Yeah.
So it's really relied on the willingness of
Landowners are cooperating with you, or?
I think there are some down there that have not granted access, so
Right.
that complicate the management.
Cause I'm gonna say in eastern Montana, I don't know how good a cooperation you'll get on a lot of that.
It varies like with anything, yeah.
Just, if you're probably gonna depend on the access you have, not what you want, so what your program's gonna be, I guess.
Yeah.
So your goal is to try to reduce the prevalence and keep it stable.
That's the overarching goal of.
You're never gonna do it. And it might be that it's like in the Ruby, it's no longer density dependent. It's just out of control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my question to follow up, if you don't mind, in the total prevalence rate, where it's at, where you expect it to go to.
I don't know that we've got a clear expectation for the Ruby. Again, like, I don't know that it's even possible to drop it. So, and that's an open question. I think there's places around the West where they've seen really high prevalences. And the question is, how much can we actually change that, going forward when it's already reached a point at which environmental contamination is probably quite high. So our goal is to dampen the curve, drop it down if we can, and try and reduce outward spread. And so.
But the people in Colorado found that you gotta catch it early. And they didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, before it showed up, there were already deer falling dead in the borrow pit.
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Is it gonna be a bit like the pandemic we just had, though? We're trying to take the height out of it and just lay it down on the axis this way?
Yeah, that's been the idea for a lot of management, is to try and drop that curve so that you can keep prevalence low while somehow also balancing that against, maintaining populations, good huntable populations that are healthy and productive.
Right.
And that's the challenge, right? Threading that needle.
Yeah.
And a lot of it relies on catching it early and trying to, when we have hot spots, identifying those and trying to keep those contained.
And if I understand the other side, you're still gonna have the same death rate, you're just gonna have it quicker potentially versus if you lay it out on the axis.
Well, then the question is whether or not you are getting some saturation level of prevalence that just takes out all your deer.
Say that.
Right? So like, if you are just like, oh, well, we're gonna hunt them or they're gonna die from CWD, and what's the difference? Like, if you end up with those really high population or prevalences, then we're starting to look at like whether or not we're going to have animals into the future. Like that is the fear. Like, I'm not saying this has occurred yet because we're still tracking it as it moves across. But that is the fear, right? Is that if we are very hands off, then you'll have these high prevalences, and hopefully we continue to have evidence where it doesn't jump to people, but you're gonna have lots of harvested animals that are positive. And then, and then we have to worry about like whether or not we'll hit some curve where we see these declines, since it's always fatal, versus like with COVID, people recover, right? Like lots of people recover, but we just haven't seen deer recover yet from CWD, but we don't know. Maybe we'll end up with some sort of resistance at some point, but right now it's 100% fatal.
Yeah.
The other thing in the Ruby, mule deer are starting to move into the whitetail habitat.
Because of the vacuum of whitetail population, because they're hacking on them so good.
Yeah, it kind of overlapped in their winter ranges, but now they,
That's not
pastures
good.
where they used to be.
I was curious about,
Oh, sorry, he had his hand up.
oh, I'm sorry, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, there's quite an elk herd in that same area. Has that affected the elk at all?
Moose.
We've had very low samples so far from elk, right?
Yeah, I wanna see, did we get our first, I should know this, did we get our first positive in moose this past fall there? Or I mean elk rather, did we get one positive elk down in the Ruby this year? If we got any, we got one, it's been really low, yeah, and our overall sampling's been relatively
Cause they're
low.
feeding in the same area that them deer were, where the hunt was, so that's why I'm
Yep.
curious.
There is concern,
Yeah.
about it moving into.
For sure, and like, I will say, so like, I came from Wyoming, that's where I did my CWD research, and Montana is like doing pretty good so far. I mean, like, yeah, I definitely have friends who hunt in hunt districts where it's like a 60% prevalence. So like, if they shoot an animal, it probably has CWD.
It's not good from an R3 perspective.
Yeah.
What's the prevalence rate there, did you say?
It just depends. They have all kinds of prevalences that vary. But I do know there are places that have like 60% prevalence in Wyoming.
Wow.
So like, you're more likely to get a CW positive deer than you're not. So yeah, like it's definitely in these states where they have higher prevalences, they definitely see it come up a little bit later in elk. So like, that's the other thing. Like the problem is like, it might be okay right now, but like if we get high enough prevalences, we don't know where that threshold is, where it crosses over and then we start seeing it in elk and other animals. It's definitely an area of active research we don't know yet. So yeah, we're hoping to use this data to try to evaluate our management strategies as we move forward. But then it's really important that we also get feedback on public viewpoints. So like this is awesome because you guys can be there and kind of give us like reference for how people feel about it, like how we understand these moving forward and like what our goals are for things like mule deer management.
Have you seen where people just won't go hunting where there's CWD?
Yeah, I mean, there are hunters that do hunt and consume CWD positive meat, and that's actually.
No, or have you seen people decide to go elsewhere than say the Ruby? Well, I'm not hunting the Ruby, I'm hunting somewhere else.
I'm not sure. Do we have data on that?
I mean, our neighbor had a person, they said, yeah, we're not exactly running over with CWD, but one of the, they had people say we won't hunt there if there's a chance of it.
So the only info I have to draw on that, or they've done like social science surveys throughout a pandemic, like hunter and resident feedbacks. And in a lot of states, people are really concerned at the beginning. They're like, yeah, we have to be on this. We have to get rid of CWD. Let's be very intense about management. And usually in those feedback surveys, people say things like, yeah, maybe we consider not hunting, but I'm not sure. And then usually the prevalences take up slowly. So then they usually have a drop with people being as concerned about it. But like, I don't know if some people are more likely to go different areas or
just quit.
Yeah, we would need more social science surveys to like actually get an idea of how people feel as a whole.
So anecdotally, what I've seen in region 1 is half the people are like, hey, this is awesome. You get any other sex whitetail tag and get an extra deer in my freezer. And the other half of the people are like, no, I'm not hunting anywhere.
I'm not
near it."
risking it.
Yeah, that's anecdotally, that's
Right.
that's just people I've talked
Yeah.
to.
I've definitely seen that spectrum as well. Some people don't care and some people are
Yeah.
very conscious about it.
I mean, I've hunted that hunt every year they've had it. I've yet to get a positive animal out of it, but yeah, I know other guys.
You have a
that
question? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just curious, like, have you done any sort of, I guess, with your data points, have you run this through GIS at all, or I kind of look at like prevalence on private versus public?
Ooh, we have not. There
Where-
are researchers out there that are looking at landscape use.
Not that, I mean, obviously the land is gonna be different, but I guess we're looking at this, to me, I mean, that your prevalence is predominantly in high density private land areas. But just kind of throwing this out there, the department's approach to this is to combat CWD with B tags that are valid for both public and private. And the utilization of said B tag is predominantly on public land, when to me, it looks like you have predominantly a private land density issue.
Unless you take it into account of Region 6, which is primarily public land, where these people are from.
Ian, what's your point?
Well, it just seems like our approach to kind of our tag structure, I mean,
You're killing a lot of deer where you don't need to be killing them. is what you're
yeah, and then that turns into where, hunters are outraged on like, oh, there's overcrowding, there's other kind of, well, we're trying to take care of CWD, but then we're kind of like creating other issues that maybe really aren't solving the core problem. I guess I mean, I'll say it multiple times, but I think the B tag structure, and it does seem like we're, kind of moving there. There's a bigger push to it, but private land only B tags. So I don't see that we have the deer densities and, just, I guess, overabundance on public land that really warrants antlerless harvest on public. Now, yeah, Region 6, there's.
There was, it's no longer that way. They killed them.
Yeah.
But I think you're hitting it like last year when when the commission had that proposal to harvest 2,000 more deer in Region 6 without any other sort of mandatory reporting. It really got shot down from landowners and everybody who hunts Region 6, because it's like, there's not that many deer. 2,000 more either sex deer for people hunting public land. So I agree with where you're coming from. It's like, do we know where that's coming from?
It'd just be nice to go into the scalpel.
Yeah, no, I really wish we knew a lot more about CWD than we are. What was that? Sorry.
Just looking at your map, you can see that nice line running right up Powder River where there's real high deer densities. And you got that little dot right there in the Custer, but that could be just that there's a lot of samples coming out of the Custer too. I mean, I would guess that your sample size, if you ran a sample, number of positives per sample going up to Powder, you're probably a lot lower than on the Custer where you've got a lot of samples and not as much,
Yeah, we can skip back to the prevalence maps, so you guys could look at that as well, but I know that's by hunt district, so you don't get to look at these nice little.
what he's getting at is even more micro managed type stuff, and you got densities on the eastern Montana river bottoms that'll go from real high to, almost nothing in a couple of miles.
But ideas like that are great, right? Like, as we're moving forward, we're trying to think of ways to be more targeted and try to figure out how to manage CWD moving forward. So like running data where we look at private and public, like that would be really interesting. And like, then it's just a matter of whether or not we have that, and then whether or not everyone is supportive, right?
Well,
So
even
like a group.
I'm from Kalispell, and luckily we don't have a hit there yet, but I mean, I have a house in Evergreen. I mean, I have, in subdivision, I mean, I have 20 whitetails a day in my front yard. Like if we get, maybe that's an area where we kind of look at trying to, we do have a lot of B-tag opportunities, but it becomes challenging to, with all the small tracts of private land, it becomes challenging to actually reduce deer, but that's an area, like, I could see, in 10 years, I would say Kalispell's probably gonna get on the map, and then, you'd see an explosion or something, proactive.
You're hoarding deer, Ian.
Yeah, definitely.
I also gotta wonder about the sampling. You've got the roadside stations, right? Then you also have the ability for people to go, like, remove the lymph nodes or whatever, and bring those into the local FWP office. And I'm kind of curious, like, what kind of demographics those different sampling methods are attracting. Cause I imagine if you're like, you go out behind the ranch and shoot a buck and you bring it back to the house, it takes more work to get those, to actually go seek out the FWP office than if you're driving across the state after you kill the deer, you drive past the sampling station. So you're probably hunting different types of places.
Yeah,
And that would affect where you're sampling from, just by, just the use patterns of people.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do have private ranches that bring us samples from there, but it definitely is a factor, like whether or not we have the sampling size and if there's bias. That's definitely a thing. Yeah.
I've got a question on the cross species infection. So like on the Ruby, I mean, where the elk and whitetail deer are completely sympatric on those river bottoms. I mean, they're just with each other all the time. They must be a little bit more resistant. Maybe I heard Brian say that, I don't know, or maybe it was you, Emily, I can't. Oh, but when they're shooting those doe deer over there, are they gutting them in the field? Are they taking them to a different point so that you don't have the transmission?
One ranch did, for the first 2 or 3 years, he had a plate, he wouldn't let you dress one out. He'd take them to his barn, dress it out for you, take the sample, skin it, send you home. But he put the guts in a dumpster. He didn't let any of it in the field. I had never seen it out there, but.
Yeah, they live there just like 100%.
Yes, I don't know about all the ranches, and I don't know if that's still currently the practice. But for a while, there were at least a couple ranches that were making a concerted effort to take everything out. Yeah. And then as for elk, yeah, we tend to see lower prevalences in elk where there's sympatric with deer. And we think that's something about behavior and maybe some element of susceptibility, but probably largely behavior. It seems to slow that.
Hard to say right now.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
It is hard to say. We don't know for sure.
Oh.
Yeah, so yeah, we're just looking to make a long-term plan. Hopefully we can evaluate some of this and decide how we want to move forward. So yeah, thank all of you guys for being here. I really appreciate how thoughtful you all are about this and like how you're gonna integrate it in. You're welcome to contact me if you have any questions related to CWD or other diseases. Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You need a break to get into the next one, or you wanna keep going?
What about that? How many deer did they harvest right?
So you say that again?
Right in Helena, they have that deer removal type thing stuff. Didn't they harvest like 200 and some deer right here?
Yeah. Is it 200? It's around.
Did they test all of those?
Yep, they get
They
tested
did?
now. Yeah, they do. In the last couple of years, before they get donated to the food bank.
Is there any data?
No positives detected in Helen. Good job, Evan.
I just say, anyone?
We all dive here, so I guess.
Looks like a little break. 2:30?
2:30, okay.
Since it's after lunch.
Kelly working at my.
I know.
You gotta act like the wife. Do that.
That's up.
Notice that.
I wonder if it gets.
Okay. And they will.
Seems like.
And then, you know, right now, it's not like.
Yeah, probably. Would that be something that you could apply like roadside? Yeah.
Well.
Okay.
But it also means. They can collect them before they get. So right now it takes them only good. But yeah, so we're having like, what the best we're doing like. And then they're that, so now whenever you make options.
That's all that we had. Double pay was totally fun.
That also. You have any?
Something.
No, and the big one sheep.
Where I got that.
Maybe that's.
And also.
Yeah, well, read a lot of things.
So they're trying to develop a manufacturing process for big
Yeah.
one sheep. This is that small. Yeah. Just let's consider a process that it's so different.
Some of the.
Did I not know you? This all happens in the last.
Yeah.
Remember when they were talking about doing it over there? Like your, that's, I don't think.
It's a bunch of. Two things happen.
Oh. So like that's
I think it's. So he. At that point, like before that. It's like not just.
He missed it.
That was actually.
You got all.
And then that's what you see.
And
That's not us, by sure.
Yes and no, but.
Yeah.
It's the
There.
And then it'll, and that's kind of training.
Because it goes past the gear.
Yeah.
Like, man, you don't want to. Our boss.
So much. Like one of the things, that I know about social sector, is like for people that are looking at and they found certain things.
Still alive.
They see that are troubling or have positive. That could be positive or not. That could just be that they.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They have like.
Like, questions that's been asked.
Like whether.
Or get less.
I mean, better to be that way.
Right now. Like the brain. But, yeah. I'm really hoping we'll get one. But again, but there hasn't been.
I don't have to go out there.
Yeah. Right, we're like.
But.
Brian's next as well, and I'm here now, right?
Texas, because there's no vaccine.
Well, that's good. I
started with.
Much about microbiology.
Started when I first started.
I love that. You're gonna say you took mechanics. I've seen those guys. Like, you know, easy. That's stuff that like it's just coming up. Yeah.
again, like I think November, having permits in November that are like super.
You guys are attentive. I give you that. Come back and your contact pretty quick. And I don't know if that's because the carb crash is occurring, insulin diet, or what it is, but everybody's here. Just again, my name is Brian Wakener. I'm the game chief, and what I wanted to do is kind of go over just a little bit of background information. And I kind of wanted to share some information, but I want to make it real clear, and I think it's been stated several times that we're not here to tell you, you know, this is the way it is. We're trying to give you some contextual information so that you can use that as you continue to work forward with this process. So can you make it go?
Getting short.
Okay, so when we talk about, you know, the reason we get concerned about mule deer, of course, is there's not as many as we would like them to be. And one of the first things you hear from a biologist, if you start to talk to them, he's like, yeah, you know, deer populations are low. And we usually say, well, yeah, they are, but it happens all the time. It's the same thing, it happens. The thing that becomes disturbing is a lot of times if you look over the right period of time, if you start at the right place, and you can kind of see a kind of a downward decline over time. And some of the highs aren't as high as they used to be. Some of the lows aren't as low as they used to be. And part of that is contextual. When are you looking at it? And you know, part of it's some of the reality of what we're looking at and some of the things that are kind of contributing to that. But the thing I want to talk about a little bit here this afternoon is that this isn't just unique to Montana. This is something that's a kind of a west-wide across the distribution of mule deer. And you've heard a couple of references to WAFA here today. WAFA is the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. And so representatives from each of the Western states. There's also an association, which is not only on 50 states, but also Canada. And then there's 4 regional associations, WAFA being the Western one. And depending on when you choose to look at it, there's about 24 provinces and states that make that up. Back in 1997, as they were kind of looking at some of the issues, looking at, you know, mule deer reports from across the nation over time, began to occur to some of the biologists, some of the directors, that what we're seeing was a long-term decline, and they wanted to put together a working group to kind of start looking at what those causes could be. And so the first meeting of that mule deer working group was in June of '98. And what that group did was get together and start looking at, you know, a root cause analysis of declines. And what a root cause analysis really is, you know, it's like, for instance, you're looking at an accident that may have occurred. And so you start to look at, well, what contributed to that? You know, part of it might have been fatigue, you know, driver fatigue. Okay, well, what contributed to driver fatigue? You know, was it, you know, inappropriate substance abuse? Was it working too hard, staying awake? You know, basically you just keep looking further and further down to see what the actual root cause was. It's not just fatigue, there were things that contributed to that. And so that group, you know, convened a group. They first got together in June of '98, like I mentioned, and spent a couple of days kind of going through this exercise, trying to think about all the possible causes. What is it that could be contributing to a decline? They came up with 9 different causes, and I'll go over those here briefly. And ultimately, they published a book in 2003. that kind of described this in pretty great detail. It was published by the Berryman Institute out of Utah State. I don't believe it's in print, but there are a few copies running around that you can still track down. So what were those 9 items? The first one that they came up with is changes to mule deer habitat. And the thing that's interesting about any of these root cause analyses is that it's not like any one is a standalone, this is what caused it. That's not what they were doing. They're trying to figure out, you know, what are the possible causes. And of course, they could certainly interact with one another to influence decline. So they're not saying any one of these was it, or that one of them alone was it, that it could be any of these. And the interesting thing is you look at Montana and you can see a lot of the same things in a local level or a statewide level than what they identify. So I'm going to try to use some examples, not from Montana for the most part, primarily because I'm not trying to point in anybody's backyard and say, you know, this is what's going on for you. Just some examples of to illustrate. And so changes to mule deer habitat, they could be short-term, they could be long-term, they could be both. In Nevada, if you look at the abundance of mule deer over time, it's kind of an interesting thing. If you get back to the period before the very first explorers were coming across, they really didn't talk about mule deer in Nevada very much. It was a grassland for the most part, and it wasn't until some really unregulated grazing, unregulated horses and things of that nature had a really heavy impact on the vegetation. And then it transitioned from a grassland, which was primarily pronghorn, transitioned into sagebrush grasslands. And so the sagebrush became very good habitat, and it supported mule deer. And at that point, they kind of really started, the mule deer really peaked. And somewhere around, shortly after 1900 or so, they really had their high point for mule deer. They think they had somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 deer. But as we've already talked about today, trying to put a number is really difficult. And in 1900, they didn't have helicopters, they didn't have fixed wing aircraft, they couldn't survey. And so it's just the best guess people had. But after that, we started to see some periods of time when we had these other species get introduced, cheatgrass, for instance. Cheatgrass got introduced, it changed the dynamic of the overall ecosystem, and it's really, really well adapted to fire where sagebrush is not. And so you wind up with these fires, cheatgrass comes in, cheatgrass encourages another fire to occur, you lose more sagebrush, and you wind up with huge expanses being transitioned into an annual that really doesn't support much of anything. And so now mule deer populations are on the decline again. So it's a real, what we see in just about every habitat, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about Arizona or places far further north than us, is a lot of changes that were put in place through fire management, and a lot of early things that occurred without regulation tended to create situations where we have a far more climax situation than what there had been historically. And some of those vegetation communities have changed dramatically. And so changes to mule deer habitat certainly can be one of the things that can influence changes in our deer populations. There's also things that we see with ecoregional differences in population dynamics. We talked a little bit about that already today. You know, is the kind of reproduction that you see and survival that you see in the Missouri breaks the same as what you see in northwestern, Montana? Do we see changes there? Wherever we look, almost without fail, pregnancy rates are high. Almost always, you wind up, just about every study that's ever been done, rarely are there limitations in pregnancy. But fawn survival is highly variable. And of course, that's influenced by things like drought, winter severity, hide and cover, predation, forage quality. So there's a lot of interactions that kind of work together to influence that. And so what they determined is that these effects are not consistent across the range of mule deer. We do see differences. And so that could explain some of what we're seeing, but something like, large scale changes can explain range-wide declines a lot better. Nutrition, that's something that's obviously clearly tied to what kind of habitat is available, what kind of situation that habitat is in. So the diet and the forage quality influence their nutritional status. Their nutritional status in turn influences things like the likelihood that when their fawn is born, the fawn's going to be in good condition. If the fawn's in good condition and it has good forage availability, it's probably going to do a far better job of surviving the next winter. On the other hand, if the doe's in poor nutrition, fawns may be born underweight. If fawns are born underweight, their chances of actually getting on top of things to make it through the next winter become challenging as well. I broke it. I'm adaptable. So another thing we commonly think about is hunting and hunt structure. In fact, that's often one of the first things we think about because it's something we can control. But one of the things that we've noticed, looking at a lot of research over time, and again, some of that research is here in Montana, some of it's Colorado, a lot of different places. You can have extremely low buck to doe ratios, or you can have extremely high buck to doe ratios, and rarely does it have much of an influence on recruitment. Recruitment can influence buck to doe ratios, but the buck to doe ratio has much less of an effect on the fawn to doe ratio. So if you get below 10 bucks per 100 does, you don't have enough bucks to go around. And so you start to see a drop off in recruitment. Or if you get above 40 bucks per 100 does, there also seems to be kind of a drop off in recruitment, but the reasons for that are somewhat less obvious, probably tied to things like competition, interspecific, with intraspecific competition with their own species for forage during the winter. Bucks can be more competitive. So the thing that's important about it is you need clear objectives if you're trying to manage your particular population. This is one of the things that Nevada, in my mind, has a real challenge with. They don't have a buck to doe ratio that they're trying to hit. Their commission has never told them what they want to achieve. And so every time you get to the commission meeting, it's always a guessing game trying to figure out what it is. And that's something our adaptive harvest management plans does provide us here in Montana, is clear objectives. Those objectives are certainly subject to evaluation and consideration and potential changes. But if we've got a clear objective that we're trying to manage toward, that helps us actually formulate a recommendation. The other thing that's important to keep in mind is the choice of management certainly can influence participation and experience that the hunters have when they're in the field. And we've talked a little bit about that today already as well with some of Mike's information on preferences. Disease is another thing that they thought, maybe we don't know what it was. This is 2003. This is before CWD really took off. It was certainly prevalent. in some areas. It's something that they were aware of, but there's a lot of diseases out there that influence mule deer. Things like the epizootic hemorrhagic disease. There's a whole suite of diseases out there that can have a population level effect at certain times. And so, is there something we're not picking up on disease management? Is there something there that we haven't considered? Your management objectives can influence the likelihood for disease to play a role, prevalence to be there. If you've got high abundance, it's just like, times when we have pandemic concerns, COVID, when it was going around, we tried to avoid places where there were a lot of people congested in one area. Same thing applies here, just the proximity and abundance facilitates that spread of disease. I'll figure it out. So, one of the other things, and we've talked about this a little bit today too here in Montana, but how consistent, how valid, how compatible, and how comparable are your data sets? If our data sets were better, would we be better able to detect whether or not we have a population in decline or not? How good does our data need to be? One of the challenges that every agency has is how much do you invest in your survey and monitoring? No matter what the situation is, we have to make recommendations in the face of uncertainty. And so we want to look at a lot of indices. Brent talked about a number of them. You can look at total bucks harvested, the days to harvest. There's a lot of indicators that we look at, and based on our own experience, winter wasn't too severe. Last year was relatively wet. There are some things that you would anticipate coming into the spring. Should have good fawn recruitment. If we've got good fawn recruitment, total numbers should go up. If total numbers go up, we should see an increase in harvest this fall. Those are the kinds of things you expect to see. And so you look for consistencies in those data streams to be able to say, yeah, this makes sense. But Arizona surveys at a different time than Nevada does. Montana surveys a different way than those other states do. And so you can look at some general trends, but it's really difficult to say, well, we saw a 3% decline and they saw a 5% increase. Is that the same thing, or is it still within that variability? But how good does your data need to be in order to make management decisions? It's always the double-edged sword. Deer predator relationships. This is one of the things that probably gets as much conversation as just about anything else. There was a paper written back in 2001 that really looked at the time, all the paper by Warren Ballard was the lead author, and they looked at a suite of papers that were available at the time and looked for common relationships. And what they really seemed to find is that if your deer population was below, and it's one of those things that we talk about again all the time, is carrying capacity. How many deer can occupy that habitat? But it's extremely difficult to measure. We know what it looks like when we see things get above it or chronically below it, but it's really hard to say when you're at it. But what they determined is if you are at carrying capacity or slightly above carrying capacity, trying to manage predators isn't going to help the deer population. On the other hand, if you're below carrying capacity and predators are holding it below carrying capacity, releasing that allows them to grow to carrying capacity. So it's kind of, again, it's how good does your data have to be? How much, what's your sense of how it is? The other thing that they didn't really look into too much is the complexity of the predator community. If you've got a fairly simple relationship with a single predator and a single prey spot population, you can make some reasonable inferences about what you expect things to do. But when you have multiple prey populations, if one population goes down, predator has the ability to prey switch and select a different species. And so you can have different effects. You kind of have more of a community effect than a specific, where is the deer population effect. Similarly, if you've got multiple predators, some of them, mountain lions tend to be very opportunistic. The way they hunt tends to be in a fashion that's less selective. Because they sit in an ambush, whereas a coursing critter like a coyote or a wolf they have to run them, and so you tend to pick up the weaker animals in that situation. So it gets incredibly complex, and what I like to say is we're working with nonlinear math. And anytime you work with nonlinear math, there are multiple solutions to the equation. And so there is no simple answers. It gets really complex, and it's really often gets into the art really much more than the science. And then precipitation and weather. Precipitation and weather can have an effect on deer populations. Obviously, again, looking at Nevada, if you've got a good wet year, you may have an awful lot of cheatgrass production, but if it stays wet enough, you don't burn much. The last wet year they burned somewhat less than 40,000 acres. The year prior, 2 years prior to that, they burned 1 million acres each because it was so dry. And so obviously precipitation has a huge effect on it. One other one I failed to put on here, but it's competition. The thing that people looked at, that this group looked at, was primarily elk and deer competition. But when we start looking here in Montana, we've also got the possibility of whitetail. We've got some other species on the landscape, and so all of those things can kind of play together. Competition is one potential thing. Most of them are pretty good at figuring out ways to avoid competition between one another, but certain species do have a competitive edge over the others, and so they can certainly have an influence on that population. So I'm kind of trying to transition now from what they did and kind of what they saw into somewhat of trying to craft a mule deer initiative here in Montana. And some of the assumptions that we've currently got and trying to test them a little bit and see where we are. And what I'm going to say about this next part of my presentation is this is going to be a teaser. I'm going to go through it relatively quick. Nick gets to present all the stuff that goes with it, so you save the hard questions for him. So some of our assumptions in the testing assumptions are mule deer population dynamics vary across the regions within Montana. We've collected data since the time we first made this assumption. We've looked at it, and lo and behold, we've confirmed that. Yes, indeed. We are seeing variable population dynamics. Kind of goes back to what the work group also saw. Mule deer population dynamics adjust as environmental fluctuates within predictable bounds. The outcome is characteristic set of population parameters that reflect the environmental variation. Again, that's something that we've looked at, and we feel like we've affirmed it, that does indeed work the way we thought it did. The interaction between fawn recruitment and natural mortality provides the window of opportunity for harvest. This is looking at recruitment rates, and you've seen this a couple of times already today. But just looking at, how much, antlered harvest very rarely directs a population. You can kill bucks and bulls all day long, And unless you knock them way low, you don't see a change in recruitment as a result of that. However, looking at antlerless harvest, which is pretty common here, there are some opportunities and as Brent mentioned earlier, you know, this is not a, there's several different relationships we've established over the years, but what we've been looking at is this range of variation that Mackey saw back in 1998, does it still hold today? Are we still seeing the same thing? And how do you make it go back? There it goes. And so there's an opportunity for additional valuation there. That's one of the assumptions that we made that we're not entirely sure is still the same relationship we saw back then. So there's an opportunity for us to evaluate that. Again, average annual rates of natural mortality. They're low and they're similar, but unfavorable conditions can triple, even quadruple those rates. There's an opportunity to do a little bit more exploration, see whether or not this is still consistent with what we've been seeing. Predation can be compensatory or additive depending on individuals are preyed upon, where they are in relation to their carrying capacity. Again, this is something that we are seeing pretty consistently. We think this is based on our data, what we've looked at, we would say we've confirmed that. Also, the buck-to-doe ratios within the typical range observed in Montana do not limit fawn production. Again, just based on what we've been seeing, the data we've collected, we think this is still a fair assumption. Mule deer management must function within the realm of variation. You know, no big surprise there. Yeah, obviously. The department provides opportunity even to direct the population towards management goals. We've confirmed that, and the AHM plans work to moderate the population fluctuations. You know, just some of the one example of confirming that again is a slide that Brent showed that kind of showed that once we adopted AHM, we started to see that kind of level out. So Brent also mentioned that oftentimes we'll use the number of bucks harvested on the general license as an index. This has been something we've assumed, it's been fairly reliable, but we've got an opportunity to do a little more evaluation on that. Aerial surveys on trend areas is a reliable index. We think that's a true statement too. However, we do have the opportunity to do some additional evaluation. Some hunters are in favor of restrictions to manage for older age class, but a majority of hunters believe that we have an opportunity, want the opportunity to hunt every year. Again, Mike talked about that earlier this morning. Recent survey confirmed that that's still the case. That's my real quick overview. As I said, told Deb earlier, I wasn't going to burn up an hour unless you guys wanted to ask questions for another half hour, but I'll certainly be glad to try to answer any questions you have. Any hard ones, I'll defer to Nick.
I had one question. How many limited entry permits did you have?
Pardon me?
How many limited entry areas did you have in like 25 years ago?
I don't have a good answer for you real quick on that. Brent, do you happen to know?
I think we were up to, when the first version of AHM was adopted in 2001, I believe we had 16 special management districts at that time. So we're a little bit below that now. That's just the special management areas.
How about limited entry?
Well, those are basically limited.
Yeah.
Those are the limited permits. And there could have been other variations too that weren't technically the special areas.
You said at 10% of the hunting districts.
The 403 week.
Yeah, but maybe one point.
For me?
One point there is that
the places that have been added, the limited entry districts that have been added since that are not special management districts, that's all more recent, like the 3-week season and the unlimited permits in Region 2.
Yeah,
They're not-
there's probably more now or more recently than there was then, but I'm not sure what it was.
Right.
25 years ago.
I don't know the exact number, but those places where we're limiting entry for hunting, limited opportunity, but we're not trying to accomplish over an inch buck. That's all more recent than,
A fair amount of those are, I think that's true.
in general, the regulations were simpler in the 90s leading up to AHM. I mean, many of you probably know that, but
Yeah,
how thick the regulation book is now.
I just wasn't aware of any limited entry permits in like 1990, but I thought it was all general.
441 went in 1988.
88. That was because those deer were coming out and just getting wiped on, fired it down, yeah.
It was a 3-week season with 2 weeks permit, and then we switched it to 2 weeks and 3 weeks.
I don't know if that was like the first.
So Brian, thank you, I guess, first off, just on this mule deer initiative. So basically I guess the things you ran through here in your presentation, like areas where you're gonna analyze it, that's the stuff you're planning to dig in on with your team, correct? Is that?
I'm sorry, my hearing is really bad.
Yeah, so the stuff in your presentation, we had stuff that was confirmed, the stuff you're not gonna mess with, the stuff that is basically identified to sort of for further evaluation are really the things that you're planning on digging in with your team on. Is that basically how that's gonna work?
Yeah, so to say that it's not that we're gonna not look at that. We wanna focus on the things that we have on the farm. And so those are the places where we really like to look at more. I think it's important to point out that while we've got this plan together, we don't really have all the funding in place to make it happen just yet. But that's what our intent is to try to focus on those things. But if there's an opportunity to learn more about others, we're gonna do that as well.
You said the word that I wrote down, funding. Like how much of a roadblock is that to the department to collect data that would be able to tease out things like, I guess, is the department in a funding limited scenario, like with studies, research, et cetera? Do you feel, or does your biologist staff, do you feel that there is a funding component that is kind of a roadblock to?
So the way I'll answer that is it's kind of like how good does our data need to be? You know, we could always spend more money. I mean, if you ask a biologist, you know, and it's often the same as asking the public, you know, do you want better data? We all want better data.
Right.
And so there's always an interest in having, you know, more investigations, better data, better decision-making capability. And so so we can't afford everything we want to do. The other thing I'll say is up until about a year and a half ago, we were in a position where our funding was because of the way the Pittman-Robertson funding comes and our license fees come and things, we were in a position where we had probably more expendable income than we've had in quite some time. Currently, we're kind of, you know, trying to make sure we don't overexpend ourselves. So if you were to say, you know, we made the decision as an agency to invest a substantial amount of revenue in bighorn sheep investigations and mountain goat investigations about 2 years ago. It's really starting to kick off. And so to throw a big mule deer investigation on top of that would be a hefty lift.
Yeah, I guess where I go with that is kind of some of this adaptive harvest management stuff, being able to go in, you know, pull levers, back out, you know, obviously, if you, okay, deer populations are doing good, you decide to sell more B tags, you reduce populations, like, are we at risk of, I guess, I have a concern that the department's kind of dependent on some of the B tag sales and whatnot in order, as a revenue stream, how much adaptive harvest management can we do until it like, oh, shoot, we can't keep the lights on or what,
Yeah, it's a legitimate question. But in no conversation that I've been involved in since I've been here, has money and biology been in the same conversation. The other thing I'll say is, our biologists are pretty responsive. I mean, if you looked at some of those graphs, like in Region 6, we dropped 11,000 B tags for mule deer in the past 4 years, and that's without the commission's intervention. This last year, the commission intervened and also said, in addition to just having 1,000, we're not gonna do it on public land. So the department is not getting any pressure that I'm aware of. No conversation that I've been involved in or overheard has anybody said, you gotta get out there and sell more licenses.
That's good to hear.
Was it, I guess, when was the last time tags got increased? Cause I don't ever pay attention to any of this stuff, so.
I'm sorry, what kind of increase?
Increase in tag prices. Prices for residents, non-residents, how long has it been since it got increased?
If you're talking about license numbers.
No, price.
Price,
How much?
sorry, price.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry about that.
Okay, I went off. I couldn't tell you when the last.
I think it was 2012 when I was on the committee.
He would know that.
This guy right here.
Yeah.
It was 2015 House Bill 140 passed, which created the licensing task force, which came up with the base license. And then tying non-residents to CPI. So 2015, 2016 was the last, which is, I mean, that's actually historic to have a 10-year run without needing a license fee increase.
But that,
20 years of doing this, I've never seen that.
and Ben, that wasn't an increase in mule deer license. That wasn't, it was like adding on a fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
For-
a base license.
And I think it was a slight bump in the overall, because it was like 15 and then it went to 20 for a resident, I think a general elk. But it was not a big, it may be a 20% bump in residents. But for, resident licensing, Montana's the cheapest state, probably in the world. West of the Mississippi, maybe.
We've done resident license fee studies during my tenure with the department. And we find that we could charge well in excess of what we charge. Elk license is an example. The average willingness to pay is over $100 for that annual license. And what is the cost? $24 or some very cheap amount compared to the other western regional states.
I don't know if that's what you did in that too.
Look, I mean,
Not
it
increase these,
it
or-
kind of all intertwines, like, okay, yeah, we're in a situation where. The complaint is, overcrowding and non-resident hunting pressure, especially in regions, 6 and 7 and whatnot. How do we buffer that? I guess personally and I can't speak for everybody because you're gonna get different opinions on this, but personally, as a resident with fuel prices and what they are and whatnot, I would be more than happy to pay additional monies for my licenses if I felt like it was resulting in, some of that excess pressure. I'm not talking about the buck hunters and bull hunters, non-resident, but like, some of the antlerless harvest and some of the other stuff for non-residents. If I can pitch in a little bit more to try to just take some of those bodies off the landscape, I'm all about that. If I can also pitch in a little bit more to tease out some of the, you hit on it with, some of these, predator prey kind of dynamics and whatnot. And, in certain areas, I fully believe that we're in a situation where our prey populations can't get their head above water, but I don't feel like we truly have the amount of data to go into the scalpel and say, this district and this district, we're gonna take a different approach to our predator management because we have known issue. Like, I would be glad to pay more money if you guys were able to then go in and surgically do stuff like that, as opposed to make a broad, hey, we're just gonna get harder on all predators in Montana, and then it opens us up to litigation, you know?
Yeah. You know, it's, and, you know, being with the government, rarely do we not willingly say, if you're gonna give us money, we'll take it.
Yeah.
But, I say that, but in the last couple of years, we've actually had some of the nonprofits come to us and offer us money. And we've said, hey, we don't need it. You know, we've got enough to do what we need to do. And so, if we were to have more money, I mean, one of the things that's also a challenge for a government agency is trying to allocate where that money is going to be spent. You know, this group might think mule deer is clearly the most important thing that we need to spend money on. But, you know, we've got endangered species issues. We've got litigation ongoing. We've got, you know, any host of things that you can pick. And ultimately, the agency might allocate dollars. And so it's an allocation thing as much as anything else. But I would not, I wouldn't stand here in front of you today and say, gosh, you know, our world would be made so much better with more money. It always is, but it's not the most burning need that we've got. Okay, well, I'm gonna, so Nick, he's back. Oh, Nick's turn. But clearly you can see our biologists can't afford birds that aren't all torn, so we need more money. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Forget my time.
Justin, you can call him anything you want.
Yeah. Well, we're good to keep going? I'm the headliner, so to speak. Thanks for hanging in there. Yeah, happy to be here. So I'm gonna give you a bit of an update on some research we've been doing, and I'm gonna kind of bounce around across a bunch of topics. And if we need to kind of breeze through some and stick on some others, that's, you know, I expect that's probably the case. So definitely ask questions. And I guess a little background about me. So I've been working as a research biologist for FWP since 2012, so about 12 years. Prior to that, I worked on some projects on sheep in Montana, woodland caribou, some Canada lynx and wolf stuff. But then when I started in the department, I've been running a moose study for about 10 years. And as we've been doing that moose project, the plan has always been, as that wraps up, we're going to shift into putting some more emphasis back on some mule deer work. So it's exciting for me to be thinking more and more about mule deer. And as we've been going along the way, we've done some projects too. So we're not just starting from scratch. But just to give you that little bit of background, that we're kind of looking forward to taking a deeper dive in the coming years here. And I guess I also want to highlight that really my predecessors as research biologists in Montana, Ken Hamlin, Dave Pack, like we're really did some super powerful and important work on mule deer that I think really was leading research across the West for a lot of the biologists that I've gotten to know in other states that really point to this report, for example, as one of the best mule deer research documents out there. And since that time, there's been lots of great work going on in other states too. But I want to highlight that we've got a really good history of great work in Montana. This report is on the website under the deer page. If you click on research and scroll down, you can find this report, and it's really phenomenal. And I'll hint back to this as we go a bit. But I guess another thing just to mention here is a lot of this work that was done in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s in Montana kind of set the stage for the AHM document that you know, the management that we're doing now, a lot of it is founded on some of these research results. So an important role to play, but something we're gonna kind of revisit. And so I've got some work to share with you that comes from deer that we've collared around the state for various reasons. So these stars are basically projects that we've had some deer collared basically in the last couple decades, so sort of since that last big body of work. And then I'm also going to talk a little bit about some population modeling we did in Region 7. So these are just trend areas with the survey data. And we were talking a little bit about trying to align trend area data. So kind of a smattering of work around the state. And one thing just to kind of hit on is there's been a lot of interest across the West in space use, migration of big game, mule deer in particular. So we had this kind of body of GPS data collected for various reasons, and we had the help of a postdoc with some of that money that came from the Department of Interior to take a deeper look at our migration information. And so Blake Lowry did some summary of migration patterns of these deer herds. And just quick overview, some of these herds in certain places are just totally resident, don't migrate at all year round. We'll stay in the same, few square miles annually. And then as you get further down this list of deer populations, you get to herds like up in Region 1 that are almost fully migratory, where almost every deer is leaving winter range, going somewhere else in the summer. But a lot of them are somewhere in between. And actually, I think a lot of these eastern Montana herds are tend to be more on the resident side, relatively shorter and fewer migrations to some of these herds in the West, but that's an overgeneralization for sure. Since he did this work, we added a couple herds with GPS collars in Carbon County and in Region 5 and then Gardner, and they were both very migratory as well. So just to set that stage and just to see what some of those migrations look like, with some management implications. Some of the more recent projects that I've been involved with were collaring mule deer in a couple parts of Region 1 near Libby and up near Eureka, and then over on the Rocky Mountain front.
How far are they migrating, like at most?
So yeah, so here we go. So this is winter range for those Libby Fisher River, to be more precise, Fisher River deer. And so they're migrating about, it's about 20 to 40 kilometers, about 30 miles, and depending on which side of the Fisher, some are going west into the Cabinets, some are going east towards Eureka, really. So just to see what some of those migrations look like, winter range to summer range.
Hey Nick, can you adjust that little screen?
What?
We can't see the, just.
Yeah, thank you for saying that.
Thanks.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah. So I have some summary statistics in there. Yeah, 33 kilometers average, up to 50 for those ones. This is up by Eureka. Some of those deer migrate up into Canada. So here's winter range again, and then generally migrating up into the Whitefish Range, average 20 kilometers. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the timing of this too. But as we go through these, I'm also kind of putting some general hunting district numbers in there just to show a lot of these deer are crossing district boundaries as they're, or international boundaries as they're doing this. So this is on the Rocky Mountain front. So winter range out on the front along Augusta, and a lot of deer migrating almost, all the way across the bow. Sealy Lake is, right here. So what's that? Average of 20 kilometers, but up to 60. And this one, if you look at, this is outdated, the district boundaries have changed a little bit, but if you look at just hunting district boundaries in that area, these deer are covering all kinds of, what we would think of as sort of one congregated winter range, are covering a lot of different hunting districts. And so if you look at sort of where those deer are in the fall, this is sort of the proportion of deer that are back on the hunting district where they winter. So eventually all the deer are, 100% of them should be back to winter range. But as we go through the hunting season and archery season, most of them are still in summer range. And then as you get into rifle season, you're getting to be about, 75, 80% are back to winter range, but really not until December. In some cases are all of them fully back. So obviously there's some management implications to that in terms of where those deer are. We hinted at a little bit with regards to surveys, also with regards to hunting. we did a little analysis of what drives this timing for this sample. These are all does. What drives this timing, and we tested a few variables just for your interest. Across deer and across years, the things that we could find that really predicted when they leave by each individual were the onset of cold temperatures, sort of from satellites, the remote sensing of vegetation sort of drying up. And then the deer that migrate the farthest tend to leave the soonest to come back. So the ones that don't go very far tend to linger longer.
Are those ranked in any sort of importance?
Ooh, no, these ones were all significant. We also looked at snow, which was sort of significant, but not compared to the rest of these. And then we also looked at hunting pressure, just at sort of a hunting district scale, and couldn't find any pattern with regards to hunting pressure. But no, I think, yeah, I can't remember. None of them is super, strong, more strong than the others, but I can't remember which ones in terms of statistical significance, how they would rank. Thanks for asking that, though. Another thing about migration, and just to kind of highlight with mule deer, you guys are all passionate about mule deer, so this is probably preaching to the choir, but we try to highlight, even though we manage a lot of these big game species with some similarities, they do have some unique differences. And so with mule deer, even though there's a lot of migration going on, there's also this kind of partial migration thing so on the Rocky Mountain front, this is the winter ranges for 6 deer. And then 3 of those deer stay there all year long. And then 3 of them migrate into the bottom or in the scapegoat. So it's just an example of showing like there's this sort of pattern of partial migration that these deer follow. And then the other important detail to that is they're they're very tight to that pattern. So they're taught, been some work about how they're taught by their moms in terms of family group affinity to do this. We call it fidelity. And so the fidelity to what they do for migration is super high. So this is one example of a deer just doing the same thing year after year, same winter range, same summer range, same migration path. And really, there's been tons of work on this topic, really just highlighting mule deer have this sort of unique thing where they're just super stubborn about migration. They don't change strategies. So if it's a migrant deer, it's almost always a migrant deer. This is like hundreds of deer in Wyoming, for example, where they didn't have any deer that ever just did something different on a given year. And then the other thing is that the ones that do migrate tend to follow those same paths just year after year after year. This is a couple of example deer in Colorado that just show that really high fidelity to those same areas. And so we just like to highlight that. We've done a bit of attention to like how deer respond to habitat treatments, disturbance of the forest, that kind of thing. And so if we're interested, there's a lot of interest in trying to restore habitats for mule deer. And I was talking with a biologist in Colorado, and he was saying, well, for elk, when we treat habitat, we have this kind of idea that if you build it, they will come. Like if you sort of disturb some forest and create good browse or forage, the elk will find it. With deer, there seems to be this sort of different challenge of this really high fidelity that you really need to place those habitat treatments right where they're already going, because they're just not going to find it otherwise, because they're just so fixed in those behaviors. So just something to be aware of. Another kind of just background information about putting mule deer in context. This is like a schematic from big game ungulates in Europe. And they basically just put the sort of dichotomy of what they feed on, from grazers, sheep and cattle that can make use of really low quality grass forage, and they just have really big stomachs that digest things for a really long time. On one end of the spectrum versus for them, it's roe deer. For us, it's mule deer and white-tailed deer, moose that are more, we think of more as browsers that tend to eat more shrubs and twigs, that tend to be higher in energy, but they have to be more selective with each bite. And then the things that they eat, they don't digest them as efficiently. They tend to blow through their stomachs a lot quicker, which is why they don't make as good a use of grass. On the flip side, those forages that they eat, like sagebrush or juniper or something, tend to have more defenses, like the plants have defenses against being browsed, those secondary compounds, tannins and oils. And deer have adaptations, like their saliva glands are twice as big as a grazer, because they have compounds that are battling those tannins to make them able to digest things like sagebrush. So they have this kind of different physiology just in what they eat. That's just good to keep in mind. And I know you guys all know deer aren't elk, but I just like to bring that up as we talk about habitat. And so, like, for example, this was in the Bitterroot, they did some elk and deer collaring side by side and looked at diet. So just to give you a sense of kind of where's the potential for competition. Shrubs and trees and then summer and winter. So mule deer, we're eating 60 to 50% depending on the season, shrubs and trees. Whereas elk, it's more like 15 and 4%. And then on the flip side, the main thing to see here is like elk are mostly keying in on grasses, mule deer less so, but you can see there is some overlap. So it's not like putting them in proximity to each other. They're probably picking different things, but there might be certain climatic, snow conditions or something that might focus, them more into overlap than the baseline conditions could do. And just to even put a little more finer lens on that, this is from some of that work by our predecessors, just showing how mule deer they have a pretty complex diet in very many of the different study areas where it's been paid attention to. And generally, you see an importance of shrubs go higher and higher throughout the winter months. And then in the summer, a little bit higher attention to forbs, wildflowers and that kind of thing. But even the shrubs, they'll sort of pick at the higher quality shrubs in early winter. And then as you get into late winter, it tends to be more when sagebrush and juniper start to factor more into your diet. So just again, things you guys probably already see on the landscape.
Why do they key in on grass in April? Is it digestible in that period?
This little spike?
Yeah, I've noticed deer keying in on that.
It might depend on the species, and I don't have that in this particular study area. I don't know which species of grass it was.
Cheatgrass is probably the only time it's green. But
they
imagine when it's first coming out of the ground though.
It's just palatable.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense that generally, that's that green flesh, but even more important, you start to see them hitting on those forbs. But yeah, they do eat some grass, and in that Bitterroot study, there was one of those seasons and groups that was in this kind of 20% range. So it's a mix. In region 1, where we did some collaring of deer in more forested environments, we saw kind of a pronounced effect of snow, both within and among the study areas, that as you add deer in deeper snow environments, this is in the winter, you start to see them eating more conifer, up to, in high percentages of their winter diets being conifer, especially over in Whitefish Range. So, and I mentioned juniper, and this is actually a topic of debate kind of across the West, is sort of what's the relative importance of juniper for mule deer, because we know that a lot of places you look, mule deer eat juniper, but it's also something that's sort of encroaching across their winter ranges that we're sort of trying to fight back. So there's a little bit of debate, but also uncertainty about how do we preserve the right amount of juniper and those kind of habitat treatments versus in what situations are they just eating it because that's all they have left, in that late winter. So this is something that we kind of have started to line out some future research on, is to look at importance of juniper or lack thereof in the context of habitat treatments. Just real quick, we did in region 1, where the disturbance regime is more fire and timber harvest. We did take a really deep dive into how are those two disturbances affecting mule deer forage. And generally, as you might expect, places where there's been a burn or where there's been timber harvest to push that big forest canopy back, you get higher amounts of forage. So this is just measuring energy and forage that specific to the things that deer eat, and the places where it's highest across our study areas were those disturbed fire and timber harvest. And generally, they were always more nutritious forage than in just undisturbed, baseline forest. But then on the flip side, the grad student who worked on this, Tegan Hayes, also quantified that in those undisturbed places where forage is worse, you also have the lowest concentrative of invasive species. So depending as a forest manager, you have these trade-offs, right? You can't just manage for mule deer. So there are these kind of complicated balances of, you know, managing for plant communities that can feed deer, but also aren't gonna be, you know, opening the door for invasives. Yeah.
Did you overlay this or on, I guess, on the kind of like the winter range, summer range patterns then as well? And just, I guess, because this is, you just went out and surveyed what the nutritional value of the landscape was with these different treatment types.
Yeah, so we took those, we sampled those treatment types, and then we also were basically collecting a bunch of deer scat and getting a sense of which plants were most important to them. And then you kind of take those two things and combine them. So of the plants that they're eating, and with a measurement of how much energy is in those examples, some clipped plants from that, you get kind of a, yeah, like what's your average amount of nutrition in each of these different types. So yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Or I was just curious, like, I guess burns versus like logging units, I guess, I mean, what I see when I'm out hunting, like doing mule deer, seem to really preferentially select burns where, you know, you might have a timber cut that looks, to me, it looks perfect. The elk are utilizing it well, the whitetail are utilizing it pretty well, but not always do the mule deer seem to key in on a, say, a logging unit.
Yeah.
And maybe that's because of the fidelity.
Yeah, well, we there's some big burns in that Rocky Mountain front study area where we were really interested in how they're responding to that. And some of those deer were migrating right through them, you know, all the way to some other spot that probably had worse nutrition, but I think there is an element of that fidelity that's to that. But I guess the other thing is that these numbers are nice and clean, but there's a ton of variation. Just, you know, if you go out to a given burn or a given, you know, clear cut or whatever, even just within that, it's just so variable. And then trying to sample across a big chunk of the whitefish range or something, it's messy. So, but on average, yeah, I think burns are, you know, they tend to be the best if they're available.
Correct me if wrong, but in a burn, you're gonna get more forbs and woody browse growing than you are in a clear cut.
Yeah, right. And that could be, we have some more of those details, what's behind this in terms of forbs and shrubs and how they play in, but I don't have that.
Our deer in eastern Montana will concentrate on a burn. They'll go for miles to find a burn. In fact, when that big fire hit Jordan 3 or 4 years ago, 5, we owned a ranch down at Brockway, which is north of Terry, Montana. And the year before, we had a decent numbers of mule deer. The year of that big fire, all the mule deer in that country vacated and disappeared. And everybody I know that lives over where the burn is said they have more mule deer than they'd ever seen before.
Yeah.
So they moved a long ways, you know, 50, 60, 70, 80 miles to go to that burn.
They found it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you?
Oh, I was curious, how much, like your forage, you know, kind of nutritional analysis of landscapes and whatnot, like how extensive of research have you done? Are you to a point where you could like go back in and look at like some infrared stuff or something and just kind of like, okay, hey, we know we ground truth this area, here's the signature that we get off of it, then could you scale that up to any sort of unit wide to kind of try to tease out some of the habitat issues versus, you know, habitat limited versus predator limited or something like that? Is that something that's on your radar?
We're trying, we're trying that, yeah, and with elk, we have even more of this kind of data, and so we're gonna have a postdoc starting this summer for the next couple of years who's doing just that, trying to take all the veg data we collected and see what can we exploit in the satellite imagery that we might be able to extrapolate. With deer, this work is more specific to that kind of Northwest Montane, you know, ecoregion, but it might be tougher to make sense of what that stuff means, you know, as you get further east. But yeah, that's exactly what we're hoping to do is some of that kind of stuff, especially in that more like Northwest Montana country.
Because I think it would be really cool to kind of like semi-inventory, you know, kind of on a unit, you know, unit type scale. And what, you know, and it would be far from an exact science, but like, you know, does it seem like this unit has, you know, food availability and numbers are still stagnating?
Right.
Or, you know, no, there really isn't much for our animals and we need to really focus on habitat enhancement or something in an area.
Right.
I know a lot of the stuff in the next disconnect in northwest Montana is, you know, it's federally owned land and, you know, getting the recommendations from Fish, Wildlife and Parks back to the land management agencies and trying to drive that habitat enhancement component, you know, on land that you don't own.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of interest in this stuff, from the, like, Forest Service biologists, but they do have other mandates too. So, yeah, I don't, where those decisions manifest in terms of what they could do with the information, I don't know, but that is something we're trying to, yeah, be able to extrapolate, so, yeah.
This slide's fascinating. I guess the invasive species stuff is concerning. I mean, where the best disturbance for wildlife also maybe has the biggest negative impact long-term, right? I'm curious, and I don't know if you have an answer to this, but it'd be interesting to sort of research like how much you think you could address that invasive species biomass through some sort of like herbicide control or long-term monitoring to try and mitigate that effect.
Yeah, well, like in Colorado, they've done quite a bit of this sort of research with mule deer in mind, and they have done some like more, this is just, you know, we would call this like a quasi experiment. We didn't control where the timber harvests were placed or where the burns went. We just sort of went after the fact and tried to observe the difference. But for the Colorado, they've been actually, you know, applying the treatments and in some cases adding herbicide to those, I think it's mostly crushing, you know, not burning, but mechanical harvest and yeah, it works. It improves the condition both, I think, for the invasive species and it actually improves the forage too to have that herbicide treatment to it, at least but at a much smaller scale, you know, than this kind of a study was able to work. So that's the trade-off, I guess, is the spatial scale. Thank you for the questions. So I mentioned the study about, you know, as up in the Whitefish Range, for example, as the snow gets deep, you have these deer that start to eat more conifer. And so this is what the snow depth differences look like for those 3 study areas. And you can see like there are parts of Montana where mule deer are living in very deep snow environments compared to others. And I guess one other thing I wanted to mention with that is we did pick up even just in sort of a few years of collaring deer there, a pretty big effect of mortality of snow on deer mortality. So in that case, we did pick just by chance. We're studying deer during a couple bad winters and saw those effects. One of those other studies that I had a star for down in Region 7, they saw a similar effect where they had a big snow event and then had, what was it, 60% mortality of adult females. So certainly you guys know about it. These bad winters can take place and we catch those every now and then.
What do you define as high snow?
Well, in this example, these are predicted snow depths in the deer's winter home range. So these are deer living in about 4 to 5 feet of snow. I don't know in that Fox Elder Creek how much snow that was in 2006. I'm not sure, but it was a pronounced effect. But then they were also monitoring deer not too far away in that Devil's Backbone area and didn't have the same mortality at that scale. Say it again.
The Devil's Backbone's a lot rougher.
How far apart are they?
Huh?
How far apart are the 2 areas?
30 miles, crow flies probably.
Probably not near as much snow in one area as the other.
Yeah, one's just straight up and down, you know, so you got south slopes that probably bear off and the others, Fox Elder's kind of, you know, wide open prairie, just big buttes and stuff.
In 03 and 04, we had a severe winter in Region 6 at about 80 inches of snow. And it decimated the antelope and deer, but it was nothing compared to 10 and 11. We had 130 inches that winter and it wiped them out. The antelope and deer, 90+%.
Yep.
It was horrible. 50% on the white-tailed deer in 2010-11.
CWD.
Yeah, And then blue tongue killed the other half in September of 11.
Yeah, so I wanted to just mention with that Region 1 study, what actually killed those deer? And it wasn't entirely deer just tipping over. It was these deer in deep snow were the ones dying, but in a lot of cases, it was mountain lion predation that was actually that proximate cause of mortality. And so we haven't done in the last few years as much detailed study of causes of death as they were doing back in those 70s and 80s, but we've done some. And so these are study areas, these columns, and then just by the boxes in yellow are sort of the leading cause of death for each of those study areas. So in a couple of them, in the western part of the state, mountain lion predation, in that box elder, a lot of that was sort of not predation related, health related, starvation or disease. In some cases, hunter harvest, not surprisingly. And these are all does also. Yeah.
What was the Northwest Montana? How many callers did you get out on that?
Shoot, I used to have the numbers in this table. It was about 80. I think it was like 83 between two study areas, about 40 in each.
Do you guys tease out any of the, this is just an anecdotal thing with you go out and you try and run a lion nowadays, and the majority of your lion tracks, there's wolves in the area that appear to be scavenging off of lion kills or whatnot, and I don't know, I'm not sure kind of how, not really sure how you tease that out in the data, but it definitely seems like, if you like kind of came back, if you'd almost have to come back and kind of monitor that, until that lion actually ate that kill. But that's what we're seeing, on the majority of the lion tracks that you go try and run, you don't turn out because there's a wolf following that lion or whatnot, and it just appears as our wolf pack sizes have, because we're not able to support the pack sizes that we used to have as wolf populations kind of drop due to prey availability. Their distribution is a little bit different. They used to kind of go through, big packs of 12, 15 plus. Now seeing a lot of 2s and 3s and maybe 6 to 9 is a big pack nowadays. But it seems like as the wolf pack sizes have shrunk, they're following lions a lot more than as opposed to just feeding off of, killing for themselves. It's just something that I kind of wonder, I guess the other thing with, the wolf predation that I guess that I've noticed is it's like it doesn't occur. And then when they get trapped in deep snow, if you have a large pack, you can have multiple kills in they get in a vulnerable situation, boom, you get, so it's hard to capture with small data sets. It's kind of hard to capture.
Yeah, no, that's a great place to come to, because that's sort of how we feel, is that a lot of these, and there's one more element of this I'm going to keep talking about. They sort of point to some things that might be different than 20, 30 years ago when the last bit of research was done that sort of sets the stage for deer management. But they're not based on huge sample sizes. So we'd like to drill into some of these things. And for sure, this probably isn't representative of all the wolf, statewide wolf predation. And certainly I've seen that from following packs around up in Alberta, that there were certain packs that would really hit mule deer more than others. So I'm sure that's going on. But in these cases, at least, those were pretty clearly lions, but also a lot of those deer were in terrible condition, which lions aren't known to be as much limited by taking the sick and the weak, traditionally in the literature, but we certainly saw some of that a lot of these deer that were getting killed by lions were in terrible condition because it was also some big limbs. Would somebody else have anything? Did you have something?
Yeah, I was gonna say in 6 and 7, your mortality on the does and your fawns is significantly high, much more so than 4%, I believe, from coyotes.
Maybe not in that Box Elder one, because I don't know if there is coyotes there with all the sheep people there.
Yeah, if you have a lot of sheep, you probably don't have the coyotes, but where we're at in 6 and 7, coyotes are significant. Last fall, when we started hunting season in 7, our fawn to doe ratio is high. I'd say it was better than 50%. By the end of season, it was maybe 15 to 20%. Every day I'd see fewer and fewer fawns and find bone piles, hair piles, coyotes for annihilating them all season long.
Yeah, so the fawns are not in this, but that's another one that we'd like to come back to. We haven't been working on fawns as much. This is sort of like the, you know, the low hanging fruit, I would say, and that's where I think to get the best information, we need that deeper dive that I think we're planning. So that's where you can't see it, but I've got another one of my little research need bullets there, like we're gonna come back to this. And so from there, I wanted just to talk a little bit about population dynamics. How are we doing for time? Do I have a little bit? Okay, so Brian kind of got into this already in terms of what really drives deer numbers, and I'm just gonna revisit that a little bit. And so, you know, he was saying how complicated the math is, which is true, but like, it's really humbling when actually the ultimate math is incredibly simple, right? Like what we actually want to know is just the change in the population is like births and deaths. Like that's sort of where it all comes back to, right? But the nuances behind that are many. So we do kind of tend to, if you're talking about, it's like recruitment, you know, of deer into the population minus mortality of deer out of the population. That recruitment piece is actually the function of a bunch of stuff, right? It's the does getting pregnant. It's are they having, you know, 1 fawn, 2 fawns, you know, that sort of twinning or triplet rate even. And then what's the survival rate of those fawns? So that's sort of that recruitment picture for each year. And then we focus on those adults as being sort of our key metric of mortality, especially the does. And so, like Ryan said, pregnancy is super high. I won't dwell on that, but our work in other states, it's like the does are almost always pregnant. They do have a fairly, from what I've heard from biologists in other states, fairly high rate of stillborn. Like the pregnancy doesn't necessarily mean a live fawn hitting the ground, but at least pregnancy itself is high. Like they're getting bred. So that one we're not as worried about. Our, you know, fetal rate in terms of is it 1 fawn, 2 fawns. Those tend to be variable around different different jurisdictions, but actually year to year, that doesn't seem to be, from other research, doesn't seem to be as variable. So I don't think like other researchers which would say that probably changes in fetal rate aren't like driving our year to year variation in Montana. Certainly there could be places where deer are more productive or less productive in terms
And
of
higher
how many fetuses.
fetal rate would probably be tied to nutrition, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So like the Bridgers has lower nutrition than those other areas.
Right, at least in terms of that sample and that when it's measured, yep. So, but then that brings us to these other big pieces, which we've already talked about and which we just keep coming back to as sort of the real drivers of deer dynamics is survival of those fawns through their first year, and then the survival of the does especially, so sort of adult survival. And there's been some reviews of deer across the West and including Montana data. And as Brian mentioned, like adult survival is supposed to be high, you know, 85, 90% and stable. Like it's not supposed to vary a lot. And that's really how deer have evolved. It's just those moms are supposed to preserve their survival because they can breed and give birth every year if they stay alive. But they get lots of chances as long as they live. So they only invest so much into you know growing that fawn each year. Whereas the fawn survival tends to vary quite a bit year to year, and that's both over time and over like space. So it's kind of like if you want to know where that year to year variation is, the biologists in other states tend to key in on, well, fawn survival is really driving, was it a good year or a bad year, that kind of thing. And that's sort of where the work in Montana left us, because they found, just like we should, that adult female survival, this is a table from this report, was super high. So in all their study areas, 93 to 95% of the does were living through the year, minus hunting. So in terms of natural survival. However, in these studies that we've done in the last couple decades, where we're not really focused on mortality, but we've been able to collect that because that's what the, the power of college. Our average doe survival rates have come down quite a bit. We're averaging 80% instead of 95%. Across a bunch of study areas in Montana, not just west or east, sort of a sampling of deer around the state. And it's been this pretty consistently low average doe survival relative to what Hamlin and Mackey and Dave Papp saw several decades ago. So that's kind of a concern. And if you look at that pendulum graph that we've seen a bunch of times where we're focused on fawn doe ratios, that's sort of all based on adult survival being pretty high, or at least adult survival varying along with fawn survival. So if you had a bad year for one, it's maybe a bad year for the other, but not just sort of baseline for adult survival to begin with. So this is another thing that we kind of want to revisit is we like to be able to rely on fawn doe ratios as a key metric. But if doe survival is low, then that's a whole nother problem. And it's actually an even more important problem just in terms of the math of deer growing each year. Those does are even more important than the fawns. Yeah.
A couple questions. How long is that timeline that you're depicting?
Yeah, sorry, this graph isn't really that helpful. This is a year starting like a biological year. So June 1st, you've got, these are all the does that were collared. And then this is how many of them are left the following June 1st.
So that hunting in.
Yes, that's my next question was the hunting. Where's the hunting season fall in?
So hunting season would be like in here, and there wasn't a lot of doe hunting in these study areas, and I'm trying to think.
Devil's Backbone have one.
In this, I'm trying to think if we took that out from this graph or not. This, because I think we were after natural survival, so I think this is excluding hunting. Forgive me that I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure this is just natural mortality, not including hunting. Which is why you don't see a big drop.
Which follow up, I mean, just my experience. So, the mortality on those does are predator driven if it's not habitat. If the habitat's stable, if that's happening in a 1 year time period, your habitat's not disappearing in 1 year.
No, but they could still be dying from cumulative effect of.
And then that should be over time, which it probably is. But we don't know until we tease out, was it predators or habitat?
And it's reinforced what Rob was saying in the Bitter Creek area. The BLM will no longer let the government trapper aerially gun the area during the winter period. Because he thinks there should be a lot of coyotes on the landscape too.
What year is this from?
So this is a compilation of studies that were done between about 2000 and now. It includes those region 1 deer that we collared in 2017 to 2020, but it also includes that box elder, and devil's backbone from 2006, 2005. So it's a bit of a smattering, and it's a similar kind of 30 to 50 deer in each study area, which is good. But that's why I'm not like beating the table. Like, things have changed because it's telling us that it seems like they are, but none of these studies were really geared to do that. So, but the fact that they're all sort of averaging, I mean, almost every single one of them is below what the average was 3 decades ago. It's pretty compelling that something's changed even for does. So.
One other question. What's the blue line? Is that Bitter Creek?
This one right here?
That's
703.
So I think that. Yeah, I think that would be
703.
That was the
That would be
energy
box
study,
elder.
right? When we collared deer in 703, that was for the energy development.
Oh, yeah,
Wasn't it? Yeah. So
yeah.
that's closer to Glendive, right?
Sorry, I wasn't involved with all these, so I'm a little bit presenting other people's data here for that part.
That was like roughly 2010 or so.
In the 2011 winter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's just.
could be. I don't remember the years.
That's the other parts of the equation.
Timing.
Yeah.
I'll have to, I can go back and look. Is it?
I don't remember, there was not like a mass mortality event, so it probably wasn't the big winner you guys are talking about.
That's constant. So yeah, another thing we want to learn more about. And so, you know, forgive me, this graph's kind of a pain, but this is sort of another version of that pendulum graph but it allows adult survival to vary more. So this is basically like a contour map, like a climbing a mountain. And if you're above this 1.0 line, you're a stable population. And this is just like basically created by taking the math of how deer populations grow. So it's recruitment as you go this way, recruitment going up, and then that adult doe survival. So for example, and this is just if you're above the line, you're increasing at whatever rate, and below the line, you're not going to be sustaining yourself. And so if back in the in the 70s, 80s, 90s, if adult survival is in that 93 to 95%, you don't need a ton of fawns to have a stable population. And this would be like fawns per doe in April. So it's not fawns per adult. So I need to adjust this for how we measure mule deer, just to make it easier to think about. But basically the idea is like there's a lot of room for growing populations, and even for doe harvest, that kind of thing. When you've got high survival, you don't need to be recruiting a lot of fawns. And you could have a bad year, a good year for fawn survival, and still have a stable population. Whereas if our 80% doe survival is truly, a change in the system, then we're declining unless we're getting at least basically, a doe for every 2 fawns in April, which is a pretty high bar. Like when I first started making these kinds of graphs, I was thinking about caribou and moose, which are way less productive. So deer, they can do this, but that's, there's a lot of, you need to have a lot of fawns doing pretty well before you're going to have a stable population, if this is what adult survival is doing. Does that make sense? Okay, thanks. Unfortunately. So yeah, I kind of hinted at this, but yeah, we sort of made this point in one of our reports that if that's truly the mortality, then you really don't have a lot of room for harvesting does. So back to fawn survival, this has been the topic of a lot of research, especially over in Idaho. They've been collaring, thousands of fawns and looking at overwinter survival. And they've been really successful at explaining winter survival of fawns as a function of snow and then the forage quality the previous summer. So they, up to 70% of the variation they can explain based on how bad of a winter was it and how good was the forage last summer. And so that's something that actually takes something really noisy and makes pretty good sense of it if you've got that information. You can't control it, but we can at least understand the powerful effects of climate, drought, that kind of stuff on fawn survival. And it kind of carries forward. It's not just that winter. It's the going into the winter. How good was the forage? How much fat were the does able to put on? That kind of thing. And so this is something we'd like to be able to talk about with our data in Montana. Is how well does this sort of model, which is fairly simple, explain the patterns that we see? And so that would be both something we want to look at with our survey data, but also to collar some fawns and collect those kinds of information themselves.
Utah kind of seconds that. I think they even have it down to like pounds a fawn is going into the winter.
Right.
If it's going to survive or not in their studies.
Yeah, so they've been picked it up and been doing a lot of that, capturing fawns in December. Yeah, and the weight is a huge predictor.
Well, I think the fact that we had 2 bad years of drought followed by a nasty winter to help explain some of the reasons that populated tags.
Yeah, right. You can kind of see what we're seeing in those numbers pretty easily. Yeah. And so kind of deviating from that sort of work on like collaring deer and focusing on drivers that way. This is something we also were doing, trying to take our survey data and basically attack this challenge that we were hinting at a little bit about. We've got sort of 2 different scales of data that we're collecting for deer. We've got hunting, harvest estimates at the scale of a hunting district. And then we've got these population trends that are, you know, relative to just these specific trend areas. And some of those trend areas, the biologists are really comfortable that they're representative of maybe the whole hunting district in terms of density or trends, that kind of thing. Others, like we were talking about, are really, you know, more like they cherry picked the winter range where they can classify the most deer and assume that they're going to be representative of trends outside of the hunting district, but they're not necessarily like the same density everywhere, that kind of thing. But this is something we wanted to try to basically like statistically attack, like can we align those two data streams of what's going on in the trend areas with fawn doe ratios and counts with hunter harvest data from the whole hunting districts. And so there's this new population statistics technique that we've been doing in FWP and other states are doing called integrated population models. It's basically integrating the data into one depiction. So we don't have the hunter harvest telling us one thing and then the survey data telling us another thing. We sort of force those two data into one depiction of what the population status is, kind of keeping in mind how powerful each data set is, that sort of thing. And so we've been sort of in the early stages of trying this. And so the power of this, I guess, approach would be that we could be potentially extrapolating what we're seeing in trend areas to whole hunting districts, and then potentially extrapolating hunting districts where we don't have these trend areas, which as you get further west, you don't have much, you know, multiple trend areas in every district. Yeah.
The one rub I have with the extrapolation of those hunting districts is we all know that there's a great deal of space between mule deer groups.
Yeah.
And these, I assume that these areas are easily accessible, winter ranges, summer ranges, you know, where you can see them. And there could be vast landscapes without deer on it. So it's very hard in those big areas to extrapolate deer per kilometer, deer per mile.
Yeah.
And come up with an accurate estimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why we focus on the trend areas, because we just, if you're gonna fly this whole district and you know that there are, you know, a lot of it's empty, you're spending a lot of money when really this is where all the action is, that kind of thing. And so that's sort of the model that we have, is that if we can measure these places that we think are the most important, then we're gonna be capturing the most of what's going on, right? For some level of cost efficiency. But the problem is it's like gives us this number that's kind of a relative number that doesn't really align with our hunter harvest numbers. So it's hard to put those two things together and estimate like actually how many of the deer are harvesting.
In this document here, it said that you have modeling issues.
So this is from that. And so we're not done with it, with this sort of work, but that's why I'm talking about it, is like, just to give you guys a sense of, this is another challenge that we're sort of trying to tackle, and we haven't figured it all out. But it's sort of, you know, open to you all in terms of how you see, is this a challenge in your eyes? You know, what do you see? Is this worth spending time on, that kind of thing? So I was putting it all out there. Like, these are the different avenues of the work that we're doing.
Let me follow up just to finish my line of thought here before Eric knocks me down here to talk, but it's, I'd assume if you have modeling issues, you're not under modeling, you're over modeling the population.
Well, let me just show you what we've done, and then maybe this will help. I can't remember exactly what the modeling issues quote was. But I think, I don't know if it's worth trying to walk through the nitty gritty of it too much, but basically the idea is you take, like for hunting district 703, you take this trend area and you take the numbers, the counts of does, fawns, and bucks that we get year after year, and you basically try to put together a little depiction of that population, what the survival rates are, what the mortality rates are that would fit all those counts. And then once you get that, the most important thing that you get out of that is you get an estimate of what proportion of the bucks are surviving each year. And then that's something you can take and line up with our buck harvest for the whole hunting district, and then start to extrapolate. Well, if there's that many bucks being harvested in the district, but the buck survival here is about 50%, then we can start to extrapolate. Well, there must be that many bucks in this district, and if there's that many bucks, we've got our buck doe ratio, then there must be that many does. So it's kind of a simple idea. The statistics, the the computer part of it is kind of a mess. It's complicated. But that's the idea. We're just trying to estimate the deer dynamics in that area and then take those bucks and extrapolate our harvest rate. So here's what, I just wanted to get to this part before we talk about the modeling complications. So here's what the trends look like in these districts of hunting of Region 7. And so the blue lines are the predicted estimates from this modeling approach of total deer abundance in each hunting district, sort of predicted across 2000 to 2018 or 19, I think. And so the red lines are, if you were just to take the density of deer in each trend area and extrapolate it, what would you get for an abundance estimate? So those are a lot noisier because they're just year to year, you get different counts and it could be a good year or a bad year in terms of that count. So there's just a bit more noise in that. Whereas this modeling approach sort of forces the data from year to year just to make a little bit more sense, and they have to align up with the hunting data too. So it just kind of smooths everything out a little bit and using the harvest data, if that makes sense. So we're not like using this in our management yet, but this is sort of one idea for how we might be able to make better use of all this information we're collecting at different scales. So and in terms of modeling issues, I think there's still more that we wanted to do, which is like to add in some of those climate variables and see if that helps us explain and do even a better job with predicting these lines. But I think it's more than modeling issues. It's more just we haven't followed it all the way through yet. And I think it's going to get more complicated as we move west too, into some of these more variable topography regions in terms of how all this kind of approach is. That's something we've been another sort of idea for future work. So
I want to just thank you for the transparency, because 21 years ago, I suggested that this is how the deer were counted, because I've been snowmobiling, hunting coyotes extensively in the greater Bitter Creek area. And in Bitter Creek proper itself, there was, that I'd counted off the snowmobile, 400 to 500 head of deer. In the surrounding acreage around Bitter Creek, there was no deer. There were no coyotes conversely either. Same acreage with no deer. And the biologist at the time gave me a number at a meeting, at a Region 6 meeting, that there was like 1,800 deer in northern Valley County there. And I said, well, that's the exact number you come up with if you multiply it by the square miles. I nearly got stoned at that meeting for suggesting that could happen. So I want to just thank you for the transparency of it.
Oh, of course. I mean, I think, and I think there is, depending on where you are, that there are some places where maybe that these densities are sort of representative, but I think a lot of Montana they aren't. But like I said, that was sort of by design, was sort of to pick those places and just assume that the trends in those places were enough. But then we're sort of left with this problem where we just can't align those data with our harvest data. And to some, that's a problem, and to others, it's working okay. So that, I don't mean to say we all think this is a big problem either. Like there are biologists that feel very comfortable with the data they have. So that's another piece of the puzzle. Yeah.
So I think this is one of the potential advantages of an integrated population model type approach, is that, you don't have to assume that the population density within those trend areas is representative of population density everywhere within that district, but you're recognizing that some of the vital rates that you're seeing within those trend areas translates to a bigger area.
Right.
So survival might be the same throughout the district, but the densities within those aren't.
Yeah, it's confusing, but like one way we worded it was, yeah, you're not assuming that it's the same density, but you're assuming that the proportion of bucks that got harvested here is about the same proportion of bucks that got harvested here.
And as accessibility of lands has changed over time, with some areas being more accessible than others. I see that as being a place where it'd be easier to introduce error than with maybe the adult to fawn surveys, which would probably be more representative.
Yeah, no, that's true. And that's, as I say that about buck harvest, that is something where I don't know the context of all these trend areas in terms of access and migration patterns of, when we're counting and where are they during the hunting season, that kind of thing. But those are all nuances for sure. Okay, I'm almost done, I think, or maybe I am. Yeah, so. So, okay, so then where we left off with that migration, I'm almost done, I just have a couple slides. With that migration initiative document, was we had all these sort of research needs, and I kind of hinted at some of them here. And so we put together a working group with some representative biologists from around the state to try to figure out, well, what kind of research do we want to do next? And there were a lot of, there's different issues around the state, but there were a lot of common interests in terms of what folks want to know. And so we basically have tried to put together a proposal for doing some research across the state that would be focused on not just does, but does, bucks, and fawns. So we'd be collaring a sample of does, bucks, and fawns at a bunch of different study areas around the state. You're looking at survival rates to get with a higher sample size, a higher confidence that how survival of each of those groups varies around the state. And I should say for fawns, I'm talking about 6-month-old fawns through the winter, not neonate fawns in June. That's not part of this as of now, at least. So sort of winter fawns, like they've been doing in Idaho and Utah. Causes of mortality, so really trying to spend that extra effort to get out to all those cases of mortality that happen when deer that are wearing collars die. Along with that effort, you get all this detailed information about numbers, but then you also get all the spatial information about migration, movement patterns. And then sort of as we tried to identify where to do this, we had 28 different herds that were suggested. And then as a group, we went through them and tried to basically maximize the variation. So in terms of a bunch of different factors, like what sort of predator regimes are the herds faced with? What's their CWD status? What sort of habitat type are they in? We also had a variable in there about what's the current trend. Are they going up? Are they down? Are they stable? And then we basically grabbed, so it's 11 herds, 11 hunting districts that we identified for this first take at this to do sort of statewide monitoring of all those things. Again, sort of capturing a range of variation of things like trend, CWD, that sort of thing.
Hey, Nick, what's the duration if you were to start these studies? How long would you be monitoring?
So right now it's there's sort of two ways. One is that this basically wasn't necessarily devised as like research, was more just to add collars to our monitoring. So adding collars to how we monitor deer, but basically to fill in a bunch of this information that our current monitoring trend, flights don't give us.
Got it.
But at the same time, we're not like all in. This is how we're going to monitor deer from now on. Like maybe like Utah has started to go. It's just part of their monitoring. So we've been talking about just like a 5-year. So it is sort of like a 5-year study to try this out and see, how much does that add to our depiction of deer, but also to be able to take some of those data and then line them up with our flight data and basically evaluate how we monitor deer. Where is the most powerful information that we're getting? Are the flights ultimately telling us what we need to know? Do we need collars to tell us something that we were missing? That kind of thing. So it's sort of like a way to analyze what's the most powerful information that we need.
But the ones that are not selected, there's a couple of those on there that are pretty interesting to me. Is there opportunity to expand this in the future, or is it?
Yes, yeah, and I think when we asked folks for their interest, it also came, which biologists have time to take this on? And it's, there's other research going on that's eating people's lunch right now too. So it's a mix. And so, yeah, we're not necessarily saying this is where it would be. If we were to keep going, it would be fixed here. And I think like there are places where there's advantages to having the same area every year. And then there's advantages to having some that are kind of rotating, which is kind of how they set up the lion plan. We have these certain lion units that we're going to go back to repeatedly and others that are going to kind of rotate around. So I would guess that that's something we would at least talk about, if we were to put it into longer term practice.
Yeah, I hate to boil it down to money, but something Brian said and something Ian said here was funding. Does the department have the taste and the appetite to do this? Or is this something you need to raise excess money for?
I guess I could try to answer that. So when we came up, we decided this was where we were gonna work. We were still in that period of, like Brian talked about, where we had about 10 years, if you need it, you can have it. Kind of, that was the funding outlook. And this was our first entry into, we're not sure we have the money to commit to this for the next 5 years. Which is kind of like, more like what I'm used to. That 10-year period was like the twilight zone. So we're in this period of now trying to figure out the best way to fund it. So does the department have the appetite for this? Yeah, I mean, we've already invested thousands of hours from staff all over the state in coming up with the plan. And so we're right now evaluating funding proposals that go to the legislature. And we just got word that this won't be one of them. And the rationale for that is like, we're talking about one time only, rather. What we need to ask the legislature about is allocating base funding, like in perpetuity. So now we're back to, well, how are we gonna pay for this then? Which was like last week, we're trying to seek an answer. So we will figure this out, like we're committed to it, but I'm not sure how quickly it'll be.
On that 704 one, I've seen the area. It's entirely burned in 2000. Is there any thought of like extending that south so you get into the stuff that's unburned?
You know,
Do it.
yeah, I don't, this little dot is, I can't remember how meaningful that one is in terms of so the biologist that, you know, put this area forth. I can't remember how far and wide they were.
I've seen it from the biologist.
Okay.
It's entirely burned where they've got, and I was wondering if it would be maybe better to extend that also down south a little bit to the stuff that is not burned.
Yeah.
There's, you know, similar habitat, you know, except one burned in 2000 and the other is, well, probably the biggest piece of unburned stuff on the Custer yet. That hasn't, you know, has not burned in just, you know, in historic times.
Right.
And I wondered if that would be a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not the best person to ask, because it was a team and I was we were leaning on the local biologist to make these recommendations, so this will be a new area for me in doing work, but I will mention that we were trying to, like I said, sort of stratify like places that have CWD, places that don't, and the habitat, when I say habitat here, is places that have had recent habitat, either treatments or changes, and places that haven't. And I don't remember if the burns were part of why this one may be lit up, was that it actually provides that.
I'm just wondering if you could compare and contrast the two
Yeah.
adjacent
Yeah.
properties. It might help even get a little funding out of these places that are pushing fire and stuff.
Right, yeah, I'm not sure. I guess the other thing is we can do the best to try to catch the deer that we think are the ones we want, but once in the winter, but then once summer comes, they may not go where we think they're going to. That's certainly been happened more than once, so I'm not sure how, in terms of the area usually you're thinking of, if we're actually gonna be able to target the deer that are in or out of the burn or not, for better or worse. You know, we might end up with a mix, whether we want to or not, but that's kind of a cop-out answer for now. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'd definitely be curious to hear more about what you're thinking.
Yeah, you've got one area that's burned completely and where your study is, and then, you know, at the edge of the study, it's unburned for quite a ways.
Yeah, so yeah.
That area looks like it's really close to burning, so I think
It
if you're
is.
talking to an expert, like that's where he lives. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been there a lot.
The only other thing I think I had was that we also were going to try, so this is sort of another level of funding and commitment that's probably like phase 2. But it's something we were actually developing plans for as well, just to be ready, is to take a few of these study areas and dive a little bit even more into the weeds of some of these specific questions. And so in the Snowies, we've talked about sort of more detailed look at competition with elk. And so that would be a more focused study with taking advantage of the fact we're already working on deer there, but working on elk at the same time and trying to drill into the effects of sort of a booming elk population on the deer there. In the Missouri breaks and the muscle shell breaks, there's been some BLM habitat treatments going on where they're trying to beat back some of that conifer encroachment. So that was a good opportunity to even drill in more with your work on how are the deer responding to those treatments and some more focused work on nutrition and that kind of thing. So that's something that we'd like to do if we sort of, once we get the other baseline stuff going, that we could maybe be a phase 2. And then down in region 3, where some of that we were talking about, like where they're trying to target deer density with harvest a bit more, trying to actually improve range condition by harvesting more deer. We want to kind of take a closer look at that deer across several districts in that country and actually really drill into nutrition, probably collar some neonate fawns and get some summer fawn weights and sort of be able to balance relative effects of nutrition, summer, winter, forage, predation, kind of get that sort of, more well-rounded depiction of what's going on, but would take more boots on the ground, that kind of thing, that we can't do everywhere. So those are sort of some of the questions that might, take one study area a little farther, but not something it's kind of like a second phase. So, yeah.
I love it. 2 things. So you mentioned in the previous slide that you're gonna collar bucks in addition to does.
Yeah, not everywhere, but it's a majority of them.
That'd be interesting. The second piece, will you measure like fat on deer? Like, are you looking to do that and see if you can see how that affects survival, but then also how you could measure habitat treatments and how that nutrition would change their health?
Yes. So yeah, in terms of fat, definitely part of the protocol would be measuring body condition, fat, rump fat, that kind of thing with every time we're handling a deer, so we can, see how that's playing out in terms of survival. In terms of fat with respect to the habitat treatments, that one's harder because you do have to go back and recatch deer like sometimes twice a year, every year. And so at this point, we haven't drilled into fat as much as fawn survival and doe survival as sort of the ultimate, can we see a difference in those? We would sort of assume that fat would play a role in that, but we're kind of jumping to the end, in terms of are the deer actually responding and with survival rates. So, but yeah, it's definitely in the sort of package of ideas that we're trying to explore with that. Yeah.
I'm gonna open up the funding question again. Like, what's your personal take on the data or the research that you've been able to do, or the department, and I guess your ability to, get prescriptive relative to habitat enhancement, recommendations, our approach to predation? Because I think to me, I see that there's a difference between enough data to sufficiently, make good recommendations on season structure versus do you have enough data to be prescriptive about growing the pie and,
yeah.
do you guys feel like do you feel as a biologist that you have enough data to go in unit by unit and say, these areas we need to do this to?
Right. Here's where nutrition's a problem and here's where it isn't, that kind of thing. Yeah. I think so I would say yes and no. Like we haven't done a lot of that research recently. And we've talked about, at one point when we were revisiting the AHM plan, we talked about, can we add veg, browsing intensity or veg transects, into that as a trigger. And so that's sort of the next phase. There are some biologists that are really drilled into that stuff, and I think would have a really good sense of what's going on, or at least some really good ideas. But it isn't part of our sort of statewide plan. We ultimately decided not to make that part of the statewide plan at this stage. But that's where I think this sort of like collar-based monitoring, it gets us further down that road in terms of having those fat measurements and sort of that depiction of fawn survival each year. Like those would be the kinds of data that we don't have that would help us tease that apart. So I guess I would say it's not part of our baseline plan right now, but I don't mean to say that we know nothing. Like there are definitely you know, biologists know a lot about their country, and I'm guessing could probably point to the places where it's more or less an issue, at least as they see it, but. So I don't know, yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, coming. A lot of it on, on my part is ignorance and just knowing what the interactions of the department with land management agencies and other stuff is, I don't see behind the curtains on everything, but I feel like. To me, that's my biggest want or desire is to see. Enough data to be able to, have well-informed management decisions to grow the pie, so we don't have to just sit here and argue over how do we split up a limited resource.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we need to talk about that and, but.
And which pieces of that can we control, and which can we, I guess, is part of it too, but yeah.
But if you know in region one that, let whatever percent of your deer are dying from mountain lands, right? That's not happening elsewhere. It can help inform your management strategy. Or on another unit, it's, lousy summer range, right?
Yeah, and that again, so it's sort of it's like the strength and the challenge of doing this at this scale, as we know there's gonna be big differences. So being able to leverage them against each other will illuminate those differences even brighter, than just doing a study here and saying, well, mountain lions are killing 10% here, but who knows, so that's kind of the idea. But it also it's gonna be really hard to sit in the room, even with the data, and be like, here's what we need to do, because it's gonna depend, a lot based on where you are, so.
I applaud all this data research going, and to follow up with what both Joel and Ian said, I mean, and it's easy to compare, and I don't mean to be, but Utah's just got withering data on it, like what I learned when I was in school it was a high quality winter range that kept animals alive, and Utah's information comes back, it's really a high quality summer range that keeps those deer alive. They can actually suffer a little bit in the winter because of the catabolic nature of everything. But because of that, they know prescriptively whether it's going to be a compensatory death or an additive death. And they can know prescriptively where to kill cats for females or coyotes. So my question, I guess, to the department, if it comes to this, it's an easy thing to say, we're gonna up the quota on the lions and let the public do it. But if you find out that coyotes are the issue, was this department have the stomach to come in and harvest coyotes like they do in other states? Just a challenge and a question at the same time.
I guess we don't have authority to like set a season. Is that?
No, I'm asking if you would, instead of for depredation reasons, would you come in for predation reasons to take a lion or take a coyote population down in order to bring an ungulate species back up?
Yes. I mean, we've been funding wildlife services to do that. And then there was it's a long story, but the short answer is yes, that's been on the radar for a long time.
Yeah, it just needs to be justified.
Right.
And this will give the justification.
Yeah.
And hopefully it helps save resources because you're not doing it where you don't need to do, right?
Right, and that's been the question, is like the funding we provide for that annually. Wildlife Services is always asking us, where should we be focused?
So how much are you spending a year on that?
Right now, we're not spending any on
It got
coyotes,
switched to wolves.
but they did
You're paying wildlife services to hunt wolves.
to help with wolf depredation.
Yeah.
The Region 7 provided some money. I can't remember the county.
Carter?
I think it was Carter, where they had some evidence of low recruitment. And that happened to be an area where one of the counties where Wildlife Services doesn't have an agreement to work. So it was the county as a predator controls person. And so we paid, I don't remember the region, I don't know what we paid, but we paid the county to do some coyote control.
Good, thank you.
That was my last slide, so, yeah, any other comments? All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
So How much are you gonna be involved with these studies or?
I mean, this should be my main gig, if we can get
So
it
maybe you'll
going.
get down and read.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's the plan, yeah.
Great. Well, that was all a lot of really great discussion and presentations today. So thanks everyone very much for all that. And so we don't have much time left. I think it'd be a good opportunity though, since we have so many folks here with the expertise. If you have questions that you want to ask them, let's do that now. If there's anything that's come to mind since you've heard the talks
And
earlier.
they're not staying around tomorrow?
No.
That
No,
was a hard no.
I guess that is it's a lot today, like there's a fire hose at
Yeah.
4:30 and you've been getting talked at like all day long. But I'll be here the whole time, and if there's questions that come up during the discussion, I have a direct line to most of these people, they'll respond to me quickly, so.
Oh. I didn't realize Justin wielded that type of power. I have to.
I didn't mean it the way it's. You know what, they knew what I meant. Yeah, look at them, they're quivering. Sorry. No, there is. But yeah, so I guess my point was, if you don't have questions now, but something occurs to you, we can get answers, we can get information.
Then why do you need to do research?
I don't know.
Fair
Maybe we
question.
don't. The answer would be, I don't know.
Possibly, we'll check into it.
Any questions for folks right now that you want to get answered?
I won't think of those tonight.
You might talk a little bit about what tomorrow look like?
Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna dive into that idea of framing the problem by writing out a problem statement. And we're gonna spend probably the first 3/4 of the day on it. And so lots of kind of small group work, come back, we'll talk about the different things that we've come up with in our small groups, and then go back to breakout groups and kind of do that a few times until we feel like we're kind of identifying kind of more shared understanding and are ready to write a problem statement together. So we'll walk you through in the morning what those elements will be that you should be considering again. I gave you some ideas earlier this morning, but that was like a long time ago. So we'll start there in the morning and see how far we get, and then dive into the idea of identifying those objectives or your guiding principles that we want to draft for FWP. And we'll pick that up again on Wednesday morning. And depending on how far we get and how everyone feels about it, we may be done at that point, or we may be coming back in June. I think was the next time period to keep working on this. So kind of just see how it's all going, and it's hard to anticipate really at this point, but we'll get a better idea I think tomorrow. Well, if there aren't any other questions now, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty brain dead after all that, so. Sure, it's 3:30. So.
What? Was that a move?
Thank you.
Eight thirty? No.
Not it.
8:30.
Not all
day.
Yeah.
Your invitation's at 8, but it's at 8.
You guys wanna go get a beer somewhere?
Let's tomorrow.